Am I late? I'm not late. Had to get some stuff done. I'm always late. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ba-da-dum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. Bum-ba-da-dum. Bum-ba-da-dum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Takes no answer to wait. Lovers do. I just wanna be with you. Lady shine. I wanna be with you. Dance with you. We run down the floor. See many dancing for. Just wanna dance with you. You always say that. Hey, look, we're still parked in the same spot. Then dance and fall. I'm gonna dance with you.
Okay, here we go.
Shit. He says time. Funny.
Ready to roll.
So funny. He's so fucking funny. Alright, let's get some fuel in this baby. Oh, we're gonna hit this.
Drive safe. Rerouting. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Recomputing.
Yeah, NASCAR was over a long time ago. I took a nap. Yeah, I took a nap, so 366. Oh shit. All right, let's go. It's a ghetto Taco Bell.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Here. All right.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Other side. come on with the fucking sketchy ass shit. Since we left from that fucking pickup, this game seems to be sketchy as fuck. I don't know if you guys can see it. I can. Guys see the new recommendations that they have for Twitch. They talk about how you can stream 3 times. How you can stream at least more than 3 hours a day each day. A requirement is to be a partner or to be paid from Twitch. You gotta do at least 3-hour video every day, and to get monetized and all that, it's free. And then when you become a partner, you gotta hold 3 viewers in your stream every video you do. Not only that, but you gotta have 25 followers and some other watch hours and this bullshit, right? No longer do you have to wait until you have 1,000 people on Twitch to start getting paid. Kick decided, well, they didn't decide, but so there's a person that I watch that is on Twitch, that is also on YouTube, that is also on, you know, pretty much all that platforms, right? He recently started on Kick a couple of days ago with two videos. He made over $4,000 in 2 videos. In 2 videos, he made over $4,000. But he also had like 50K people watching in both days. And people are just now figuring out that you can make more money over there on Kick. If you can hold 15, 20 viewers, plus all the stupid ass ads and all that shit, because everything's required. Ads are required nowadays. And shit like that. So ads are required now. After I made that video, and then was playing that other video when I was playing that game, and then I showed you guys how using that one browser can, with ad blocker that was blocking the videos for YouTube. Well, the same thing that it does on the app for YouTube also does it on that fucking browser as well. So I had to remove it. I had to remove fucking ad blocker completely off that web browser as well. So it sucks because that's how people get viruses. Now so say if I was paying for Hulu, which I have Hulu. Now if you pay for the Hulu without ads, which is like $5 more, you still have to watch ads. Okay, you still have to watch ads. And see, and this is the issue that we have in society,
and then exit right.
Is because people are not making money off of their TV shows or video games or streaming. They're not making money off of that. And the only way
Get ready to turn left.
The only way they are making money is through the ads. It's not how many people that are watching your stream. It's not how many people that are in your stream. It is how many ads you play in each video. Say you're doing a video. And you do it for about 10 hours. If you're doing it on YouTube, about 10 hours. Or 11 hours and 55 minutes. And see, when you do videos on YouTube, it's 11 hours 55 minutes, but it's how many ads are you gonna put in that video? How many times is someone gonna watch the same ad? How many ads are gonna be played? And see, a lot of people, when they do streaming, they go for the gaming ads, and they go for the computer ads, they go for ads that have, I don't know, different video game ones. Not liking that fucking lag shit. It's every few seconds too. And like when I first started playing cyber
Go straight on.
you know, Cyber 2020, you know, the cyber game, Cyberpunk 2077, right? It's like playing that game when they fix whatever bug to make it be able to drive. Seeing it's every few seconds is a lag. Every few seconds is a lag. Real lately with that fucking internet, it's been doing the same thing. Even on
Go straight on.
my TV. Because when that one goes out and I want to watch TV, I have to connect the other one. Now it's not doing it. Maybe Steam had a game updating or some shit. I don't know. It wasn't when I turned on Steam. I think I got a fucking ear infection. Yeah, ever since I fixed the mirrors, I think I've done a lot better driving, keeping it alive.
Go straight on. Go straight on.
Oh man, Got to have a collision over this motherfucker. This white car's got to move out the way. Motherfucker.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
So let's talk about Elon Musk and Donald Jackass Trump. So, I
Go
think
straight on.
my ear is leaking. I must have an ear infection. Yeah, I must have an ear infection. I don't want to stop. Yeah, so Elon Musk is mad because he didn't get something passed in that big beautiful bill that they call, which is a fucking joke. So gas prices are going to be going up again, just to let you guys know. Gas prices are going back up. July, most of everybody's rent in the state of New Mexico is going up. Walmart food prices are also going up. The electricity company in the state of New Mexico put out a news report a couple of weeks ago stating that in the month of July, the electricity company is raising the rates on electricity. So not only is our rent, gas pump, and Walmart food is all going up. Now we have to worry about the electricity going up as well. So Elon Musk is mad because he didn't get approved for whatever reason, whatever bill that he was trying to get passed within that bill that Donald Trump got passed. Now that big beautiful bill is supposed to require no taxes and no taxes on anything. No taxes increases on insurance, for disability and veterans. No taxes on a bunch of other shit, which that's all a bunch of bullshit. Taxes actually gone up, not gone down or gone away. More locations are closing, with now Chase Bank reporting that they are closing 100 stores or 100 banks around the United States. Wells Fargo's closing 100. Bank of America's closing 100. And I believe what they're doing is they're taking them out of the bad areas of cities and states that the vandalism and the break-ins and the robberies and the crimes, wherever the high crime is at, they're wanting to close banks and ATMs and all that shit. Because they feel that their customers are getting robbed when they go to the ATMs or, go to get their money out of these certain banks in high crime areas. They just released information and photos and videos on the new 2026 Peterbilt and a few other trucks that are being built in 2026 but are actually being built now. Most of them going to be automatics for the shit bags that can't drive stick like me. So most of these trucks come with automatics. The Peterbilt, I believe it's the 589 or I think it's the 589 or the 580. I think it's 589. I'm not too sure, but those trucks are already. Those are Peterbilts. Those are plastic.
Straight on.
They're more plastic. They're not no longer metal. It's more plastic, and it's automatic. So Peterbilt, Volvo, and all these other places are going automatic, and shit like that. So yeah, that lag issue right there is just every few seconds. And they just updated. Yeah, they just had an update. I wonder if they know about that issue. Cyberpunk 2077 did that same shit. Every few seconds we do it. But it could be Steam's bullshit as well, because Steam sort of likes to be updating Steam a lot, which they're doing that as well.
Finding a new route.
Yeah, Steam's also updating a bunch of shit as well. Always coming in hot. Always coming in hot. But yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of shit being changed in the gaming. There's a lot of shit being changed in the internet. The Simpsons stated that on May 30th there's going to be a nationwide outage of internet. I don't think anybody had an outage. So Elon Musk, he had a black eye because he got in a pushing sway with another person that Elon Musk was arguing with. So if you guys remember, Elon Musk had a black eye for a while. It's because Elon Musk was arguing with somebody in the White House. They went to go discuss some shit in the Oval, the White House Oval, right? And I guess Elon decided to hit the other person with their elbow real hard, and the guy swung back and hit him. Popped him in his fucking eye. So Elon Musk also is trying to claim that he started the MAGA movement with Donald Trump and this and this and this. And in reality, no, he didn't. That was already started. And then about a month or say, I would say about a month or two, that's when he jumped on Donald Trump's bandwagon. You know, like Mark Zuckerberg and a bunch of these other fucking people that jumped on Donald Trump's fucking pogo stick. You know? Epstein, see, fucking Elon, he tried to expose Donald Trump, saying, well, they don't want to release the files of the Epstein people that has been to Epstein's parties and Epstein's sex cases involving children and this and this and this and all this other shit. Well, what Elon Musk thought he was doing is that he would take a video and some pictures of Donald Trump back in 92 and 97 and say, well, Donald Trump was involved in the with Epstein's sex cases and he hung out with them and this and this and this and that. Now if you remember, that was national, that was nationwide, that was already exposed on TMZ in 92 and 97 about Donald Trump. So fucking Elon decided, well, I'm gonna expose Donald Trump for hanging out with Epstein. And Epstein and Donald Trump's in the Epstein's files and this and this and this and that, and he's involved in Epstein and all this and all that shit. Now the people on the internet are like, oh, our president's a sex offender, and all this shit. But if you guys remember, in 92 and 97, when it was publicized and showed on TV in the fucking news, in 92 and 97, they already exposed that shit back then. So why is Elon Musk coming out and saying, well, they don't want to release Epstein's files because Donald Trump's in there? Well, if you remember in 92 and 97, if you was born, and was old enough to understand TV, you have already knew that. And if you forgot about it, well, goddamn, I don't understand why motherfuckers on the internet bitching about something that happened in 92 and 97 when it was already publicly lies. Elon Musk is trying to get credit for exposing Donald Trump, but Donald Trump was already exposed in 92 and 97. So Elon Musk, sit your ass back somewhere and shut the fuck up sometime and do your history there, little rocket man. Because you fucking decades behind to exposing Donald Trump that something happened in 92 and 97 when it was already publicized and showed on news. Because there's a video of it being taped on the news in 97 and 92. And it's the same video that's going around fucking YouTube, Facebook, Kick, Twitch, fucking all these platforms and everything else that people are watching it and saying, oh, look at Donald Trump in 92 and 97. Like, that was already publicized. It states right there in the fucking video that it was aired, when it was aired, and what news agency anchor fucking put it on the news. So, what are you doing, Elon? Is your eyeball still hurting? Does someone need to punch you in the other eye? You stupid fucker.
Keep left.
Like, I'm not saying that it's not great that he comes out and exposes him again for something he's already did, decades ago. But then he's on Twitter and Kick and X and all that talking like, oh, okay,
Keep
oh
left.
yeah, whatever, shit messages on fucking X, and so you got two grown-ass men that are crying over a fucking bill that should, neither one of them should be passed. Because one of them that Elon Musk is mad about is going to prevent, that's going to help Elon Musk get more and more money for his little spaceship fucking astronaut shit that he's doing. That's really not going to help us, because it's going to come out of our taxpaying money to give it to Elon Musk. And Donald Trump's bill is to force your children to sign up and deploy into Army, Navy, Marines for at least 4 years required. And it also removes all the homosexuals from the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and all that. So he's trying to get rid of the so he's trying to get rid of them out of the service. And then the issue with the illegals. Now the illegals all around the world, are wanting to, they're out there protesting and rioting and all this other shit. Well, Americans are trying to be right there with them and say, oh, okay, well, we need to stop this illegal immigration with ISIS and all this and all that. But Americans bitch about not having any jobs. They bitch about not having a place to live. They bitch about the drugs that's coming into the United States, the killing, the raping, the murders, and everything else. But they want to stand out there and protest with the illegals, and then cry on the other end, saying how the illegals are fucking up the country with all their drugs and rapes and killings and everything else, and stealing the jobs and all that shit. But most of these fucking Americans don't want to do the jobs that the illegals do. Okay? And then the illegals that are here, they don't give a fuck about you. You know what I mean? They don't care about you. They care about what they're doing to make money and to survive in the United States. If that takes your job, well, that takes your job. If they want to take over your home or take over an apartment complex, they could. Because no one's really going to stop it. Is this guy going to move forward or not move forward? I guess not. Waiting on him to speed up, and he doesn't speed up. This asshole doesn't speed up either, so I mean, all these rioting that's going on with ISIS and all that shit, I don't know. I just honestly think that this government is going to shit, and they're just tearing themselves up, but it's putting us all in the middle to force us to pay more taxes and more shit. And then they claim, well, if you paid taxes in 2024, or you filed your taxes in 2024, you get a $5,000 check from the government. So if you don't file taxes, you don't get the check. But if you do file taxes, you get a $5,000 check from the government. So what about the people that live on Social Security disability that is not required to file taxes? What about us that don't file taxes because we're on Social Security disability? I hate it when these guys come on, they're too slow. Then they get in the goddamn way. Then they want to race you on the side. You know, like what's gonna do? What is it? You know, is it going to help us? Well, I'll tell you what. If Social Security disability people get a $5,000 check, that motherfucker's got to be spent. Because most of us can't have more than $2,000 in their bank account at any given time. So that money would have to be spent quick, and I mean quick. You know. But the thing of it is, then they come out, then Donald Trump decides, okay, we're gonna give it to everybody, but it's gonna go to your rent. So your landlords are supposed to be receiving, each person is supposed to be receiving $5,000 in your account for your landlord. So if you live in apartments and you rent, most landlords have this fucking man, I lost my train of thought. The fucking apartment information, like your portfolio or whatever your, you know, on your apartment that you live in and shit like that, how much rent you pay, how much it is, this. So most people have the account when you have, you know, when you are renting. So they stating that 5,000 is gonna go straight to people's rent. Okay, so if you take $5,000, right? You take $5,000, you slap it into my rent account, right? So when it sits in my rent account, now check it out. In order for me to pay my rent, it costs me a $2.75 fee to pay my rent.
Keep left.
On top of the $7 insurance that I don't need, but they make us get because when COVID and all that shit happening and the people breaking in and all that shit, you know, and all that shit, so they forced us to get fucking insurance. All this fucking guy, goddamn bastard. So we was forced to pay a fee when we pay our rent. If we went to the gas station and got a cashier's check for our rent, or if we did it, we paid our rent online through an online portal. That's what it's called, online portal that has your portfolio about everything about you and how much, you know, how much you paid, how much this and this, including taxes and all this shit on your rent, right? So the $2.75 charge on top of the $7 in insurance that we don't need. So that's what, 8, 9, that's what, $10 more, right? Okay, so you got $10 just to pay for your goddamn rent and to have bullshit insurance, right? And that's required. That's required. Okay. Then your rent costs you $880, right? So you're paying $350. The government's paying the rest of it, right? The government's paying the rest of the $880 while you're paying $350. So you take $350 plus $10. So about $360 is coming out of my pocket. Okay? For rent. When I was paying $300. So now they just upped it to another $60 out of my pocket. Yeah. So in January of 2025, I was receiving $843, and so when they supposedly took the no taxes on Social Security away, they added the money that they took, and that's why it goes up to $980 instead of $943. Is because they was charging me another $40 for taxes on my Social Security disability. Go figure. Yeah. You get taxed on your Social Security disability. Sure do. Until they took the no taxes on Social Security disability away, I had $943 to my fucking name each month. 5 months ago. When they passed the law or passed the no tax order, my payment went back up $43 or $40. So that just proves that even if you're disabled, you're still being taxed. Don't think it's a fucking free ride out here on Social Security disability. Because it's not. Veterans get taxed as well. The only ones that don't get taxed are the motherfuckers that put in 10 years in the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force. If you put in more than 10 years, you're not getting taxed.
Keep left.
Some veterans are being taxed because they didn't serve 10 years. They served probably a 4, maybe 6, maybe 8, and then they was out. So if they're being taxed because they didn't serve a complete 10 years or more. So yeah, everybody gets taxed and everything.
Keep left.
Now if you look at everything else, I mean, so okay, like fast food restaurants, right? Fast food restaurants, they don't make money off of their hamburgers. Do you guys know that McDonald's puts out about 6 million hamburgers a fucking day?
Keep left.
6 million hamburgers a day that McDonald's puts out there. Now, when you look into all the shit that McDonald's pays for, shipping costs for everything, and then they pay taxes on the building that's there, the electricity, the gas, the water, the internet, and everything, right? They also pay for their employees, the employees' health care benefits and everything else for fast foods and shit like that as well. Medicaid, Medicare, and all that shit, right? So when you get your paycheck from McDonald's, it's got Medicare, it's got Medicaid, it's got taxes, it's got state taxes, city taxes, federal taxes. It's got all these taxes on there on top of when you go and cash the motherfucker. You get taxed to cash your own fucking check. So, I mean, you get taxed on everything. And this is the reason why they had a Boston Tea Party to prevent this problem. But see, the government decided to not listen to that issue and go around the Boston Tea Party's act to be able to tax you on everything. And seeing people are, bitching and complaining about, how the government's increasing everything, but what's really happening is your taxes is costing you more than anything else. More tax money you pay on everything is more money the government makes off of you. And the only way to prevent paying taxes on shit is just don't own anything or buy anything that the government puts out, including food. Go get you a fucking cattle. Go get you go in the fucking woods somewhere. Build you a fucking fence, throw you some fucking cattle in there and some pigs and make you a farm there. Plant your vegetables, plant your fucking trees, plant your fucking everything that you could grow. Go hunting for your deer, go hunting for your meat, and fuck the government, and just stay the fuck off the grid. You know what I mean? Just stay the fuck off the grid. Get rid of your cell phone. Do everything at a fucking public library. Go to a public library, pay all your fucking shit online through the public library. That way they can't track you for having a cell phone. Get you a vehicle that doesn't have fucking GPS. Preferably a vehicle that was made before year 2000. That doesn't have GPS. You know what I mean? Keep up on the upkeep on it. Make sure the motherfucker runs and well upkept. You know what I mean? Take care of it. Because most of the vehicles before 2000 don't have navigation system. Neither does it have all this smart technology shit in there as well. So, and if you feel that you really want to stay off the fucking grid, just buy you a fucking jammer, buy you a little small jammer that would jam your signal wherever you're at when you come into the city. Say you come into the city, you need some supplies, right? You need some supplies, you need this or you need that. You come in, you need to get it, right? You don't want them to detect that you're in the city, so you get you a jammer, you put the motherfucker onto your vehicle, and you jam all signals within the proximity of your vehicle, okay? So they can't detect that you're there. Now, with all the cameras and technology they have in the world and shit, you need a vehicle that was before 2000. Make sure it has no GPS, navigation, anything that can be tracked. And if it can, put a fucking jammer on that bitch. Get rid of your cell phone. Pay your bills to the public libraries. Come in there once a month. Come in there once a motherfucking month. Pay your fucking bills online. Go to the post office. Get a post office key. Put your mailbox at the fucking post office. You know, and then once a month you just pick your fucking mail up. You want to use the internet for any purposes, come into town and use the internet. You know what I mean? Fuck off the fucking cell phones, fuck off the fucking internet, fuck off the shit, you know? Fuck off these newer vehicles that can detect you. Just get rid of it, you know? Go old school. Go back the old school way. You know? If you really want to be off the grid, you know. Get you some power, get you some solar panels and shit. Don't go through a company to buy your solar panels, where they cost you on a monthly rental plan or whatever. You go to Harbor Freight. You go to harborfreight.com, or if they have one in your city, before you decide to go off the grid, have everything. Buy your solar panels for like $120 a piece for solar panels. Order 10 of those motherfuckers with the multi-converter box, adapter plugs and shit, and then get you a fucking generator, get your tools, get everything. Harbor Freight. Put in your fucking, I don't know, 2-week notice at your landlord's, you know, where you living at. Buy you a fucking tent, a blow up fucking mattress. You know what I mean? And go live in the fucking woods. When you're living in the woods, you can carry a fucking jammer around. Carry a fucking jammer around that jams all communications in or out. Build you a home off grid and set up fucking jammers that constantly run 24/7. Don't put no fucking plumbing out there that requires the city to come in and do anything. Do not put a electrical company out there. Run everything off a generator and fucking solar. You want to live off the grid? There you go. Because even if you build a bunker, these shelters, bunker shelters, each one of those bunkers are labeled and located on a map for the government. So when the government starts running short supplies and shit, they can come and invade your fucking bunker that has stockpiles of everything. Ammunition, food, clothes, everything. And so when you go through the government to have your bunker built, well, it's now going to be used by the government if they decide to use it. Ain't shit you can do about it. Because you had to get permits to build that bunker. So, in other words, that's not off the grid, because if the government knows that there's a bunker there, and it's required because in order to build a bunker, you get to have permits, a fallout shelter, whatever. it all has to have permits to build. And if it doesn't have permits to build, you can't build. So when people say, oh, well, there's shelters and bunkers and this and this and this. Yeah, but the government still has a part of it.
Keep left.
Their hands are still in that fucking they still have access to it. So what's the point of building a fucking bunker when the government can have access to it? Say if there was a World War III, you know, in the United States, and they know on the map that you have a bunker, and they need medical aid and food supplies, they can get into your bunker and take your supplies and take your shit, set up a command post as well, and kick you the fuck out. Because you have to have permits for a bunker. So all these stupid motherfuckers is building all these underground tunnels and all these underground bunkers and fallout shelters. Those are not going to be worth a fuck. If an apocalypse or something took place for people to run, be safe, and yeah, that's not going to happen.
Keep left, and then exit left. Exit left.
Yeah, the Simpsons keep predicting all this shit, saying that they're gonna have an internet outage problem on May 30th, which May 30th was already passed. Didn't happen. Then they stated another talking about how all these other predictions are happening and this and this and that. I don't know. I think the Simpsons are a little behind on a lot of shit. But then, if they're gonna predict it, at least have it come true. You know, shit. I mean, some things came true, and some things didn't come true. And then you got the fucking Anonymous, right? You got Anonymous. He's out there making videos again. Talking out their ass about shit. I mean, it's funny how Anonymous came about and then want to expose people for shit. But they're not really doing nothing. I mean, what have they done to? I mean, it's fucking hilarious. They come around the movie Hackers came out in 98, 99. And then they disappear for a few years and they come back. Then they disappear again for a few years. And then only when things start getting exciting, then they want to be like, oh, this is Anonymous. Blah, 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 blah. You know, like we're going to expose everything and this and this and this. And like, they already doing that, you fucking retards. Like, if Anonymous was so great, then why didn't they see the trillions and trillions and billions of dollars the government has? You know, where's the proof that they discovered that? Where's the proof that they're the ones that are exposing the government? Because all I see is them coming on there on social media talking about, we're Anonymous. We see this, this, and this, and this, and this. Okay, if you see it, then why don't you do something about it? You know, and if you know this is going on, Anonymous, then why didn't you fix it? Why didn't you expose it? Why did Elon Musk come in with Doge and expose everything else with the government? Why is everything being declassified now when Elon Musk comes in? But you got Anonymous that's been claiming for decades, oh, we're Anonymous and we're gonna expose the government and this and this and this. And I'm like, did you know about this trillions of trillions of trillions dollars in debt? Did you know this and this about R. Kelly and all these other fucking people? I think what it is when the publicity, when they get enough people that see it, then they want to come out and talk about, we are Anonymous and we're this and that. And Anonymous, sit down somewhere and shut the fuck up. All these wannabe whistleblowing, cocksucking motherfuckers, late to the party and shit. You know, like, you want to be the one to expose it. Be the one to be exposing it, instead of wait to talk about it and tell about it after it's already been exposed. What the fuck, you know? Like, I don't get how these people want recognition of shit that they're not doing. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Never mind. I'll find a new route. Go straight on. Okay, let's find a new route. Keep left. Recompute. Rerouting.
I just jumped that curve.
I'm not certain he fucking did.
I sir did. thought a car was coming.
At the roundabout, take the third exit.
Ooh, yeah, that's a lag. You didn't see that one.
Exit now.
Well, what you watching?
Keep right.
Yeah, you didn't see that one. I don't know what you watching. Oh, I gotta yield. Come on, you son of a bitch.
Keep left.
Gotta go all the way over.
a new route.
Excuse me, ma'am. Where's the door?
Vehicle's not perfect. Oh yeah. So I need to repair. Come on, truck.
Keep left.
Oh, I'm trying to wait for this motherfucker to get either speed up or get over. I'm getting over.
Keep left. I'll find a new route.
Verify the files. I'm gonna drop this load, save it, jump off, and then verify the files. See what the fuck wrong with this fucking game. Take her, she's all I've got. Yeah, it's been a while since I've checked the file.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Here we are, safe and sound.
The building on the right. Lowering the bags in the back of the truck. This is the last one. Wow. Well, that's 100% pretty skills, buddy. Park off the side of the road here. I might pick up a load here. Not while. Not while I'm gonna do the files. Yeah, I'm gonna check the files. See what the fuck is going on. Eyes close. Unless it has an update again, but man, I don't know what the fuck it's doing. Question is it doing the network, the peak, or the fucking disk? Or the patch notes? There must be an update. Because it would not. See, this is the issue that I was talking about. Yeah, that's the issue that I was talking about. Yeah, they must have had an update. Hold on. Fucking shit, man. I tell you, this motherfucker does a lot of crazy shit. You see, you see, eyes are closed. Let me see. I'm gonna run this. See if there's anything missing. While I got that running. How long as we got that running? I was trying to check and see if the BIOS needed update, but it didn't. It says it's updated. I did check that before when I got on tonight, because I was wondering if the BIOS needs an update. So I ran a check on that, and I ran a check on the graphics card, and I didn't see anything in the graphics card either. May 19th was the last one. See, they haven't had anything else. See, I got a bunch of this other shit off. I don't know if it'll be great to turn on. I know they said something about, I don't know if it was HDR that was having issues. But I know Steam is supposed to be updating a bunch of shit. Nevada is supposed to be updating a bunch of shit. This graphics card is supposed to be updating shit. And I don't know. See, I got VSync turned off. I find VSync not worth the fuck. I got low latency on, just in case if it's got like the internet shitty as fuck. And it says unsupported for all these. So either this motherboard or graphics card does not support smooth motion, DSLLS, or the frame generation, or the super, and then even the modern over. Yeah, see, it doesn't support it. And this is a 3060, so and I mean this is a 3060 graphics card, but this is OBS here, so it doesn't don't support all these. So if it doesn't support DLSS, is DLSS enabled over here? Because if it is, we just turn it off. Because if it's enabled over here, fucking OBS did not support it. Unsupported. See, it says also unsupported. Globally, that's a default. Low latency. Image scaling? I don't know. I'll put it on low latency and see. That faces the other. Global user 3D application settings for virtual scheme. 3D application settings. I don't know. Virtual reality. So that's also off. So I would probably have to turn. How would you runnable rates? Nevada has MSAA as well as maximum super simple factors can be GPU frames on HPS hardware available size. Frame drops. Well, I didn't turn it off. It's already off. That's already off. There's no way of turning that on either. Unless it's in the global settings. Imaging off. Frames rates off. Diamate. So if I turn this one on, then that other one will turn on for it. Smooth motion is off, but you have to turn this one on to turn some of these on. It's our factors. Smooth unsupported. Off. Global G-Sync compatibility. GID compatibility. Shadows don't need to be on ultra. Yeah, shadows don't need to be on ultra. 400% scaling? The fuck? Can change none of that. Mirror distance is ultra, yeah. Mirror, yeah, that's okay. Those are fine. Shadows and all that shit. You don't need to turn shadows fucking ultra. That that doesn't need to happen. Alright, nothing there. Oh, is it still out? Balling. Yeah, because OBS does not support DLSS. None of the DLSS or the HDRs or the whatever that one is, and it doesn't support some other shit. So that's one of the reasons you have. Now, if OBS will be able to fix it so it could support all that shit, maybe graphics cards would be a lot better. But because OBS, and it shows right there, and you got people that's buying these 4090s and 5090s and these 4070s and 4080s graphics cards saying, oh yeah, they're better with DLSS. But if you stream on OBS, which a lot of people do on PC, because you go through OBS to go through Twitch, YouTube, or Kick, you know what I mean? Or if you're doing multiple streaming, then you can be able to do Stream Elements or whatever else like that. But, I mean, if all these graphic cards can get those high quality shits, but OBS doesn't, then that just tells you that OBS is fucked up. Now you can have all these high ass graphic cards, but if the fucking streaming service like OBS doesn't support it, what's the point of you getting that high ass graphics card? There's no point. If OBS in Stream Elements and all these other fucking streaming services can support the DLSS 1, 2, 3 and all these other fucking HDRs and all this other super graphics shit, high quality to make it more realistic. If it OBS supported it, then you could be able to run in 40K or 14K or 4K or whatever the fuck that is. But they're finding out that even if you have a graphics card that's a 5090 running in 144 or 14K or 4K or whatever like that, even people are talking about having those high ass graphic cards. They're not even. They can't even do fucking 1080p because the games are so regulated to 60p that all these high ass graphics cards that you spend thousands of dollars on doesn't support half the shit that you have for OBS or streaming services. So you buy a high card to stream great quality, and you can't do it because you got OBS that doesn't do it. You got Steam that's capping your shit at 60 frames per second on every game. You've got most of the graphics cards are capping you out at 60 frames. You know, is that, and streaming services as well. So, I mean, in other words, you're getting fucked at all the services that you actually get with your card, that you spend thousands of dollars on, you know. And see, when people was talking about how people that stream in 1080p are having trouble streaming because there's a cap at 60, you know. So when you're stuck on a cap of 60, that's a problem, you know. It's a fucking it's a problem that we have for streaming. So that because everything like the consoles and stuff like that, they're capped at 60. Xbox, and PlayStation consoles and all that shit, they're all capped at 60. See, but with the consoles though, it don't take a whole lot to run the consoles. And with them capping everything at 60, you know, 60 for the quality of frames and shit like that. So if you get a monitor that can run a 25, what is it, 2560, run 244 gigahertz, but you're only getting frames of 60, what's the point of trying to run 144 gigahertz when it caps at 60? You might as well put it at 60 and just leave it the fuck alone at 60. Run it 2560, 1080p. You'll probably get 70 to 80 frames, which would be like 20 or 30 frame drops per each frame. You know, so I mean, even with 1080p and all that shit, it's not. You're not getting it. You know, you're not getting it. But people buy these fucking graphics cards thinking, oh, okay, I'm gonna buy this graphics card, and this graphics card's gonna put out fucking 100 and something, 120 gigahertz, you know, frames or whatever else of other shit. Then they get on the OBS or they get on streaming services and find out, well, that's not the case. You know, they find that it's not the case. So then they're like, well, you know, why pay all this money for all these fucking high-end graphics cards? Just doesn't make a sense. So you go to California?
Ready to roll.
It is still lag. Like, dude, I'm just doing a circle and this motherfucker's lagged at least 3 times just in this turning. What the fuck did they do to this game? Wasn't like this the other day. Yeah, it wasn't like this the other day when I was on.
Here we are.
Oh, that's a perfect. That's a perfect. This is the back end straight right in that motherfucker. Man, that's a perfect back end. Oh, that's nice. Oh, come on with your horn shit. That was perfect back end.
Okay, here we go.
I was lifting bags. Let's go.
Get ready to
Yeah, it's
turn
still
left.
fun. So doing the files and
Turn left.
what the fuck did they do, dude? Like, what the fuck did they do to fuck it up? Why did you stop there, stupid? I'll take it, but alright, you didn't have to stop. That would have been just fine. Nobody was coming on that side, that was good. See, now he has to get in the next lane, and then he has to go faster on the other side. You should just kept going, you fucking retard. I don't know why he even stopped there. See, it's like it's lagging again. Yeah, they did something to the game. Yeah, they did something. I don't know what the fuck they did. I turned on the low latency just so it won't be so fucking laggy. It helps. But that's just terrible.
Go
So
straight
what the
on.
fuck did they do to this game, dude? When I was on here the other day, it didn't do none of that shit. No lagging issues. Their bullshit ass fucking update they did. Cause they just updated this fucking game. Yeah, they updated this fucking game and when they updated, whatever the fuck they did, they just fucked it up some more. Barely even driving and it's still fucking lagging. Fucking son of a bitch. Why do they fuck up games for? Why?
Go straight on.
Some stupid ass fucking modder decided to put some shit into the game and then that fucked it up and then made a false claim for them to go in there and fix something that probably wasn't needed to be fixed. That's probably what fucking happened. That's probably what happened. I don't doubt it. I mean, I don't doubt it. You know? Because you get some of these fucking people that go in there and they fuck with the game. And then they make reports because their game's crashing all the fucking time. Or they make reports on bullshit that they did. I mean, at the intersection, I noticed that shit. The fuck, it's like every Every few seconds. It's again, right there. Before we get to the next post, it's gonna do it again. Watch, it's gonna do it again.
And then turn left.
Watch.
Turn left.
I didn't do it there. Not yet. Here, did it again right there. So it's like the inside the cities is the, there it goes right there. I'm just gonna do it again. It's a big problem because when people are coming on, you got a semi coming up the fucking onto the freeway, and you're right there. You don't know if that fucking semi is gonna hit you because of the lag. You know? They're just making video games unplayable, man. That's all they're doing. Like it's like that one game Paula that I was playing. The saving in that one, the auto save saves every 5 minutes or every 3 minutes or so. So it's, I'm trying to see how long it's gonna take for it to do it again. It hasn't done it again since I got onto the freeway. Not yet, anyways. There it goes right there. As soon as I tried to make a move, it did it again. Well, at least it's not every few seconds like it was before. I think that's only there in the city it does that. It's got to do with the FPSs. Yeah, it's got to do with, there it goes again.
Go straight on.
Yeah, as soon as the sign switched 45, did it again. Yeah, there's an issue with it. Cause I noticed when I was watching other people stream this game today too, it was like stuttering. Like it had a big issue with stuttering. See, that car just froze right there. It did it again. See? It's not the internet. I mean, it's got to do something with the game. Or, I don't know. Not much I can do about it. Not much I can do about it. I wonder, can you put the FPSs? Yeah, can you put the FPSs into the game to show the FPSs? So I got the refresh rate at 144, but it's not refresh rating at 144. I can drop it to 60, because that's where it's going to. FPS limit. Yeah, that's way too fucking high. Yeah, that's way too fucking high. Put it on 65. Limit of background. What was the most average one? About 95, wasn't it? So it doesn't lag the fucking stream. Scale. Textures quality. Mirror distance. Mirror quality. Mirror revolution. Ultra shower? Yeah. Lower that shit. We don't need no fucking high ass fucking shadows. Screen space area, I'm not too sure about that. Light visual range, traffic ahead, secondary vehicle, depth of the field, color correcting, vegetation, grass chestnuts, weather quality. I did the weather on ultra because you get the rain and shit like that. The grass density, I mean, I could turn it up higher. Or no, I can't. It goes the highest. Vegetation is on the highest as well. What you mean?
Time to hit the road.
Yeah, all those are for link job. That's all the way up there. Turn off the detours. Turn off the random stupid ass events. Turn on the rain. 30% to make it more. Turn off the sleeping bullshit. So traffic offense is on. Yeah, I got that all. Dry shaft to braking. Yeah, braking's at 75. I don't know if I need to turn the torque up or not. Truck speed limiter. Adaptive. Automatic lights, automatic beams, parking engage, automatic, yeah, automatic, no. Braking systems disabled. Trailer. Stability for trailer. I got that bitch at 100%. Fuck that shit. Bitch ain't rolling on me. Blinker camera control. So when you turn on the blinker, whichever way it goes, your camera goes as well. I mean, you could use that, but that's a pain in the ass. No wheel drive. No wheel ride. Sitting in my right seat. Now, if it was on VSync, it'll VSync to the fucking graphics card. Now, is VSync great? It depends on what game you're playing. Most games are capped at 60 FPS. Unless you're playing an old fucking PlayStation game that's back in PlayStation 1, then you're playing at 30 FPS. That's not great. That's not great. Especially trying to stream in like 1080p or 4K. Yeah, you're not. That's not happening. Not happening. On there, trucker.
Go straight on.
when you do longer drives, your skill quality goes up. Most people it take them about 100 levels or so to get, all their skills maxed out. Because either one or two things. They only jump on for maybe 45, maybe to an hour. Or they have too many wrecks and they can't get their skills up.
Keep right, and then
If you
exit
got too
right.
many wrecks, and you're trying to get all your skills maxed out, and you driving like a fucking maniac, well, your skills are not gonna get,
Turn left.
See you, little old copper.
Go straight on. Never mind. I'll find a new route. Okay, let's find a new route. Finding a new route. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Recomputing.
Yeah, that might be a recomputer.
Turn right.
Oh, yeah. So far you can go onto the grass before it blocks you. It's just stupid, Oh, it does have that third tree. I hate that third tree. Wider turns.
Rerouting.
Yeah, wider turns. I'm surprised I was able to flip it around.
Make a U-turn. Finding a new route.
Shut up, bitch. Don't find no new route, bitch. Just sit there and relax. Goddamn fucking bitch. You stressed me out today. Fucking. Fuck. Imagine being on vacation. I don't want to imagine nothing. Okay? Imagine killing the engine and pressing the button. I can see it now. Trees and trees. Wasn't that chip? Wasn't that fairy in a goddamn another video game? Mafia 3. There you go. Didn't it blow up? I wonder if it's still raining over there, raining blue over there in fucking Mississippi. Some guy on TikTok said he gonna videotape the raining blue to prove that the government is doing shit with the weather. Everything's man-made. I mean, like, I don't understand why people ain't figured this shit out yet. If you lived in cities or lived in states that never had any tornadoes, and then all of a sudden you're having tornadoes, that's the government. Yeah, that's the government. I've been in New Mexico since 2009. I ain't never seen a fucking hurricane or tornado ever come through New Mexico. Ever.
Turn right.
But all of a sudden we're getting hurricanes and tornadoes here.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Go straight on, and then keep right. Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Go straight on. straight on. Go straight on. Keep right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Go straight on.
Woo! I got busted. Speeding. I was hoping that sign would change for that motherfucker got me. It wasn't very much. It's alright. You happy you get your little ticket over there, Copper? I guess you did. He likes us. He likes us getting these tickets, I say. Get me for improper switching lanes. Always in a good space at a good time to bust my ass. I wish they had those TVs, smell TVs. So when you can watch TV, smell it. You smell what they're cooking. Like you're watching a cooking show, right? And you want to know what it smells
Keep
like,
left.
but you you don't want to go and buy it. Oh shit, we gotta get over. cruise control. Yeah.
Fucking hit that cruise control button on that son of a bitch. What is it doing? What is this dumbass doing? Come on, little white car. Come on, little white car. The truck understands that that truck ahead is going slow, so it knocks my speed down to like 61. Yeah, it's on automatic. As long as I don't touch the brakes. All I gotta do is steer it. And if I gotta touch the brakes, the auto trope, I have to push it again. I'm not braking nor am I fucking driving. I'm just holding the wheel. It recognizes. Yeah, I said AI recognize shit right there. Look, no bullshit. No bullshit. That's that fucking auto drive, man. Es que no brakes, no brakes, no brakes. Speed picks back up, look at that. On the auto drive, man. Find a button on the keyboard, push auto drive on that bitch. 65 is speed limit, 65 auto drive. All you gotta do is just stare to something, bitch. That just proves how slow the people are in front of you are. And my truck can acknowledge that.
Okay, let's find a new route.
I never did get the truck repaired. Yeah, because I haven't really been to a repair place to repair the vehicle. I need to stop at the one again. Yeah, so the next stop would be the repair places for. I mean, we got all our skills. That's not gonna bother it. But it's tracked though. Yeah, it's tracked though.
Go straight on. Go straight on.
Well, we can discover this one and get repairs all the same time.
Go straight on. When possible, make a U-turn, finding a new route. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Let's do this.
Oh, I didn't fill it up.
Turn right. Turn right. Go straight on.
Trying to get to gas station. Go over this hill. Little curve. It's not recommended.
Rerouting.
I'm just trying to get some fuel.
Okay, let's find a new route.
Are they parking or are they pulling out? Oh, it's about to get real busy. Get two on the other side. Two on the left side and got another one on the other right side. Follow this guy. Go on, let's go, let's go. We're gonna follow these guys.
Go straight on. Keep left. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
Make me eyes water.
baby. Doesn't drive me crazy. Son of a bitch. Buck came out and said they are a bunch of hoes. Oh shit. Imagine if I ran cattle. If I only ran cattle from city to city, as much as time I do driving 2 or 3, 4 loads over 2,000 miles. You imagine how many times I could run a full truck of bulls and shit, like cattle, from city to city. Just pick up and you know, just keep picking up. You know, I probably make cattle's not that real expensive. That's one of the reasons why I don't run it. And the other reason is just I'm not city to city fucking type of dude. I'm a long haul fucking, you know, give me the biggest shit, the overloaded shit, the wide load shit, give me the 3,000 miles over. If there's not anything over $1 million on that fucking payout, I ain't taking it. Shit, I want big loads. I want big loads, long drive, more money. You know? That's why I don't run cattle. That's why I don't run cars or all that other bullshit. Freighters or air trucks, produce. I don't really run it. I'll run logs and I'll, you know, like paper and big machinery, big, you know, triple trailers or double trailers, or I don't have a problem driving none of that shit.
it's just amazed that I've already stacked so much, and I got all the skill points. Yeah, I've got all the skill points. I did 18 out of 35 of the academy school driving. A few of them I had to go back and redo, but I mean, other than that, and it's just basic driving. Then once you get the trailer, you learn how to do wide turns, but I already knew how to do the wide turns. You even get the parallel park with 2 other trucks or 2 other cars there. Not only do they teach you that, but it teaches you how to pick up and drop off a trailer. It was getting to the point. It was getting to the point where it was supposed to show me how to do the reversing, which comes within your mirrors. And so, before I was running this on Windows 10, and then I had all of it set up just like this when I first started, because I didn't like how you had the big ass mirrors, you know, that's all in the game, you know, that you use and shit. Like I didn't like it. I didn't like it, and so I was trying to figure out how do I see both of my mirrors, you know, and so I figured that out, and I was like, wow, yeah, that'd be nice. And I've always liked the 385 Peterbilt, because it's metal, it's not plastic. Unlike the other Peterbilts, are plastic. Volvos and all fucking other trucks, all fucking plastic. I'm not into plastic. You know what I mean? I'm not into plastic. I'm into fucking real shit, real metal, you know? Something you can turn into. Reinforced bumpers. That's the thing about those new Peterbilts that they came out, the 580s. 580 Peterbilt 2026 ones.
Keep left.
Now those ones are all plastic, but they're automatic though. That's the thing, they're automatic. And see, I don't know how to drive stick. Now if they had semis that had the fucking steering wheel paddles in them, now that would be nice. You know what I mean? That would be nice. I would not have a problem driving a real semi in real life if I had a paddle shifting steering wheel capability, because then I would not mind getting a $15,000 385 fucking Peterbilt, all metal. You know what I mean? Like I would pay the $200 or $300 LLC with the hell of a lawyers and hell of a crazy shit that recommends it. I mean, for me, having epilepsy, now I wouldn't want to. This is the reason why I don't have a job, is because, and the reason why I don't have a driver's license is because, one, a driver's license, I could have got it when I was 19 years old, 18, 19 years old, when I got out of prison. But
I bought into that bullshit of, well, if you have a red car, your insurance is going to be higher. If you have a black color car or a white color car, your insurance is going to be higher under the age of 25. So I thought that was true, so I never even bothered to go get my driver's license. Never bothered to get it, right? Never looked into it, never about taking the test or none of that shit. So I've never done it, right? I've never read the book or been on the computer for driving. I can tell you what these fucking signs mean, though. I can tell you the speed limit signs for day and night. I can tell you what signs mean what for what shit. You know what I mean? I know that it's a certain speed limit to get on and off the freeway using your turn signals, and what signs mean what. And I've never read the fucking driver's ed book. I don't even know what the fuck it looks like, to be honest. And I'm 39 years old, and so if I would tell them that I have epilepsy, what I was told by the doctors, that I have to be a year free from epilepsy. I have to go a year without having a seizure. The problem with that is, when the sun is over 85, it is fucking hot. Anything over 85, anything over 80 for me, it throws me into a seizure. Stress, worrying about too much shit. If I smash my hand in the door or the car or whatever, or smash my hand and get hurt, it throws me into a seizure. Taking a hot ass shower that's steaming hot water, that it pretty much almost burns your skin but feels fucking great, that throws me into a seizure. Putting on overalls to work in the yard, to cut the grass or weed eat or paint, or put on the overalls to be a painter to someone's house or whatever. I can't wear those overalls, any type of overalls, because it throws me into a seizure because I get too hot. So putting on a racing suit to become a professional NASCAR driver, that's never gonna happen. Putting on a suit to ride motocross, that's never gonna happen, because the suit is fire retarded, where it doesn't catch on fire. And with it being that way, with all that protection that's on those racing NASCAR suits and shit like that, it throws me into a seizure because it's too fucking hot for me to put on. It could be 50 degrees or 20 degrees outside. I put on one of those fucking suits, with it being 20 degrees or whatever outside, I'll still be thrown into a seizure because that suit's way too fucking hot. If I have a gout attack, which is joint pain in my joints, and it gets too painful where my body can't handle it, it'll throw me into a seizure. If I don't get about 4 hours of sleep,
and I'm too tired, I go into a seizure. If I go in there and put hot water in the sink to wash the dishes, and the water's too hot, I go into a seizure. So that's the reason why I run 2 ACs on 60, because they don't go any lower than 60. And I run my ceiling fan. Now if I get cold, I put my jacket on, but I don't keep it on very long. Sometimes you see me have it on a long time. Most of the time I'm sitting here sweating my ass off, but if I take it off, I get cold, you know. But I sit here in shorts. I sit here in shorts with a jacket on. I know I'm crazy, it's alright. If I don't eat at least once a day, like a real meal, once a day, I go into a seizure. That's the problem. That is the problem of me trying to have a driver's license in real life. That is the reason why I've never pursued a career into truck driving, because you needed a DS fucking, what is it, DCL or DLC? You need a DLC license to drive a semi. Well, with this new program that they have, it's not necessary for you to have a DLC, because then you can go get you a LLC with no driver's license, no DLC license, no classified, no nothing, right? You can go and get an LLC and pay whatever type of shit that they have for it. There are like 3 or 4 different ones that they give you a suggestion to, becoming operating your own company. And then once you have your own company, then you can be able to open up a bank account for the company and get company loans higher than what you'll get from your original bank loan. And then that way, when you can get a higher in a business, then you can go down and get, like, say you need a truck, and the truck by itself just is gonna cost 15 grand by itself, right? Okay, say if the truck is 15 grand, it's gonna cost you 15 grand for the truck. Okay, well then you gotta look at the fact that you got 2 tanks on that motherfucker that needs to be filled up with diesel, right? Not only you need to make sure that your brakes and all your tires are good, you need to make sure that your license plates, your tags, your information and all that. You gotta have your license for your LLC with your company logos and everything else, information on the fucking truck, which is gonna cost you money and approval. Then you've got to, if it's got a sleeper or doesn't got a sleeper, well, you got to figure out, are you going to sleep in your truck and give up your apartment and stop paying bullshit bills, or buy a $15,000 truck? You need a electrical system to keep the truck going when it's on idling for your refrigerator and your groceries and shit like that, and your AC. So if you don't have anybody in the passenger seat, you can take out that passenger seat. So you need, if you're gonna sleep in your truck, you need a reefer.
Keep left.
If you're gonna sleep in your truck, you need a sleeping cab. The sleeping cabs that I found, just a sleeper cab by itself costs you what is it, 80 grand? 80 grand for a sleeper. So if your Peterbilt doesn't have a sleeper on it, and you plan on living in your truck, because if you don't, then you gotta worry
Keep
about
right, and then exit
motels and parking spots and shit like that, and you know, so that's gonna cost you more money as well. You know, so you have to look at all that. So if you know you got 80 grand to drop on a sleeper, then you can throw a sleeper in that motherfucker with a bed and a fold-out table, and you know what I mean, and shit like that. And you got your refrigerator and all that shit, you know, and then you can get your APC. I think it's an APC or some shit like that they was talking about. It runs you about, I think it was 30,000 for that, and that's your system to keep everything idling and keep it running, and you know, while you're sleeping in your truck, but your truck is off, you know. And so you're looking at 15 grand, you're looking at 30 grand, you're looking at another 80 grand. By the time you get your truck and it up and running and get everything going, then you gotta find loads
Keep
that
left.
you can take that doesn't require a DLC or DLC or DCL license, you know. So then you got to pick which load you're gonna take, how long it's gonna take, your mileage and all that shit. No, not only that, but you have to have your DLT documents, and you got to have your license, and you gotta have all this shit, and everything else. You gotta have your food and clothes. You don't have all that shit in your truck, you know. Everything has to pass. You know what I mean? You have to have a certain amount from the width of your tires, this and that, and make sure your lines have all the right coolant and right shit, you know, right fluids. And so I mean, you have to look at a bunch of things. You gotta make sure that your windshield wipers work. You gotta make sure both your turn signals lights, your emergency flashers, your headlights, your lows and your dims. You gotta make sure that you can be able to know how to shift it up and down. You know what I mean? You gotta learn how to be able to learn a bunch of shit just so you can pass on the state roads and the highways, so you can, you know what I mean? So it costs money. But you could use like your personal bank, but you can't use your personal bank, it's your company bank. So in a way it's good, but if I did a company bank, I don't really know. That's why it's kind of like, if I tell if I tell an employer that I have epilepsy, and see, that's the problem, is that when I got out of prison the second time, you know, I tried to get so many jobs and put in for so many jobs, even though I didn't have the experience. I have no experience in shit. Nothing. Oh, I had to learn. So, you know, I learned a lot of shit. Roofing, construction, rebar laying, plumbing, and electrical and all that shit. You know, what you can and what you can't, what's up to code, what isn't code, what is shitty ass work.
Finding
I mean,
a
you
new
could
route.
tell someone that has passion for something to make sure it's up and running correctly. And then you got motherfuckers that's out here like, you know, fuck them. They're never gonna notice. You know, they're never gonna notice that, you know, this is shitty ass electrical work that can cause a house fire, you know, in a few months or a few days or a few weeks, you know, after the house gets built. And improper appliances and electrical work causes house fires. Shitty ass flooring, cheap woods. I mean, it's just how you do your work. If you do your work as having the heart of the passion to do that type of job, you get it done the first time, not the second, not the third, not the fourth. Unlike most of these motherfuckers that go to work and so fucking stupid of their job because they're there to make friends. Not, you know what I mean? They want popularity and fellowship and friendship and motherfucker, you ain't there for kumatai and I love you, you love me motherfucking type of Barney bullshit. You know, this isn't the purple dinosaur. You know, you go to work, you go to work to bust your ass to provide for your electricity and your gas bill and your food and your cell phone and your clothes and the shit that you want. You know what I mean? You go to work, to make money for you so you can provide and so one day when you have kids and you decide to have a family, then you already have a car, then you already have a house, you already have a job, you already have financial structure so you can be able to support your children, you know, and teach them values and principles and the respective things. You know what I mean? Most families don't teach values like that anymore because 90% of the black community is in prison or in the fucking grave before they're 15 years old because that's just how they was raised. They was raised without a father because their mother took them on child support or restraining orders and they end up going to prison, you know, for doing, you know, not being able to provide for the child and do what's right because no one wants to give them a job because most black people don't have the smarts and the brain capacity to understand to work in a job because it's more easy to stand on the street corner and sell that rock and sell those bitches than it is easier to flip a fucking hamburger because they find a real job is boring as fuck and selling dope is more profitable, which it is.
You know what I mean? You could sell dope in one. You say you could sell. You could sell just in one day. Just in one day. You sell a brick, right? You sell a brick. You make a profit about 5-6 grand off of that one brick. You take that and you buy another few bricks, flip those bricks, triple those bricks into 12 grand each brick. Then so you got like 4 bricks sitting there. You're flipping each brick of into 12 instead of 6, because you can make 6 off of one brick, or quite more, depends on the area. You know, but the thing of it is a lot of motherfuckers take that 100% dope and they start cutting it. Well, when they start cutting it, it becomes a problem, because then when it becomes a problem, then they have to figure out the right texture and color and the taste, so they can be hooked onto it to keep coming back. And so if you sell a dime or you sell a nickel for 5 or 10 here or there, and they like it, then you got motherfuckers that want a quarter ounce, so you want an eighth, or you want 15, or you want 40 grams, or you want a half a brick, or you want a quarter pound, or whatever, you know. And then you start getting people that want big product, then you gotta stop the half cutting bullshit and actually put more dope into it to get the more taste and the more purity of highness, because a lot of these motherfuckers be cutting their shit. And the problem with them cutting their shit, it just fucks up the product for one. And I just missed that. Holy fuck. I just missed it. I just missed it. Oh shit. I just missed it. I fucking missed it. I didn't mean to miss it. So, I mean, if you look at it, is it more profitable to sell dope? Yeah. Because it's more easier. And then if you got a whole bunch of people out there that's selling the product that you're flipping and fucking, then you can make it more, because then you gotta make money to pay your employees and keep them happy. But also then you gotta get more product, so more people that you hire is more product that you need, more more money coming in. But then it gets too hot, and you gotta set up different trap houses, and you gotta set up different spots, you know, to throw off the feds and the police and all that shit like that. I mean, you gotta play it kind of, you know. See, but a lot of people don't understand that either, you know. Now I can do a lot of different type of things, and as you can tell, I got a lot of experience in a lot of different things, from construction to auto mechanics to plumbing to roofing to electrical work to fucking fast food restaurants to meat packing places where we slaughter the animals and freeze it and shit like that, to motherfucking working in warehouses, you know, putting shit away in fucking warehouses, you know. So it's not saying that not everybody is capable of the jobs. It just shows you how someone that doesn't have an education, that has no high school diploma, no GED, no driver's license, been to prison, served 8 years, been on my own for fucking 11 years, and can understand more about this life and the rules and regulations than most of the people
that have followed the fucking rules and got a piece of paper saying they have a high school diploma or GED or college, you know, a few years of college. That went down and got the driver's ed test, that went down and did the fucking computer test or book test or whatever. You know, and had to learn how to parallel park and had to learn how to do this from an instructor sitting in the seat. You know what I mean? I've never did none of that shit. I stole my first car when I was 7 years old. I hot-wired my first car when I was 7. I broke into my first car when I was 6. I was stealing bicycles, candy, sodas, food, mostly food, and then I worked my way up from stealing food to stealing clothes to bicycles to breaking the backyards and stealing people's cars out of their backyard. Hell, I didn't even know how to drive half the cars that I fucking stole. You know? And I'm being honest, half the cars that I stole, the 64 cars that I stole in my fucking lifetime, you know, before I went to prison, I didn't know how to drive. Didn't understand how to drive stick. Didn't understand how to drive any motherfucking car. But I've managed to drive cars backwards on the freeway. I have managed to be chased by the police in stolen cars. I have been managed to jumpstart, hotwire, and get away in 65 to 64 different cars. So, I mean, I've stolen more cars, but the ones that they got me for on record
Go straight on.
was 64, I think it was 64 or 65 cars that they got me on record. Now, burglary of habitation, which is breaking and entering of a home, I've got I've got 86 burglary habitations, seven assaults on police officers, who I physically assaulted police officers. So yeah, I got a record for it. Then not only that, I had 14 accounts of terrorist threat, telling other people that I was going to. And this was before the Columbine incident happened, where the Columbine students
Go straight on.
got tired of it, got tired of being bullied, and then decided to learn how to make pipe bombs and tennis bombs off of YouTube. Before YouTube got real strict on a lot of shit, that's where they learned how to make pipe bombs from, is YouTube. That's what YouTube was famous for, was teaching children how to make pipe bombs and grenade bombs and learn how to make all kinds of shit on YouTube. That's why it's so fucking regulated. That's the reason why it's so fucking regulated. You know, and not only that they had sex trafficking back then, but I mean, that's been around for decades. Most of the politicians are involved in it. Like the gold, okay? Like the gold that's in your cell phones and most computer appliances nowadays. All that gold is from the Amazon. They hire people. They hire They hire people over there in the Amazon to cut down thousands of trees, and then they burn the land, and then they move cattle into it, and cattle lives off of it. Over there in the Amazon forest. And what's so crazy is I was watching that one lady that goes everywhere about these cartels and these drug pushers and how fentanyl is made and where it's made at and all this other shit, money schemes. That white lady that I always watch, right? So she was doing one on the logging of people just chopping down trees illegally in the forest. And so they pull up a map where they see the map over there in the Amazon that was filled with trees, and they've been mapping it ever since the loggers went in there and started taking down the trees, right, and burning the land. And you see over the time lapse since they started, and you see there's rows of trees just being taken down, and it's just killing the rainforest over there and shit. So gold mining over there as well, they put mercury in the water to find the gold in over there. So when they find gold, they use a water cannon. They use a water cannon type of thing, and they spray the side of the mountains and shit like that. That blasts the water, blasts the rock and the dirt all apart, and the gold goes down the stream into the box or whatever, you know, like Gold Rush. But they're using a water cannon, which is illegal. No mining license, no experience, no nothing. They're out there just mining it. So all your computer parts that has gold in it, and all your cell phones and all your little high-ass devices that people like to have, most of your gold's coming from over there, illegally. And the politicians, they know it's dirty gold, and they know it's dirty logging. So most of our wood that you see in your homes today is wood from the Amazon. Yeah. It gets shipped from Amazon over there in Amazon forest, and it gets shipped in containers and shit like that, logged up and chopped up and shit, shipped to the United States. And then most of your houses that are built today, most of your furniture that's built today is from wood that's been taken over there from the forest for decades. So after they chop off the trees, chop down the trees, then they go in and they burn the land, right? Then after they burn the land, it starts growing back grass, and then they put cattle on it, and then the cattle just tear it all to shit. Cattle go in there and shit all over the place, regenerate it, start regrowing grass and all that with the cattle, but the grass gets eaten by the cattle. So in a way, is it good for the land? In a way, because then the cows shit, and it reproduces more, shit. It is actually a fertilizer to fertilize your plants, but I wouldn't recommend you taking a shit in your own plants and then growing it. I really don't recommend it. Now, if you take a cattle shit or whatever, and you grow shit in that fucking thing, oh, it's gonna be 100% pure right there. Cause your shit is nasty shit, and the cattle shit is more of a fertilizer. we're just the garbage disposals that's already been filtered out all the other shit before it gets to us, and then we filter it out. That it's just shit. Hey, little Sunday driver motherfucker, get your ass out of my way. All right, you're gonna get the horn. Got me dropping speeds over here while you're relaxing your little drop down convertible there, you little fucking pansy. Fuck out of the way. Hope it rains. Your car gets all wet. Bastard. But yeah, I just think there's a lot of crazy shit. I've gone to one topic to another topic to fucking like 6 more fucking topics. My conversation is just all over the fucking
Go straight on.
place. My conversation. Everywhere.
Keep left.
I guess moving here to New Mexico, the only good parts that's really good about it. Okay, I got a good a few of them actually, because one, I'm not from here, so nobody knows me. That's great. Two, you can smoke weed here and grow weed here in New Mexico, as long as you have a card, medical card, you can grow. And there's a lot of places that grow. You can buy it damn near any dispensary. Now, if you're epileptic or you have, served in the war, any type of war, you can get it, a medical card through your doctor. And your doctor, you would have to request a doctor to put in for the information. And then once he puts in the information, and then it gets approved, then they send you information through an email or through the mail. You fill it out, you send it back, you get it signed by your doctor and all this and all that. And then you get a medical card in the fucking mail, and it gives you instructions on how you can have up to 6 plants growing. You can have a certain amount on you when you leave your premises, either your house or your apartment where you live at, and it has to have, you have to have information saying that you have a medical marijuana license card in your wallet. Not only that, I also have my medical bracelet that has seizures on it. So, but that's what I'm legally disabled for. Now, when it gets to what other medical issues that I have since after prison, trust issues, OCD issues, PTSD, ADHD, ADD, bipolar, schizo. I was labeled all that before I was 11 years old. Seizure disorder. They found out when I was 3 or 6 years months old. I think it was 3 or 6. I think my mom said it was 6 months old when they figured out that I was epileptic.
Rerouting.
They found out that I had a sleeping disorder when I was 2. They was lucky if they got 45 minutes of sleep, because you give me 45 minutes of sleep, I was up and ready to go. And I've always had a problem with sleep. That's the reason why I only sleep 4 hours a motherfucking day, and I'm up 20 hours. Like, no bullshit. I'm up 20 goddamn hours a day. Every motherfucking day. I sleep 4 hours, and I sit here for 20 hours fucking off. Watch TV, play video games, sit on TikTok all day. You know, if I'm bored with something, you know, I'm just bored of something. You know. It's not like how most people, they come on to streaming and they have everything written out, how everything goes. You know, I have OCD problems, and I change my fucking mind more times than any. You know what I mean? I could be sitting here enjoying this game, having a conversation, listening to music, and when I'm bored, then I fucking get off. You know what I mean? Because if I start getting bored or something and shit like that, I'm just gonna get off of something. Thinking about things before I say them. Oh, I've always had a problem with that. I've always had a problem being outspoken and saying what I think. Listening, oh, I can give a fuck about listening. rules don't apply. You know what I mean? And see, I'm not a physical person, but if I gotta be physical, I'm gonna hurt you. You know? And then see, that's the thing that I got. Because I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to hurt somebody. Give a fuck who it is. I just prefer not to put my hands on people. Because if I put my hands on somebody, I'm gonna hurt them. I'll feel bad about it later on, but I mean, I got conscious to a certain point of things. And sometimes I just don't give a fuck about that other person in the mind telling you, hey, no, that's not a good idea. All my ideas are bad, but they work. You know what I mean? I do a lot of guessing in video games. I do a lot of guessing and a lot of shit. And then unfortunately, it works out pretty fucking great, you know? I'm gonna get a ticket. But yeah, I got a lot of. I talk about it. When I was younger, I stayed to myself. I didn't say that to nobody. When I was younger, I was shy as a motherfucker. I didn't like talking to people. I didn't like playing with people. And I never made any friends on the playground because I was too shy to talk to people. I was too shy of doing anything, and so I always just played by myself. You know what I mean? I always played by myself on the playground, you know. And then when assholes wanted to be assholes to me, and I had enough of it, I fought back, and it felt great, you know. So I went from a nice kid to minding my own fucking business, you know, and all that shit, to being picked on in school, to become violent against others because others did it to me. And so I just learned how that people liked violence. People liked to pick on the weak and think that the weak are not going to fight back, you know. And some of these people in this world, they won't fight back. You know what I mean? They won't fight back because they're too afraid to fight back, or they're
Go straight on.
haven't got that courage, or hasn't been pushed
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
that far enough to want to fight
Finding
back.
a new route.
Because most of the time,
Recomputing.
in order for someone to push back and start standing up for themselves, they have to be picked on so much. In order to lash out on somebody, to become a asshole, as others say when they get their ass kicked.
Okay, let's find a new route. Turn right.
I'm not gonna clear that pole.
Reroute.
You know, so it takes a
Turn
lot.
left.
And for someone that minds their own fucking business, and they get picked on in school, and they get picked on the playground, eventually when they do fight back, those are the ones that you have to worry about. Because the loudmouth motherfuckers ain't shit. The ones that mind their fucking own business, stay to themselves, those are the ones you gotta figure out. You gotta figure out, does he got the balls to do it? Or do I gotta keep pushing him until he swings? You know? And for me, I'm a type of person, you put your hands on me, I'll put my hands on your back. Because it's been too many times for me to turn the other cheek and say, okay, alright, cool, whatever, and walk away. I've always walked away until I couldn't walk away no more. And then when I couldn't walk away no more, that's when fuckers got their ass beat. And it wasn't pretty for them. And so, when people out here saying that there's bullies, well, if you look at the situation, they was put in that situation to become that type of violent person. If you leave people the fuck alone in this world, maybe they won't become so violent. But if you keep pushing that person to become that violent type of person, it's because he was made that way. It wasn't the fact
Keep
that
left, and then turn
he wanted to be violent or he was a violent person. It was the fact that he was pushed to become violent, to become that asshole, and then when motherfuckers didn't like it, they want to go run off and call the cops. They want to run off and be a little crybaby bitch. And then they find out that that so quiet, innocent kid will tear your fucking head off your shoulders. And a lot of people don't, you know, and that's a lot why a lot of people don't like me, because I'm a quiet person. You know, I like to sing and I like to play video games, but I rarely get mad about shit unless I've just had enough of it, you know? There's always a breaking point to somebody's fucking world that's gonna be busted, you know?
Get ready to turn
You can't
right.
live in this world, you know, perfectly. You know?
Turn right.
And so, I mean, it just takes years of experience of being fucked with. I was never called a snitch, ever. But when it came to a lot of shit, you know, like in prison, I got beat up. I sure did. I got beat up because this fucking kid, because where I was at was, you know, teenagers, kids. It's all, you know, teenage kids and shit like that. So, you know, everybody that was like grown adults after 21 that wasn't in TYC, Texas Youth Commission. So the problem is we had a bunch of teenagers. It's teenagers against teenagers, right? And this one kid, you know, he was a loudmouth motherfucker. He always come in. First day he walked into the fucking prison dormitory with all the other 60-some people, because there's 64 to a cell, to a block, right? So, and most of the population is open unless you know, catch out and go sit in fucking PC because you're a fear of your life or whatever, like a little bitch. And most people, you could tell the ones that are the shit talking fucking type, because they come into prison, the first thing they do in prison, you know, is running off the mouth and shit. And then you hear them later on that night getting tossed up by multiple other motherfuckers that's been there for like 10 or 20 years. You know what I mean? Or been there like 5 or 6 years, and they ain't had no pussy because they're still teenagers. So in TYC you got age 10 to the age of 18 in TYC, right? So if you go to prison in the state of Texas, and it's legal in the state of Texas, if you were 10 years old, between the age of 10 to the age of 18, your ass can go to TYC, which is called Texas Youth Commission for young adults. Now everybody can sit up in here and talk shit and say, oh, that ain't no fucking prison, and that's just a little boot camp and this and this and this, you're only there for the weekends and all. No, it isn't. You're there, you're there 24/7 behind a fucking barbed wire fence with,
Exit right.
I guess you call them security guards. They don't have no weapons,
Get
but
ready to turn left.
I mean, they got mace. They don't have anything else.
Turn left.
Unless they would get their full body riot gear. You know. But then they got the billy clubs and all that shit with it. And the shock shield. The riot shield that you can hit somebody with and shock them the fuck out. And they got one of those. Pepper spray, mace, and all that shit. And I've been pepper sprayed and maced with all kinds of shit. So I'm used to that shit. I've been hit with the shock shield a few times. We've also learned that when those 5 men come in with that shield is usually up here, not down here. So when they got that shield up this way, protecting their face, they leave their shins unprotected. So you dodge down there and you hit the fucking shins, you drop that first guy, the whole shield comes down, and everybody that's behind them comes down tumbling on top of them, because they're gripped onto each other's side, on the side of their armor, you know, their suits and shit. They're holding on to the side of the rib cages. So that first man falls down, they all fall down. That's when you just just fucking eat their ass up.
And then continue.
You know what I mean? You just tack that motherfucker. Kick him, fucking
Go
punch
straight
him. Do everything you gotta do to those motherfuckers while they bitch asses down. Cause when they get up, they're ready. Oh, they fucking pissed off because
Turn right.
they in their 30s or they're 25, 26, whatever, and they're getting their ass whooped by a fucking 11-year-old. Oh, they fucking mad as a son of a bitch, dude. You know how many grown-ass fucking adults that I whooped they motherfucking ass when I was 11, 12, 13, 14 years old? You know how many motherfucking grown-ass adults that I damn near broke they motherfucking neck and stuck a shift off in their fucking lungs? You know how many times I beat a fucking grown-ass motherfucking man up with soap and sock? When I was before I was 15 years old, you guys even realize how many motherfuckers I fucked up? I fucked up a lot of people. It wasn't just me though. It was a bunch of other we're all teenagers in there. We all figured out how to become better criminals, and so we had to learn. We had to learn a lot of shit. We had to learn to survive, and because there was rapists in there was murderers in there was people that was in there for arson, drugs, they was in the mafia, they was in fucking the Treses, Norteños, the Aztecs, Bloods and Crips, Perus, and everything else. You know what I mean? Like how do you think I know so much about all these fucking different gangs and a bunch of other shit? I served 8 years in prison. I sat there and I listened to it. I listened to the conversations and the crazy shit that goes on in the prison. And when I had to fight, I had to fight. You know what I mean? There was no coming in there being a bitch. There's no oh guard. You know how many motherfucking guards I fucked up? You know how many guards I fucked up in 2000 and 2000 and 2001 before I even went to prison the first time? 25 years ago. Go back 25 years of how old I am right now. I'm 39. Go back 25 years. Tell me how old I was, and then understand my lifestyle as a teenage kid. So when people sit up in here and talk about that they've been to prison and all this shit, well, first of all, have you ever killed anybody? Yeah. 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 Have I ran up on people with makeshift weapons that you use a concrete to sharpen a toothbrush, or you use a concrete to sharpen metal to make a shift, which is a knife, or a weapon to be safe? If you didn't make one when you first got there, I don't know what the fuck you was thinking. I learned in fucking juvenile how to make a fucking shank out of a plastic toothbrush. Because I learned it on YouTube. I learned to make pipe bombs and all that shit off of YouTube. I learned to make all kinds of shit, like no bullshit. I learned how to make all kinds of shit off of YouTube. There is all kinds of crazy shit. Back in the day, man, there's all kinds of shit. There's all kinds of shit. Where am I at? That's why I say YouTube has changed from what it was to what it is to now. And the policies and the shit that they have now for YouTube. We didn't have all those fucking regulations. We didn't have to worry about being sex trafficked. We didn't have to worry about talking to some fucking pervert on fucking YouTube. We didn't have to worry about being kidnapped or being raped and shit from motherfuckers off of YouTube. You gotta worry about it now. You gotta worry about the rapists and the perverts, and you gotta worry about the motherfuckers in video games that are perverts. You know what I mean? You gotta worry about that type of shit nowadays because government don't give a fuck. They're involved in everything. Hell, they'll sell their own fucking kids if they needed the money. You know, and that's real truth. I mean, the government is willing to do whatever they want to do to whoever they want to do it to. And they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about your feelings. They don't give a fuck about you. Use a number. Use a number to the system. Everybody's a number to the system. If they're born in the United States of America, they are a number to the system. Because you have a social security card number. You have a date of birth. You have a time of birth, a month, a year, and they classify you as a fucking number in the system. And that's what people are to the government, is a number. They're slaves to this government, and they don't even know it.
Ready to roll.
They don't even realize that they are slaves. They talk about how they abolished the Slavery Act in 1764, 1767, somewhere around there, 1776, whatever the fucking date they did. Okay, if slavery was so abolished, then why the fuck are they slaving you motherfuckers to work 40 hours a goddamn week for shitty ass pay so they can tax you for everything that you fucking have? I mean, it's obvious. You're being slaved. I mean, the people over there in China, they being slaves too. They are born to be sex slaves and slaves over there in China. They are 100% fucking slaves. Everything we get in America comes from China. Everything. You go over there to Thailand, to Bangkok, or any of those places over there, those chicks over there will fucky all night long. You want the bitch all night? Well, that was 1,000 right there. And their money, $1,000 over there is like, I think was 100 something dollars of United States money. So can American go over there to Japan, China, Korea, South Korea, Philippines, and spend their 401k or their retirement over there and live rich? 100% true. Can you get pussy every night? Hell, you get pussy every fucking 5 minutes. And those chicks over there, they're willing to fucky all day long. At least they cook
Turn left.
and clean. They're respectful.
Turn left.
They're still whores, but they're respectful whores. I don't know what kind of whores we got in this world, but there's a bunch of different kind of whores, you know. But it is, and that's the truth. They are paid.
Keep right. And
As
then
soon
keep
as
straight up.
as soon as they have their first period. As soon as they have their first period, they're ready for fucky. They turn out the women over there. They turn out girls over there at an early age of 7 years old. You want to know why there's more women over there?
Get ready.
Because all the men went to war and the men ain't repopulated. That's the reason why there's
Turn
more
right.
women over there than there is men. Unless you have an American come over there and repopulate that, you're not gonna repopulate it. They don't have any men over there, and the men that they do have over there, fucking pussies, goddamn vaginas, you know. They rather suck a dick just like a woman would over there, because they're not into pussy, they're into dicks. And there's a whole bunch of lady boys over there. Sure is. Sure the fuck is. You gotta be careful with those lady dicks over there. And you can't beat them up. You know, you can't beat them up like you can over here in the United States. You know? But I guess it is what it is. I mean, they got gay people all around this fucking world. You know? But if they put the gay people on their own separate islands, then maybe we wouldn't have the trafficking of children. We wouldn't have the raping of children. We wouldn't have the killing of children. We wouldn't have children becoming sex slaves and sex workers. If they took all the homosexuality gay people and just put them on a fucking island somewhere, and if they came off, pow, bitch, stay your ass over there. You know what I mean? If they did that, it'd be 100% humane. But I think it's honestly, it needs to be done. Then that way, when motherfuckers start having those gay tendency fruitcake, oh, I wonder what a penis tastes like, gobble, 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 you know, and use a boy, your ass needs to go the fuck over there. And then, so it won't corrupt all the other people, you know, because society, it's all about corruption. Everything's a fucking corruption nowadays. Everything you see on the news is all corrupted. People are just nasty. All the ones that you cared about and you thought was real great and funny and hilarious in movies, and thought they was great comedy actors, and you know, like, you don't have, you find out half of these talk show hosts, like Ellen and Whoopi Goldberg and Winfrey and Rosie O'Donnell's sidekick.
And then
what's her goddamn name? She's they found out she was gay too.
Turn right.
I forgot her goddamn name.
Keep left.
I thought so. But they find out a bunch of these talk hosts are homosexuals, you know? Like President Obama. President Obama, I mean, if you didn't notice, that motherfucker was a fruitcake when that motherfucker was running for the government. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you people. I knew that motherfucker was gay. I knew that gay ass motherfucker was gay a long fucking time ago. When they start putting him on the news talking about, well, this guy Obama is running for president. I knew he was a fruitcake then. And his so-called wife is a fruit. That motherfucker's a fruitcake too. It's got a penis, not a vagina. And those kids are not even theirs. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Then what happened? Well, what happened? Obama gets in there. He's serving. Everybody thinking he's a great president. Come to find out he's a fucking fruitcake. Then when he gets out of there, the daughter of Michelle Obama and Barack Obama fucking comes out on national TV on there and says Michelle Obama is a man. The kids came out and publicly said about it. And then Michelle Obama came on national TV or on a TikTok or whatever fucking interview that fucking fruit faggot fuck was in, goes on there and doesn't even deny the fact that he's a man. He don't even deny it. He doesn't even fucking deny it. He just comes out and says something about, well, some people just get a lot of surgeries done and they're still a man. They're still transsexual. The motherfucker even said that he got all kinds of surgeries done and still got a fucking penis. And people are like, what the fuck did you say? Yeah, he's a fruit. Obama is a fruitcake. He's a goddamn homosexual faggot fruitcake. Like, dig up his ass and sucking penis. No wonder he didn't help. No wonder he didn't help the black culture. The whole point why he was supposed to be put in there to shut the black people up. That's why he was in there. And he helped more white people than anything else. He made bullshit Obamacare, bullshit cell phone bullshit. Got thousands of people on fucking food stamps and welfare and government agency bullshit that now Donald Trump's got to clean up and get everybody off. I mean, it's fucking hilarious how this government's had issues with illegals for decades and decades and decades and decades. Donald Trump comes in there, slaps this law, slaps that law, and you got immigration, ISIS, going into these inner cities. ISIS just coming in there like they're the law and just rounding up people at their job sites, making kids not want to go to school because they don't know if they're gonna go home that fucking day because the ISIS is patrolling schools, elementary, kindergarten, pre-K, high schools, and fucking daycares. Motherfuckers don't even want nurses that work in the medical field, that are Mexican, that are illegal, don't even want to go to job because they're afraid that they won't see their family again. One man comes in there and says, get the illegals the fuck out of here. And everything in 2025 looks like we're back in Vietnam. But check it out, guys. But check it out. Before people want to comment and get all pissed off and get their pennies in a wad. Okay? If you look back in the 1920s, 1930s, you guys remember the 1920s and 1930s, right? Well, if you was born in the 80s, you're not going to, but if you're a fucking history fanatic that likes to like history like I do, okay, so give you a little rundown history. Back in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, and the 60s, there was still a white water fountain and a black water fountain, a black toilet and a white toilet. There was white schools and black schools, but separate. Black people had to sit in the back of the bus, white people sit in the front of the bus. In any transit situation, black people cleaned, cooked, picked cotton, and did the farming, and the white people just sat around smoking their cigarettes, whipping slaves, wearing their little fancy dresses, becoming whores, because that's what white girls mostly are whores, okay? And so whores been around for decades. But if you guys remember, when Chicago and Detroit and all these inner cities of black people that was in these cities, okay? If you remember, all right, if you did your history, and this is what I don't understand why people are so fucking shocked about what's going on with the illegals today, all the tear gassing and the riots and the shields and the police standing out there to helping ISIS. Oh yeah, they're helping ISIS. And the government doing what they're doing is because they've already done it. They've already done it to the brown people before. If you know who Cesar Chavez is and why Cesar Chavez started a boycott, and he's a Mexican, go look him up and then you can figure out what they did then and what they're doing now. But then if you look at the black history, the black culture, the same thing that's going on with the brown people right now is the same incident that the black people went through in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s. So it's nothing new what the government is doing now in 2025 that they already have done in the 1920s, 1930s, 1920s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. They've already done it back then to the black culture. Now they're doing it to the brown culture, but the brown culture was already dealt like the same way back when Cesar Chavez was around and boycotted labor unions and labor laws that took place with grape pickers that picked the grapes for your wine, that people like wine so much. Yeah, white girls, I'm talking to you. Like you goddamn wine so fucking much. Cesar Chavez, that was a grape picker, created boycotts for the grapes when they wasn't getting paid enough like the white people and the negros, which are black people, you know, so they was unsatisfied to see that the government wasn't willing to pay them the same wages, so they started boycotting.
That's who Cesar Chavez is, okay? Then you have Malcolm X and the Black Panther Party movement. You had the KKK and the white fuckers coming in. Then you had you know, the brown pride that came with all these other ones, the Aztecs and the mafias and all these other gang cartels and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, if you do your history, what they're doing in 2025 is nothing new. It is nothing fucking new. It's just history repeating history over and over again. But have you ever noticed, and I've noticed it, it's always the indigenous people, it's always the Indians, the Puerto Ricans, the Chinese, the Koreans, the South Koreans, North Koreans, the Philippines, the fucking Mexicans, the fucking the fucking black people. You know what I mean? It's always them being harassed and segregated and being hit with fire hoses and pepper sprays and billy clubs and riot shields and water tanks and everything else. But you never see the fucking white people ever go and get done the way the blacks have and the browns have and the indigenous people and the Indians. You know, you ever notice that? I mean, yeah, this country, the United States, was built on slavery. It was built by the brown and the black and the Chinese. And all the whites was all fucking presidents that was slave owners that had the country built. The forefathers was slave owners. You ever noticed it?
Go straight on.
See, when you like history as much as I do, and can tell you what each race has done, that's pretty fucking sad when most other cultures don't even know half the shit that I know about them. It's pretty sad, because I know a lot of shit about a lot of different cultures. You know, it's not hard for me to learn the language. It's not hard to me interact and to be comfortable around people. You know what I mean? I don't have a problem with it now. I never had a race issue or nothing like that. I was just always afraid of other people. And I'm not talking about the color of the skin, just people in general. Until I went to prison and had to fight to stay alive. Had to fight to survive in prison, you know? So when people say, get a job, or when people say, oh, well, you done all this, but why don't you work? Well, the state of New Mexico, for one, won't let me work because I'm a high risk because of epilepsy. So New Mexico's got me on they got me on a blacklist, but I mean, so with the government, with the watch list that they got, and with the on me, and then with all the shit that I've done, I mean, the cops here in the state of New Mexico, they don't come to my apartment for any reason unless they got at least 4 or maybe 6 of them with them. They always gotta have backup.
Because most of them have read my file and they understand. They put their fucking hands on me, I'm gonna put my fucking hands on them. I don't give a fuck if you got a gun. I don't give a fuck if you got a badge. You put your hands on me, you can get fucked up. I don't give a fuck what piece of paper you got. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. You put your hands on me, I'm fucking you up. So when the FBI shows up over here telling me what I can and cannot say on my fucking YouTube channel or on any of my social media, I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to. And if you think your little AR-15s and your bulletproof dread, you know, shit's supposed to scare me because you work for the FBI, well, here's you a FB, don't give a fuck. So when Agent Fry is his fucking name, when Agent Fry that works out of the field office in Albuquerque, New Mexico, yeah, there's the FBI right here in the city of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Beside the FBI building, there's a CIA building that's also there. Like, I give a fuck. You know? But, I mean, they come over here, they know who I am, they know I've been to prison twice, they know what I've done in prison. Because you know, when you got a prison rap sheet in prison of fucking guards up, when you got a rap sheet of fucking up police officers out here on the street before you're 15 years old, and then you go to prison and you're still fucking up guards in prison, that just shows you how much you hate authority. That no authority, I don't give a fuck about your authority. I beat up guards and stabbed guards in fucking prison. In TYC, where you can't catch time. In state prison, oh, that you can catch time in state for doing that to a state prison guard. But TYC, man, the only charges you was catching in TYC was escape charges or assault charges on a female on a female guard or whatever, you know. Other than that, people was catching cases in prison with finding shanks and finding drugs. Man, we had marijuana in that motherfucker. We had fucking heroin in that motherfucker. We had pills in that son of a bitch. We made motherfucking learn how to make motherfucking booze in prison using orange peelings and toothpaste and other chemicals to make fucking hooch in prison. We as teenage kids learn how to make tattoo ink to fucking tattoo people in prison to make money on commissary. We knew if we took a cleaning rag and put the chemical that you buff the floors and you wax the floors with, if you put it in a rag and you put it on your face and huff that motherfucker, you're gonna get high. We have figured out in TYC the Freon or the antifreeze that was inside the AC units. If you pull that black hose off that motherfucker and you put a rag on that motherfucker and proceed to huff that fucking antifreeze or that Freon out of that fucking AC, you was gonna get fucking high. We learned that we can get other teenage girls our age that would go and visit us, that would visit us. We put them on the visitors list, and they come in with their parents, and their parents go to the bathroom, whatever, and the girl's giving you a quarter ounce of fucking cocaine, or you getting a quarter ounce of marijuana, or you getting motherfucking shit. You know, she's taking it out of her panties, or she's taking it out of her pocket, or she's got it in her, clipped up in her hair, or it was put in balloons and tied on, and then when you kissed them, kissed them and shit, you get the balloon swallowed into your stomach, and then go shit it out, and you get your fucking speedballs and your fucking heroin and your coke and your crack and all that shit. We had all that shit in prison. Like, no bullshit. We was 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 years old in prison, learning how to be a better criminal. So when they sent us off to TYC, Texas Youth Commission,
Go straight on.
and you heard about Gainesville, Huntsville, when you heard about Amarillo, Texas, when you heard about a bunch of these other facilities like West Texas Pyote, P-O-Y-T-E, I think it is, Pyote. I was there from 2000, October 31st, 2001 to 2006 of September, before they sent me to El Paso, Texas, to a halfway house. And when I was in the halfway house, less than 6 months, I've already escaped twice, assaulted another fucking inmate that was there, that was on parole out. Not only did I assault that motherfucker, I assaulted the guard that was on duty. I was only like, what, 15, 16, 17 years old, and I've already assaulted another grown-ass man that was in his fucking 40s. So when you got grown-ass adults out here in this world talking this big-ass shit, just know, as a teenage kid, I was whooping grown-ass man's ass when they're 35, 25, 45 years old. So people should not get it twisted to understand that I'm 39. I have no problem whipping your ass. If I was able to whip a grown-ass man, multiple grown-ass men, when I was 15, 14, 13, 17, 18 years old, that grown-ass man getting their ass whooped by a teenage child, you don't think I can't still do it? Shit. I never walked away from a fight. But I mean, can't say I won them all. Can't say that. I've got my ass whooped plenty of times. I've had my ass beat from people that was taller than me. I had my ass beat from people that was shorter than me. You know what I mean? But I mean, a lot of people just don't have it. They don't have the determination. They don't have the will. They don't have the push to do a lot of things until they get pushed too far. When you, okay, it's like a child being stolen from their parents at 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. that is being forced to be fucked by men every day. They are going to be nothing but a whore by the time they're 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 25, 30, 40 years old. They're always going to be a whore because they was fucked as a young child, and it's something that is pushed onto them to be a whore for the rest of their life. Now it's like someone that's being a nice kid that gets pushed more and more and more and more into something that they don't want to do.
Go straight on.
Eventually they become what they don't want to be like. Is a bully. You know what I mean? And most people don't understand that most people that become bullies is because they get their ass picked on and get their ass kicked for years and years and years until one day they just get tired of it and they go ape shit on a motherfucker. And then they like the thrill and they like the rush and they like the blood and the guts and the feeling of smashing and breaking somebody's bones. You know, some people get a thrill that shit, you know, like these fucking perverts that like foot fetish videos and feet pictures and shit. You know, those fucking fruits. Well, there's people out here that like smashing in people's faces. They like it. You know what I mean? And honestly, I like doing shit like that. But so we're all a little twisted in some kind of way. I'm just saying, we're all a little twisted some kind of way. You know what I mean? I like breaking noses and fucking people up. But you don't see me doing it. I just wait. I wait for the one good time when somebody's out there in public and I'm out there just minding my business. They decide to get stupid with me. And I just break them. I just break their fucking noses. Because I'm like a light switch. I'm honestly like a light switch. I can be happy one moment and be fine and dandy, living life, enjoying it. And then you can flip that switch and I become an asshole and mean. You know? Like the other day when I got mad about the fucking ads. I was really pissed off. I was really fucking pissed off.
Go straight on.
So, I flipped out. Yeah, I flipped the fuck out. But I try to be normal as possible, you know? I mean, I smoke weed every day. I'm funny as a motherfucker. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because most people, when they smoke, you know what I mean? It calms them down. It chills them out. They go to sleep and they get hungry and shit like that. I could be smoking. I could be high as a fucking kite. If I get triggered and get pissed off, it ain't gonna matter if I'm fucking high. I'm gonna get pissed off. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's not a buzzkill for me because I smoke all motherfucking day. From the time I wake up to the time I go to bed, I smoke all motherfucking day. I'm high as a kite all fucking day. So if something triggers me and pisses me off, you know, eventually shit happens. And I think what the problem with my daughter was is she was sleeping, right? She was sleeping upstairs, right? And so when I went to watch, because I turned on my computer, I went to watch Matt Malone, because I didn't want to turn on my fucking TV and watch YouTube on my TV, which I can. I just can't interact with messaging on there unless I'm using my cell phone. But the problem of it is I don't want to watch ads. And every time you watch YouTube on TV, is ads. When you watch YouTube on the cell phone or the tablet, it's fucking ads. So, and Twitch is real bad with it too. Fucking Twitch is real bad with the ads, dude. And that's what really pissed me off, is because Twitch advertise more ads in people's videos than YouTube does. There's fewer ones, but now with everything, with people noticing that they can get paid more with more ads, it's like the community wants them to put more ads into YouTube, and it's fucking up YouTube more because you spend more time watching fucking 3 or 4 ads in the 1 minute and 30 seconds or 2 minutes of ads that you watch. You watch about 5 goddamn ads in the 2 minutes that you're trying to watch somebody. So in that 2 minutes of watching an ad, you miss 2 minutes of what's going on in the video that you come to watch, you know. And so when you're commenting and you're making messages and you're trying to communicate with people on there, it's kind of hard when they got an ad, you know, every fucking 5 minutes with 5 ads in that son of a bitch, because they spend more time watching ads, and then they leave because they're tired of watching fucking ads. And I get it, because I watch motherfuckers too, and it pisses me off because I gotta watch bullshit ads because they put 15, 20, 30 fucking ads in their fucking videos. So when you go watch it, their 45-minute video turns into an hour and some odd fucking minutes because they got 30 goddamn ads in there. Like, it's irritating. It's very fucking irritating. So if I can use ad blocker on my cell phone and use ad blocker on my TV, because they're both connected to the internet, that'd be great, because then I wouldn't have to see ads. But then YouTube decides to say, okay, we noticed that you use ad blocker. That's against the violations on your channel. Oh, okay. If you want to avoid of using seeing ads, just pay $25 a month and you can have YouTube Premium without ads. And then the first time you pay for it, you reload it, you update it, you get back on there, you're paying for YouTube. You go to watch somebody's goddamn video, and the first what the fuck happens? It's supposed to go right into the video. Nope. Fucking ad. And you watch 3 fucking ads before you watch the goddamn video. And then 15 minutes later, there's another fucking 3 ads. But you pay for YouTube Prime, right? You pay for YouTube Plus without ads. But you're still watching ads. So what the fuck are you going to spend $25 a month on YouTube for, so you can avoid ads, when you're still paying for fucking YouTube to watch fucking ads? That's like going and getting Netflix, knowing that Netflix is 6 months behind on everything. So by the time you watch TV for Netflix, you 6 fucking months behind. Hulu, on the other point with Hulu, you can watch some shit live, But you can also watch the shit 2 days later or a day later after it aired on TV. Okay? The problem of it is that you have to wait a day to watch the shit that came out the day before. But it's better to wait a day than wait 6 fucking months to catch up on a TV show that aired 6 months ago and you're 6 months fucking behind. So that's the reason why I don't pay for Netflix on top of all their fucking ads. And the only reason why I have Hulu is because when I got with my cell phone company and traded my singular phone into having 2 phones, I got on a plan with Hulu that the phone company pays for Hulu, basic Hulu, which runs ads, and it comes zero out of my pocket. So all I'm paying for is the phone, because I never leave my apartment, so I don't pay for phone services and phone data and all that shit, because my phone is connected to Wi-Fi 24/7. So with it being connected, I'm not using the phone service that is actually provided. I'm using the phone, but not the phone service, because it's connected to the internet, which is the Wi-Fi 24/7. So instead of my bill being expensive with data and all that shit, like I use my cell phone to watch, look at the chat and stream, that's how I see the comments, and it's on Wi-Fi. So if it wasn't on Wi-Fi, I'll be paying out the ass for data. But considering that I don't pay for data, and I don't use the phone service,
Keep left.
I'm mostly, paying for the internet, which one of them costs me $30 a month for. That drops about 3 or 4 times a fucking month. And then paying for the other one that costs me $15 a month.
Keep right.
So
And then exit right.
So I pay about $50 a month for internet.
Exit right.
Is it worth it? If you could talk to someone at both companies to work out a great plan that doesn't fuck you, that actually they still make money but doesn't fuck you with, it's just all about having a communication of business, communication when it comes to business time, and then the slang bullshit conversations that I have when it's gaming and streaming. Because I could talk like a rich white motherfucker if I wanted to. You know what I mean? But I don't. You know what I mean? I'm not rich, but I know how much of these white rich motherfuckers can talk, and I can talk just like them if I wanted to, politely. Yes, yes sir, no sir, thank you, no thank you. How is your day? Be all polite and kiss asses, shit. But I ain't that type of motherfucker. I ain't gonna kiss your motherfucking ass. I'm gonna talk to how the fuck I wanna talk. And so, is it a turn off for a bunch of other people that watch my stream? Because a lot of people, they don't understand why I have the conversations that I have, or where I pull the shit out of my fucking ass, half the time. It's just, I talk to myself a lot. I talk to the TV. Hell, I talk while I'm in the shower. I sing in the shower. Shit. I've got over the being shy. Like singing on stream. I never did that. But when I got used to singing on stream and having conversations that I have, and talk about the shit that I talk about, and it's like all that shyness has gone away, and I'm open to have the conversations. I'm open to being able to sing on stream. I'm not afraid. I'm not shy of doing it. You know, I don't feel ashamed of the conversations that I have. I don't feel ashamed of the shitty singing that I have. You know, back in the day, oh yeah, I wouldn't sing. I wouldn't sing in public. I wouldn't sing in front of people. I would hardly talk to people. I was shy of talking to people. You know, like I said, I stayed in my motherfucking self. Until people pushed me to the point where I came out of that comfort zone. And you know, most people that come out of their comfort zone, they don't go back, you know? Like they say, once you go black with that black dick, you don't go back, you know? To the white girls, you know, that wants the black penis, you know? Once you go black, you never go back, you know? It's like someone getting out of their comfort zone. Once they get out of their comfort zone, they're like a fucking talkative fucking butterfly that doesn't shut up. you know, and that's why I feel so comfortable about talking about shit, even though it's not allowed. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about rules and regulations. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Because what am I supposed to be afraid of? I mean, what am I supposed to be afraid of? They've already put me in prison. They've already taken half my motherfucking rights away that is supposed to be rights of America that you don't have. That people are out here complaining about that they think they have and they don't. I've had to learn the hard way of life. I've had to step into positions and be the person that other people didn't want to be where I am today. Because if I was that shy little innocent, no trouble-making boy, I would be like most of the motherfuckers people in the world, working a 9 to 5, wearing a fucking suit, being a smart ass, and making billions of dollars, having the money like other white people do, having the things like other white people do. But I wasn't raised that way. I wasn't raised to follow. I was raised to be outspoken. I was raised to get out of the shell that I was in for so long. You know, like I said, it takes experience to go through the shit that you go through to understand the facts of life, the facts of reality. Not this fantasy fuck-ass bullshit that the government's trying to give you and say that we don't live in a simulation. If we don't live in a simulation, how the fuck are you flying around in the sky making tornadoes and making clouds? But it ain't a simulation. There's no clouds in the sky, period. It's all... The world is flat. The world is flat. And they try to make it seem like the world is round. They try to make it seem like we've been onto the moon. They make it seem like everything's so fucking wonderful, and that the internet and all this shit technology that we have today wasn't invented before. I mean, there's decades and decades of history that's been lost that people don't understand. calendars and months and days being taken out of your life, that they say that there's 365 days and there's 12 calendars. No, there's not. There's 13 calendars. There's 364 days in a motherfucking year. There's exactly 28 days in every fucking month. And fucking growing season is April 1st. Not January 1st, April 1st. It's common sense. Everything grows in April. Everything blooms in April. Duh! Not January. January's still cold. December's still cold. October's still cold. November's still cold. February, still cold. March, April, May, June, July, August, all the way up to September is the warm. October, November, December, January, February is cold. It's common sense. Nothing grows in the cold. Duh. But the government has people thinking that January 1st is the day of spring. It isn't. They think celebrating 4th of July is a good thing. It's not. They think celebrating Thanksgiving, the day they slaughtered thousands of Indians and took their land. They celebrate it and they say Happy Thanksgiving. In reality, that's a day of slaughter. And motherfuckers sit up there at a kitchen table on Thanksgiving every year and give thanks to a fucking turkey that you're not realizing you're giving thanks to the thousands of Indians that was slaughtered across the United States that became the United States of America. But stupid fuckers sit up in here and say Christopher Columbus sailed the Pacific Ocean and the seas and discovered America. No, the fuck he didn't. That motherfucker didn't discover shit. America was already discovered way before Christopher Columbus. America was discovered way before the second president of the United States of America. See, a lot of people don't understand that America was built on the lies, built on murder, built on slavery, and they say that's independence. And you celebrate it. You go out there and you pop your little firecrackers and you represent the 4th of July like it's Independence Day. In reality, that's another slaughter day that they took for the Indians. Everything in America belonged to the Indians except for Mexico and Texas. Tennessee, Appalachia, the mountain Appalachians and all that shit, all that was America. All that was America. California, the tip of California down to half of Texas. It is fucking Mexico. All the way into Mexico. Original Mexico. From above California to Washington D.C., all the way across to Michigan, down the tip of Texas, and going into Tennessee, the Mississippi, and Louisiana, and all that in there. All that there was all Indians. Americans, whites, was on the fucking over there with New York City and Tennessee in the mountains where moonshine was invented, where gold rushes started, all that. Boston Tea Party, all that round in there, the Boston Tea Party, New York and Boston. You had the Canadians, you had the British Army that was up there in the Canadian, all up in there above the United States. All that was Canadians. That's all the British. That's all British at one point in time.
Keep left.
People don't even know their own fucking history, man. And it irritates me how these politicians and these motherfuckers can get up there and say that the government of the United States of America, the presidents, was no slave owners. Andrew Jackson, 7th president of the United States, owned and killed slaves. Had plantations of cotton fields. Every territory that belonged to the Indians was a cotton field for plantations of owning slaves and for slavery of the black community. That they stole Africans from Africa, that they bought Africans from an African name that was a slave owner that sold his own people to the white man, and then the white man brought them to the United States and slaved them and beat them and raped them and killed them. And then they sit up in here and talk about, well, how do black people get to the United States? Because Africa was selling their own fucking people. That's how. To the white man. That's how the fuck they got here. So when all the Africans that was forced to come on ships to come to the United States and to build the United States, aside the Mexicans and the Chinese. Oh yeah, let's not leave them out, because you had the Chinese and the Mexicans building fucking railroads, and you also had black people building the fucking railroads that you take a train on and go around any place in the world today by train. A black person, a Chinese person, a Mexican built that motherfucking railroad. I'm just saying, you just gotta find out history, a life. A lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people don't want to understand it. They think they're supposed to be here. They think that if your family members are from Africa, then they are African American. But in reality, if you're born in America, you's American, you stupid fuck. Same thing. If you're from Mexico and you were born in America, or if you was born in Mexico and you raised in America and you get your documents, you become a Mexican American, and that's what that's called. You can't call you a Mexican American if you was born in America, you stupid motherfucker. You can't call yourself an African American if you was born in American, you stupid fucks. So when people sit up in here and talk about they're Mexican American, was you born in Mexico and then come over to the United States and get your papers? That's the only way you can become a Mexican American. Was you born in Africa and then you come to the United States and get your papers and say you's a African American? That's the only way you can call yourself an African American. Was you born in India and then come to America to say you's Indian American? That's the only way you can get your fucking title. And then once you start having kids in America, then they become American, not African America, because they was born in America. So that title of them being called African American after receiving their documents and papers to be African American because they was born in Africa, when they start having children, they become Americans because they're no longer born in Africa, because they're in America being born and raised in America. So it makes them not African American, it makes them American. Get your shit straight. So all these motherfuckers talk about Black Lives Matter and shit and all this other bullshit. Well, same time they had Black Lives Matter bullshit going on, you had the Keystone Pipeline going on that ran right through the Native American territory, where the government forced Native Americans, which was Indians, into those tribal lands on reservations, which if you're a white person, it's called the country. If you're an Indian, it's called reservations. So if you understand your history and facts about life, then you understand where the fuck I come from. Because I love history, and I hate to sit here and have to shut people down and tell people how stupid they are, but they got a high school diploma and a GED and at least 4 to 6 years of college, right? That school didn't teach you jack shit. That's what I think about education. It don't teach you shit. Because if you ain't willing to open a motherfucking book and read it and understand it about your own fucking culture and your own fucking history and about other people's history, you would never know, because you don't get taught that shit in school no more. That's why school is obsolete to people. There's no point in sending your child to school anymore. School is a daycare. That's all it is a fucking daycare. They don't teach your child shit. I know, I went to school. They taught us about algebra, geometry, biology, fucking history, a lot of fake ass history. Starting with Louis Armstrong landing on the moon. That's fake. Them talking about Christopher Columbus sailing with the 3 ships and this discovered in America. That's fake and wrong. They talk about how the white man took over and built everything. Yeah, they sure did. They sure the fuck did. They've been running this country for decades under slavery and murder and rape and everything else that the government don't want to tell you. Because the government figured out, well, if we don't tell the people, then the people don't have their own thinking process. So we tell them what they want to hear and lie to them and sugarcoat it. Maybe, just maybe, it won't freak them out and they don't get all scared because they're a bunch of fucking pussy pansies. And then you had the UFO incident, talking about, oh, the UFOs and the little green man are coming down. Then when the UFOs and the little green man didn't come down, the United States Army in 1957 faked a UFO sighting that caused drama back in the 50s and the 60s that was fake as a motherfucker. Oh, you didn't know about that one? Yeah, that was fake shit too. So the government has actually been lying to people way back since motherfucking the late 1500s, when the government of the United States decided to become a third party of the world and think that all the other countries in the world should be part as one as well. But then you have issues like NATO, and you have other country issues like China and Russia and all these other cocksuckers that think they got balls between their legs, but they send women out there to do all the fighting
while they sit in the house fucking children and raping young children and getting fat and thinking they're the president of their country. Oh yeah, we talking about you, little rocket man, China fucker over there that wants to marry a fucking 13-year-old, think it's okay to have sex with children. You little rapist bastard. You know, like, then you got Ukraine and Russia going at it, and the only reason why they're going at it is because you had Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi and Obama and George W. Bush and motherfucking Joe Biden, sleepy Joe Biden, you know, decide to say, oh, Ukraine's a bunch of pussies, they're not gonna do nothing. And Russia's like, oh yeah, we take advantage, you know. And so they talk shit and they talk shit, and then they started the war. They started the war because of the United States. It was all the United States' fault. They talked Ukraine up and they talked fucking Russia up and to make them want to fight and this and this and this and this and that. Without our guns, without our food, without our medical aid, Ukraine would be fucking wiped off the earth. But because of our weapons, our tanks, our machinery, our shit, they're still alive and they're still fighting against Russia, and Russia's finding out that they're not going to lay down, they're not going to stop, and now they picked a fight that the Ukrainians decide to grow some balls and say, fuck this, give me a badge, let me go kill some motherfuckers, and here we go, off the fucking Maryland, pow, 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 there's another Russian dead, oh, let's go blow up their fucking planes. Then all the planes blow up, and then they're like, oh, the Ukraine, we need a ceasefire, fuck that shit. You thought we were a bunch of pussies. Now we bring you to fight and you want to back out of it. That's what's wrong with people. You pick on the little guys so long, they only take so much before they want to fight back. And when they fight back, they whip your candy asses. That's what's wrong with people. They underestimate motherfuckers in the world. See, I don't underestimate anybody. If the little Chinese man, you know, little red-faced orange fuckers, you know, want to come over here to the United States and want to do something, you know, and the government don't want to do it, well, eventually people are going to get tired of it, and they're going to say, fuck the government, and they're going to start fighting against the government, which needs to happen, because the government has got so comfortable with the allegations of lies and cheating and bullshit of theft and the murdering of thousands and thousands of thousands of Americans because we get overpopulated, or because the government can't feed us or can't clothe us or whatever else, but they can fly around in fucking jets and live in multi-million-dollar rich-ass fucking houses and own corporations and businesses, but they don't want to help the American people. I mean, it's funny how all these politicians and all these cunts in the fucking government say they never got any money for the people, but they got money to go spend on fancy food, fancy clothes, fancy restaurants, buying $1 million houses, buying billions of worthless ass property, buying up all the fucking land in the world for more plantations and energy fields and more private prisons so they can lock your fuck ass up when you decide to go against their fucking rules and regulations. You know, when you choose to fight back, then they want to call in the National Guard, and then they want to call in the Air Force and the Army, and then they're going to say, oh, the people are weak. We came in like a rocket star. And then they come in and they slaughter everybody. And then they want to talk about how Americans
are talking
Okay, let's find a new route.
about how
Never
it's
mind.
so
I'll find a new
humane
route.
to what they're doing to the brown people for the illegals. But did they forget they did it in the 20s and the 30s too?
Recomputing.
They did it in the 20s and the 30s to the black culture. They didn't have a problem with it then. They didn't have the problem with it. They was okay with killing George Floyd, and they was okay with killing all these innocent black people that was unarmed. You know, they was okay with it. It was fine for them. It was all fine and dandy until people started speaking up about it. But when at the same time, when George Floyd and all these other black innocent people that was supposedly innocent was being killed by white armed men from the police departments around the world, they was also killing off a lot of white people that wasn't also on national TV, because they switched the narrative to just black culture, not wanting to give the real shit about what's really going on in the world. So they use the black culture as a diversion so they can go in there and kill thousands of more white people and other cultures that they never talked about. So the black narrative was a black cover-up narrative to kill off thousands and thousands of more people. So while the world is watching humane shit about the black culture, the government was over here killing off thousands and thousands of innocent white people that was veterans that had mental problems wrong with them and was never talked about in the news. Was never talked about in the news. People don't know about it. But what's crazy is that Black Lives Matter shit, that they start opening up trust funds and bank accounts and donating thousands of millions of dollars to the black people that was supposed to have been going to the black people, that really went to a white man in California that got $33 million. $33 million that he set up a Black Lives Trust Fund. And he wasn't even black. He set it up to have the community and the people think he was there as a black man to help. Really, it was a white man stealing 33 million donations of dollars American people gave to the black people that they never received.
Okay, let's find a new route. Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left. Keep right, and then turn right.
The two people
Turn right.
that was black that came on national TV talking about there's a GoFundMe program, there's a Cash App program, there is some kind of program, donations to the black community that they came out with on national TV. And these two black people really bought into believing that this one company corporation was actually donating, giving the money to the black community for Black Lives Matter. What they believe that the money that they was using, links and contacts, saying if you want to donate any money, donate to this specifically website or this donation place. And they was sending people to donate millions of dollars that they really thought was going to the black culture, when the Black Lives Matter movement was going on. They really thought, what they didn't understand is they was being bamboozled, they was being lied to, they was being used. So this white man can get money off of donations that was never gonna go to the black community ever. The government set up in here and told the black culture, burn your cities, burn your buildings, make destruction. We'll pay for your child's education. We'll set you up with financial aid and health care for life. All you gotta do is burn down your buildings and the community within. And what the fuck they did? These dumbasses was out there robbing Walmarts and Kmarts and convenience stores and gas stations and Targets, burning these motherfucking Denny's down and burning fucking all these fast food restaurants down because they believed the government was going to give them motherfucking money to take care of their child. They believed that they was going to get education purposes. They was going to get all this money and all this help from the government of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi and all those leftist, cocksucking, two-faced Democrat bitch motherfuckers in the White House. Promised them, oh, we're gonna help you. We're there for you. We stand behind you 100%. Just go out there and commit disaster. And then you see all these fucking black people's communities burnt up, on fire, vandalism, murders, cities, states, and towns being taken over. All because the government told these stupid motherfuckers to go out and do it. And they the same stupid ass government that sits there and says, take these COVID-19 shots. That doesn't help your stupid asses.
Turn left.
Mandatory for your education to send your child back to school. Mandatory to get these jabs for you to take your ass to work and to be around other people. Take these jabs, they're gonna help you. Those COVID shots didn't do a fucking thing for nobody. You get sicker a lot quicker nowadays. Your immune system can't fight off any viruses that your body takes from you getting sick after you taking the COVID-19 shots. You feel more tired, overwhelmed. You're all fucked up. And the government tells you, yes, take these shots because they're going to help you. Joe Biden got fucking COVID 3 times. 3 times. And took the shot multiple times on national TV. Somehow that stupid bastard still had fucking COVID. But he's out there on national TV telling you stupid motherfuckers, hey, look at me! I'm getting shot, stupid! You should get it too, it'll help you. Ah! And it doesn't help you. You get sicker.
Go straight on.
Joe Biden still got it. And all these shots that supposedly helps don't help. Your yearly shots that you get from the doctor That shit don't help you. That shit fucks you up. You wonder why you're sick all the time. Listen, fellas, listen. I ain't been to the doctor since September of 2024. I have not been sick. I've not been sick since October of 2023. I don't get the government shots, really, that everybody gets. I never got the COVID shots. I try to stay away from fast food. I try to stay away from the food that makes you fat and obesity. I try. I like sugar. I like soda. I like candy. I eat regular food and I get fat. I gain weight. Yeah. It's not from smoking weed. It's because I get so fucking high and I get hungry from not eating. Because I only eat once a day. So when I do eat, I can go in there and eat a family meal of fucking roast beef, the family size. I can eat the whole fucking thing. I can put away 2 Subway 12-inch foot-long fucking Subway sandwiches, teriyaki chicken. I can put both of those sandwiches away with no problem. With no problem. Get out of the road! So, I mean, I can eat. I mean, I can put away 2 or 3 baked potatoes with sour cream and butter and chopped up onions and all that shit on top of them. I can put away fucking T-bone steaks. I can put away. I can put away motherfucking 4 or 5 fucking burritos. I can put away some motherfucking food. I mean, I can put away some motherfucking food.
Go straight on.
I need to get in that lane. But I just, you know, when I do eat, because I only eat once a day. I eat once a day. Last time I ate was last night when I got off the stream, or when I was, when I made food. And so I, instead of eating all of it, I had leftovers, and I had that for lunch. Oh, they gave me the violation, red light running. There's a cop right behind me too, I didn't know that. But
go straight on.
But yeah, if I wanted to eat, I can eat like a motherfucker. It only takes me 7 minutes to eat anything. 7 minutes. It may take 45 minutes to cook it. It takes me 7 minutes to eat it. And then I sit here and drink soda, snack on candy, you know, and get high as a motherfucker. You know, but if I eat one decent meal a motherfucking day, a small meal, I'll be fine. But if I go in there and cook like a fucking fiesta in there, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna gain weight. And I've gained weight because going in there and making enchiladas and shit like that, You know, enchiladas has a lot. You know, enchiladas and there's chicken enchiladas, and then there's the roast beef and all that shit. So when you eat all that shit, it's all like a family meal type of thing. It's not just like a single meal, it's like a family meal. So my problem is when I do get hungry, I overeat, and that's mostly where I gain my weight at, is from overeating. I know I got a big problem with that, because I like to eat. I mean, but I know if I eat too much. Oh, you motherfucking violators. You sort of like a violating me. I just missed my turn. I just missed my fucking turn. I don't see how the fuck I missed my turn, but I missed my turn. Managed to do that. I'm gonna flip it around.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
Oh man.
When possible, make a U-turn.
Oh, I'm gonna make a U-turn, lady. I just have to. Fucking get over this bullshit. We ain't going nowhere anytime soon. Believe it or not, at one point in time I used to go walking. I used to go ride a bicycle. I used to go hiking. I used to do a lot of shit. I don't do it anymore. This one? I was looking for that pole so I don't hit the damn pole. But I used to do a lot of shit. I mean, I stayed under 115 pounds for, I would say honestly, I stayed under 115 pounds until about a year ago. Yeah, about a year and a half ago. Why I smoked more weed, you know, where I got into smoking more every day. Because I wasn't, at one point in time, I wasn't a real big weed smoker. You know, I honestly wasn't. And I didn't get into really smoking until I got my card, medical marijuana card. And then when I got that card, it's like I went ape shit on buying medical marijuana. Like I spend fucking I drop $100 on medical marijuana every month. You know what I mean? Automatically $100. Soon as I get paid, I drop $100. And so I sit here and I smoke about 15 grams a motherfucking month, you know, or more. And so, you know, it's like, you know, shit happens. Pull that. You're not away over there? Yeah, but I have like the craziest conversations. I do all the talking, you know? I do mostly all the talking. Dirty clickety 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 click. Let's see. How many miles did we get in today? 1464, 1968, and 1717. Wow. I wonder what am I. What am I? BB tags? What the fuck is that? Okay. So since I've been on Trucker's books, I've had 19,000 miles. Total of 19,000 miles. Yeah. What I want to see is it under status? Companies, right? Where am I at now? 188. I'm 118. 188. Well, that's not bad. I mean, from where I came back to, because I used to be when I used to be doing trucker book. Oh man, shit! I made it to the top 100. Yeah, I made it to the top 100 when I first started. But I've got over almost 1,000 hours, though. Yeah, I almost got 1,000 hours of in in here. So I'm 66 on what the fuck am I looking at? I'm 66 on company status, ATS real. So total, so the total distance, I am 66th. Nice. Now I'm gonna tell you right now. If I do make a LLC, same company that I have on Truckers books for American and year and ETS two and Convoy, that will be it. I don't know about the Reaper part, but I would probably put, well, I think I have it underneath the Grand Reaper because I did start one. I didn't pay for it, but I did start it. A transport name and all that company stationed out of New Mexico and all that. Now I did put in to start an LLC, but it was asking me a bunch of like lawyers and what kind of products, what kind of truck you're gonna be driving, if it's a reefer or if it's this or this or that. And honestly, I don't know what it would be. I mean, I would like to do the cattle to start off first, loading and unloading cattle. But that's from city to city because you can't really transport too far with them. Sometimes it's state to state as well. Pick up in one state, go to another state, and then keep going. And but you always want to have a load going and coming. You never want to be empty. And see, a lot of people that always come back empty, and then wonder why they don't make a lot of money. I mean, I understand the trucking business. I understand how it works, and I can tell you every street sign, what they mean, what's the names and everything. Yield sign, stop sign, red light, yellow light, green light, speed limit, night and day, crosswalks, pedestrian signs, um, one lane, involving in one lane, uh, stop signs that says no roundabouts, no turnarounds, no left turning, no right turning, dead ends. I understand all those signs. I understand the speed limit. I understand that your vehicle has to be up to code, has to be up to standard, has to be everything has to be working and shit like that. My only issue is not being able to back a fucking trailer in, and that would be my issue. The other issue is the fact of trying to open another bank for the business and then buying the truck and the parts for the truck and then the fuel and all that shit. Because once I get into the trucking, Social Security's gone, food stamps gone, housing gone, all that shit is gone. Back to doing real work, you know what I mean? But the issue of it is having a seizure on the job. That is my biggest issue. Because you have a seizure behind a wheel. First of all, that's a deadly weapon with attempt to kill someone. Knowing the fact that you have seizures, and you can have a seizure at any moment while driving, or walking, or sleeping, or taking a bath, or taking a shit, taking a shower, cooking dinner, watching TV, playing video games. Like, they come on anytime. Sometimes you can know when they're coming, sometimes you don't. That's what really scares me of getting behind a real automobile mobile in real life and getting on the road and becoming a truck driver. And that's my biggest concern. It's not the fact that knowing how to drive. I could drive no problem. That isn't the problem. Following the rules and the laws of the road, no problem. But to back a trailer up and afraid of having a seizure, that's my main problem. That's my main problem. My main concern. It's not the fact that can I drive a truck? Oh, I can drive. That's well observed on a simulation. I could drive in fucking iRacing, high, drunk, and still be able to drive. Same thing, high or drunk on a simulation in American Truck Simulator. I can do it. But it's just the fact that, is it smart to do that? No. I just do it to show off. Because I can do it. Unlike other people, they can't smoke and drive. They can't get drunk and drive. They swerve all over the fucking road. They crash into shit. So it's a big difference for me. I do things that people can't do, and people do things I can't do. I'm not saying that I can do everything. If I could do everything, shit. You think I'll be sitting here every fucking day? Shit, I'll be running all kinds of companies. Now, they say it'll be, you can open a business doing things online, advertisement to like different corporations and businesses, and sell products and shit like that, and you get paid for it. You get paid for gaming and shit like that as well, and all this and all that. Yeah, I mean you could, but at the rate of being paid to do that type of shit. I mean, I used to walk door to door selling electricity rates and fucking gas rates. When new companies came up, I got a job to knock on doors selling electrical rates and gas rates against other companies. And if I sign someone to sign with the company to get that electrical rates or to get that gas rates, you know, then I made money. If I didn't get nobody to sign, I didn't make no fucking money. It's just a type of business. It's like when I was selling fucking Avon. I used to be a door-to-door salesman for Avon. Having a little backpack, a little suitcase with Avon products and go to door selling to bitches that was home all day long. And hell, I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money because a lot of women wanted the products. And I would sell it to them, and then I get a commission for it. And so I did make a lot of money doing Avon. But the thing of it is I didn't want to see myself fucking doing Avon forever. You know what I mean? Like I said, I've done a lot of different work. I've done a lot of different businesses. I know how to get out there and make money. It's just the fact that I don't have to. It's just the fact that I can live on what I live on, and I'm fine with it. Unlike everybody else, they bitching. I ain't got no money for nothing else, but I got money for fast food. I got money for movies. I got money for vacations and bullshit, but I ain't got no money for nothing else. You got money for vacations. To go on a vacation that costs you what, $30, $40, $50,000 to go on? $3,000 or $4,000 to go on cruises and vacations, but you ain't got no money for your fucking bills. You ain't got no money to put groceries in your fucking house. You ain't got no money to take care of your household, but you got money to go blow on vacations. And that's what Americans are griping about. They ain't got no money. They ain't got no money that's laying around that they can spend on vacation. Not the fact that their bills need to be paid. Fuck the bills. They don't even give a fuck about the bills. All they give a fuck about is having the money to drive around their vehicle to places they have no business going to because it's a waste of gas. You have a transportation vehicle so you can get back and forth to work, but you're taking the kids to the park, and you're going to the movies, and you're picking up fast food, and you're doing this and you're doing that. That requires gasoline. Well, that requires money to put the gasoline into the car so you can drive all the places that you don't need to go. In my opinion, if I had a vehicle and I had a job, that vehicle would be sitting in the parking spot until I had to go to fucking work, and then it'd sit in another parking spot until I had to leave from work, and then it'd be sitting in the parking spot again at home when I'm sleeping so I can get the next day and go to my work. Now, do you really need transportation for that shit? No, you can get on a fucking bus and take a bus. It's called walk to the bus, and then get on the bus and then go to work. But most Americans are too lazy for that. They want to have their own vehicle so they can go drive and park it, walk into the business and sit there for 8 hours. So they can get in the car that's hot as a motherfucker 8 hours later. So they can drive home, park it in the parking spot at home, go inside and go to sleep, and then wake up 8 hours later and do it all over the fuck again. So your car spends more time parked than actually being used. So why have a vehicle? Waste of money. I'm just saying, it's a waste of money. If you have money to blow on bullshit, you have money to pay your fucking bills. And your fucking rent, and your fucking internet, and your fucking groceries. And if you complain about you don't have nothing, well, maybe you should stop blowing it on bullshit. And then you'll have it. And then you don't have to worry about, well, do I have it for this bill this month? Well, fuck, I don't have it. But we're going to go and get us $50 or $60 of McDonald's. Beep, beep. McDonald's. Yay! Drive home, eat your meal. Oh, night time. And then they wake up and they're getting evicted because they got no money for their fucking rent. They got no money for their fucking electricity or their gas bill, their groceries, or anything else because they rather spend their money on bullshit. But they want to complain about they got no money. You got no money because you're spending on bullshit. Because you watch stupid ass TV advertisements and radio talk shows and you see other people eating this food or having that clothes or having that vehicle or having this or having that, and you want it too because you're so fucking greedy. And you think because one person has something, you want it as well because it looks so fantastic. And you must have it. Because advertisements on TV tell you you must have it. They brainwash you. They tell you, I want it, I want it, I want it. In reality, you don't need it. But you want it anyways. I'm just saying. Now, do I need to watch commercials and ads? No. No. I do not. Because I don't want to see the ads. You must have a cheeseburger. You must order from McDonald's. You must have this foot-long onions with pickle relish hot dogs from Sonic. You must have the smash burger. That is a hamburger that they smash on top of another hamburger that's smashed again on top of another hamburger that's smashed. And it's fucking thin. It's a waste of money. A waste of money. I'm just saying. Just saying. You pay for a license to go hunting. You're regulated on the food that you can hunt. You have to hunt during seasons that they want you to hunt in, which is all fucked up and wrong. You can't grow your own vegetables in your own fucking house or on your own land because they regulate it. You can't have cattle because then they're thinking you're running a farm. You can't have chickens because they want you to buy your chickens from the grocery store that they jack up in prices and fill with so much fucking bullshit drugs in them and chemicals. You can't grow your own shit because they regulate everything that you have. You're taxed on everything. You buy license on everything. But they tell you that you're free in America. If you was free in America, you can say and do what the fuck you want to without any rules and regulations of any force of government agencies, FBI, CIA, NSA, government agencies, from the White House to lawmakers to anything. All those rules and laws are made by men. Your house, your clothes, your cars, your food is all made by men and scientists.
all your rules and regulations and money that you get each month from the government, from your job, from Social Security, from anything, is all printed out by a machine that a man made. That chopped down the tree and printed your dollar bill and tax you on every fucking cent of that shit too. Everything is man made. Rules and regulations of this world is man made. They print out the same fucking Bible every fucking day for over 200 years saying the same bullshit, telling you you must believe in God. Why do I want to believe in a false person or a false idol? Because the government says you got to believe in religion. Well, we understand education's a joke. We understand dental, eye doctors, hearing, and all that shit, and medication for the body is a fucking joke. We understand that the health care and the reform cares and all the other government agency bullshit rules and regulations and bills that they've passed have been bullshit. So why do we have to sit here and believe that we have to believe to listen and obey by the rules? If all that shit was man-made, you don't think that your 10 Commandments was bullshit of man-made? You don't think your Second Amendment, your First Amendment, and all your fucking amendments and rules and regulations saying you shall not kill, you shall not murder thy neighbor, and all the other bullshit? That's all bullshit. It's all man-made. All of it's man-made. It's all rules that men have made and put in place for you to follow and to be little fucking followers instead of fucking leaders. I don't give a fuck about the forefathers that discovered the United States. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't give a fuck about the people that fucking killed and raped and made America. You say America's great. It isn't. It's built on lies. It's a fucking joke. The government's a fucking joke. The people that say that they're there for you are not there for you. You know what I mean? That's why I say I miss the Western old days where a motherfucker popped off. Bang! You got shot, motherfucker. There was no law. You was the law man. When a motherfucker stole something and had to do something, and you had to show people who was the boss, and you didn't give a fuck, you hung their ass up on fucking trees and left them there. When you got called out in the middle of the goddamn lunch hour to go do a one-on-one duel, and you chose to kill that son of a bitch because you got a quicker hand than he did, well, then I guess he better step his fucking game up. I miss the Wild West days. I miss the days that you can go out there and be able to be free and have some cock-sucking fucking pussy run his fucking mouth and just pop him in his fucking jaw. I miss the day that you can go out there and shoot this motherfucker because he stepped on your fucking property that you fucking built. Someone came in your house and raped and killed your children and your wife. You went out with a search party and you killed that bastard. What the fuck happened to America? What happened to him? What happened to going out there and hunting for your own food? You let the government step in and regulate it. You let the government step in and say we can't hang somebody because it's too fucking humane. But it wasn't too humane for that fucking child rapist to go have sex with a fucking child, right? That's not humane. But it's humane to hang a motherfucker for shit like that. It's humane to chop off people's hands and fingers because they are thieves. Back in the day, if you stole something, you got your little finger chopped the fuck off. If you raped somebody, you got your fucking family jewels chopped the fuck off, or you got your ass hung. What the fuck happened to you motherfuckers? You claim this is America. America was back in the days where you can go out there and hunt and build and design and do whatever the fuck you want to. You want to fuck this chick and this chick and this chick? It was okay because it was all whores anyways. They liked it. Back then, women looked, even though they was whores, they still know how to milk a fucking cow. They still knew how to take care of their fucking self. They still know how to cook and clean and provide it. And stayed home on the fucking property and made sure it was done while the man went out there and did cattle runs and fucking got the cattle rounded up and got the wild horses tamed and broke into and fucking went out there and hunting for your food to provide for your children and your wife on the fucking table. See, back then, that's America. This is what we got now in the 21st century. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Government comes in and buys all the goddamn land and then tells you what the fuck you can and can't do on your property that you buy. Because then when you buy that piece of property or that land or those acres, you are like a government of your own because you own it or you're supposed to own it. Back in the days, you get on a horse and you go across the prairie, you go across the fields, and wherever you stuck your flag at is where you was building your fucking home. You can't do that now because now all the land is overpriced. Government owns it all. You can't do shit with it because the government owns everything. And once you buy it, then you put it in your name, then you're paying taxes on it, you're paying mortgage money on it, then you're paying and paying and paying and paying. You got to get permits to build a fucking house. You got to get permits to build a fucking plumbing. You got to get permits to put electrical in your own fucking home on your own fucking property that you bought. You got to get permits for everything. And then you never own your fucking home. But people say this is America. America was the Wild Wild West days where you caught shooting at the fucking card table, you got your fucking ass shot. Or when you broke into someone's house, you got your ass shot. Or when you decided to be a bank robber, you had other people actually went in there and shot motherfuckers and robbed fucking banks. People don't even rob banks no more. It's easy, just get on the computer and just take everybody's fucking money out of the bank account. It's so fucking easy. America has turned into a bunch of fucking pussies. America is a bunch of dreamers that think they're still in this fantasy of they're gonna own something one day. That shit passed a long time ago. When the cops came out with fire hoses and hosed down all the Negroes on goddamn Chicago and California and hosed all the Negroes down against the wall and sprayed them with fire hoses. When you had Black Panther Party and you had Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy and KKK and all these motherfuckers. I mean, people have forgotten where the fuck they come from. They're so worried about who's following me. How many viewers did I get? How much money did I make? Can I afford that new fucking Lamborghini? Ooh, that's gonna be the fastest on the road. All they give a fuck is materialistic bullshit. They don't give a fuck about nothing else. All they care about is materialistic bullshit. And they wonder why they're broke. I'm satisfied with making $980 a month. Hell, I was satisfied making $600 a fucking month. Money doesn't change me. It never has. I am not going to kiss any agencies, government, domestic or foreign nations ass at anything. I don't give a fuck. I'm not put on this earth to get to be light. I'm not put on this earth to be somebody's fucking slave. Nobody fucking owns me. I don't give a fuck about a social security card number or fucking identification. Shit. All your rules and all your regulations, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm going to say and do whatever the fuck I want, when the fuck I want to do it. And if the government don't like it, well, you know where the fuck I'm at, you little bitches. I don't care. But the government thinks they can bribe people and intimidate people and scare people. When a person is no longer afraid of that organization or those type of people, it just tells you a whole lot about somebody. It tells you a whole lot. I could be the kindest motherfucker in the world, and I can do whatever I can for people, even though that I don't have it, and I wouldn't give a fuck. But the problem it is, I just can't give it away to just anybody, you know? And me, I used to trust people so much that I was a sucker and gave a lot of shit away. Because I trusted too many people. And then when I stopped trusting people, it goes back to being a shy, non-speaking person that minds his own business and just plays video games all day. Now, I don't go outside. I mean, I go outside and take out my garbage and I check my mail. Do I go outside for any other reason? For what? For what? What do I need to go out there for? Ain't nothing out there. There ain't nothing out there for me. You know what I mean? Dating sites, it's a waste of time. I mean, I spend more time playing video games and streaming than I do sleeping or eating or doing anything else. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy playing video games. I enjoy talking to people. I enjoy telling people about life and about shit, you know? Because at one point in time, I used to be a Boy Scouts. At one point in time, before juvenile and all the bad behavior and all that, I used to be a Boy Scout of America, and went on hiking trips and sleeping outside in the tent and getting all kinds of badges and doing all kinds of things in America, American Boy Scouts America. Me and my brother, 4 years. 4 years, me and my brother was both in American Boy Scouts for 4 goddamn years. Then we got into 4-H, which is, while you're in school, you can have a cattle or a goat or a pig or a horse or whatever, and you got to feed it and you got to raise it to a certain pound, how big they have to be to enter the contest, and then you get a ribbon, and shit like that, and then you make history books and all that shit with 4-H and all that, working with cattle and all that. But I mean, I've done that. My brother and my sister did 4-H. We had pigs on
in the city. We had the pigs in underneath the carport and stuff like that for the 4 pigs that we had. We had a horse trough. We had chickens and cattle. We had our own cow that we milked from, and shit like that. We ate eggs from the chickens that laid the fucking eggs. We wanted eggs. We went outside and got it. We lived in the city. We lived in the city, and Corpus Christi, Texas. We lived in Corpus Christi, Texas, in the city, and we had horses, pigs, cattle, and all that shit right there on a 2-acre lot that you could put 2 trailer houses on. But my stepdad bought one and put it across on both part of the lots, and so we had a trailer that was moved in because we lived in a small 5th-wheel travel trailer, and I'm talking about the ones that you hook up to your truck and you drive around. It's got the big ass bed in the top. It's got 1 shower, 1 toilet, small as fuck. You know what I mean? And try to fit 5 kids. Try to fit 5 kids and 2 adults in that motherfucker. That's how I lived as a kid. So am I used to being poor? Goddamn right. Goddamn right, because we had to learn how to take shit apart, put shit together. We learned how to fix broken cars, taking broken parts off of shitty cars, putting new parts onto the other cars and swapping them out. We had to learn how to do a bunch of shit. We had to learn how to build a carport. We had to learn how to cut the fucking grass. We had to learn how to feed the animals. We had to learn how to put a fence up. We had to learn how to learn mechanics on fixing on your own bicycle, and being able to help your mom rebuild the engine and shit like that for the station wagon. So you had to learn a bunch of different things that you wasn't taught in school. And I learned a lot of shit. I learned a lot of shit working with cattle. I learned a lot of shit working with goats and horses and pigs and shit like that. And everything. I learned a lot of shit, growing up the way I grew up. And a lot of people don't have that lifestyle. They have the lifestyle of their mommy and daddy buying them everything that they have. Everything, all the cars that they have, all the phones they have, all the computer games and everything. They used to having everything handed to them. So when they grow up and they have all this money of mommies and daddies, they don't know what to do with it. So they make up more companies and more companies. They get more richer and more richer. And then they get, and not saying it's a bad thing that they it's a bad way that they are being taught, because they're being handed everything, not actually understanding the principle or the value behind that dollar bill that you break your fucking sweat for, and you lose sleep over to go to work every day, even though you're sick and you're tired and you're wore out, and you take your ass to work every motherfucking day because you understand the principle and the value of the dollar bill, because you need it to pay your and to provide. When you come from a rich family, stuck up snob motherfuckers that's got billions of dollars, as soon as they're fucking born, they have no understanding of responsibility. They have no understanding the principle and the value of the work ethic and the hard busting that ass to earn that motherfucking dollar, because they're born with a silver spoon in their fucking mouth and they got everything handed to them. That's the difference between hard ass motherfucking workers to bonafide bred rich snob cocksuckers in this world that we deal with. Politicians movie stars, government agencies, within the government, the CIA, the FBI, all of them rich, stuck up motherfuckers that have a society of a cult of being stuck up, of making millions of millions of millions of millions of millions of dollars and stumping on the little guy and saying, ha ha ha, motherfucker, we got everything, you little bitches, and use our fucking slaves. When people understand the mind fuckery that's in my brain, oh man, I think when I die, I think I'm gonna give my brain to a scientist that wants to understand how my brain works. Cause goddamn, one of these days, you're gonna fuckers little figure it out. You'll figure it out one of these days. I say about 10, 15 years from now, we're gonna be in the Terminator. We're fighting robots. Just wait. I give you 10 or 15 years. Most of you motherfuckers in 2025 ain't gonna see 2030. So, I mean, I'm just being honest. Half of the people that's in this world in 2025 are not going to make it to 2030. So, I guess we just have to wait and see, huh? Yeah, I got a twisted fucking mind. I got a twisted fucking mind. Do you guys know people on Twitch are pissed off? You know why people are on Twitch pissed off? Because people on Kick are making thousands of dollars. Basically doing probably a 5, 6 hour, 10-hour stream. Having thousands of people come in for like a 10-hour stream. Probably, I would say maybe 50% of that is ads. Commercial ads and shit. And see, a lot of these YouTubers and Twitch people, they bitch about how they don't make any money. But they've been with, Twitch or Kick or, YouTube all these years. Hell, I've been with YouTube since 2012. My first profile was 2012. I've made 22 more profiles since then. I've made approximately about 6,500 videos on the internet since 2012. I've made about 6,500 videos. The problem of it is you got people on YouTube and Kick bitching about how, Twitch and YouTube, not Kick, because Kick actually profiting a lot of money. Kick is actually one of the ones I'm thinking about saying, well, fuck it, I've got a profile over there. Matter of fact, I got a profile over there, and I can jump onto it anytime and stream on it anytime if I chose to do so. Now, I don't have a problem jumping on here and making videos. Do you know what I mean? I really don't. I don't have any problems making videos. Can I set it up to do it? I possibly could. But this is mine. And it doesn't have any issues. I've never streamed on it. I've honestly never streamed on it. Never made a video on here. People And see, I've noticed when I first made my account over here, people are sitting with 31, 24, 20, 15, 11. I mean, it is just fucking insane of the content that they do. And they've got thousands of people watching. 2.4K late night going on Sush. Just chatting. 2.4K sitting there just watching, chatting. I mean, Awaken, doing the video game called Awaken, 1.5, 1.3 Dakota 2. I mean, like, these people have, you know, you look at the past views, like this one was 7 days ago, 30K. You know how much money he made? Speaking of him, speaking of that guy, you know how much money that guy made? That guy made a lot of money. A 2 day stream. Yeah, a 2 day stream. He made a lots of money. I gotta see if I can find his ass again. But yeah, I mean that guy came in there. He's a YouTube and Twitch streamer, which he's talking about moving over to Kick permanently. Um, and I think he made, what was it, two or $4,000 or some shit like that, somewhere. But yeah, I mean they got all kinds of shit. Slot machines, you can play slot machines. Um, and it's just different things, different browsers. You got different browsers. Same thing as Twitch. The only difference is this one actually pays you. They pay you more motherfucking money than YouTube. They pay you more money than fucking Twitch. Now, could I come over here and stream? I could if I wanted to. But I'm too loyal. See, I'm too loyal to YouTube because I've understand the rules and the ways of getting around with YouTube. Because I went over there to Twitch, right? Made an account with Twitch. Went over there, made an account. I streamed over there Daytona 500. I think it was Daytona 500 on Twitch. My first endurance race in 2021. I go and make a Twitch account, right? So I'm thinking I'm all great, you know, going there. Nobody knows me on Twitch, you know, so I go in there, make an account, jump on there. I'm in iRacing, doing iRacing, live streaming on Twitch. I have an issue with people driving the way they was driving. And so the next people that came in, some of them were raced me in the last one. So they knew what was ready coming. And this is when I had my microphone in iRacing. I came in there and I bitched about how people was driving. And people in iRacing found my stream, went and reported me. Not 5 minutes later, the guy that was talking shit to me on the stream in iRacing was the same one that got my fucking channel taken down 5 minutes later. And I got a 30-day ban. I had 75 people that was following me. And I wasn't even really doing nothing. You know what I mean? I wasn't being rude to people. I was just playing video games, minding my own business. And then I had 75 people that followed me. And am I eligible for the program to get paid from Twitch? I am, but why am I going to go and get paid from a platform that bans me 5 minutes later after I start my first stream. No, thank you. And that's the reason why I went back to YouTube, because I tried Twitch. I got banned on my first video for doing nothing. And so I said, fuck that. I'm going to go to YouTube. And sure enough, as soon as they banned that fucking video, or I got banned from fucking Twitch that very same night, I went live on YouTube, and I've been here ever since. Because Twitch has too many goddamn kerns in Twitch. Way too many. And to be honest, I will never stream on Twitch ever again. That platform is a joke. They pay shitty ass pay. They silence people. They put your fucking videos on mute. They try to control everything. This and this and this. And yeah, go fuck yourself. So I'll watch it. I'll watch people on there, but I won't subscribe to that motherfucker. I won't put my motherfucking money on the Twitch. If other people want to give me a subscription while I'm on Twitch, okay, great. I'm likely not going to use it because I'm on YouTube. I'd rather, because on YouTube I've got so used to being able to control what these cocksuckers do with my fucking shit. And if I don't like it, I report it and I make it right. And see, YouTube don't like me because of the simple fact that it is I've learned how to get around their bullshit. And so I do what I do is because they can't do shit about it. Until they figure out how to fix, you know, and they're figuring out how to fix a lot of other shit. So they're coming around. But the ad thing, the only reason why I put ad blocker or pop-up blocker is because of the Trojan, the 4 Trojan horses that I got when I first got on iRacing and was streaming on iRacing. And that's what took a toll on my Windows 10 first motherboard and CPU and all that. It is because of the 4 Trojans that was in there. I was in an endurance race. I was in an endurance race at Sebrings with 3 other people that I was racing with as a team. When it came to my turn of racing, my 2 hours of racing that I was supposed to do, but when I came back in to pit to let the other person in, I was kicked from iRacing. And then when I was kicked from iRacing, I lost everything. The 2 hours that I drove and all the points and everything that I drove for that endurance race in 2021, I lost it. It was like it never happened. So that's one of the reasons why I don't run endurance races with anybody. Because also I contracted 4 Trojan horses and a bunch of other software and malware that got into my PC and fucked my shit up. So that's the reason why I run CMD. That's the reason why I run the RTM and everything. That's the reason why I run a bunch of shit and I check a bunch of shit and I put a bunch of fucking shit on here to protect my PC. And that's the reason why I had pop-up blocker and ad blocker on, because I believe one of the web browsers that's on the PC, it could be Microsoft Edge, it can be whatever, because all those ones, all these ones, this one, this one, this one, and whatever the other one was, Bing, yeah, Bing, they was all on my PC. when I got Windows 10 through Cyber Power PC, because they're the ones that built my PC. When I bought the operating system, which was the Windows 10 key, whatever the fuck they did, they fucked up my PC, where the CPU was unusable anymore, pins was broken. It was hard to get out of the little fucking slot, and then when you put it in, and then you take it out, and you put it in, you take it out, shit got broken, shit got fucked up. Because at that point I was trying to fix it. I had my PC less than 6 months or 3 months. I had malfunction problem with the keyboards. I had malfunction problems with the motherboard and the CPU. And so I took it into Best Buy. I spent $100 at Best Buy, the Geek Squad bullshit. Had them motherfuckers look at it. They come out and said, well, you got this virus, this virus, this virus. What did you do to get these viruses? I said I was streaming on Twitch and doing iRacing. And they're like, well, what else did you have open? I said I had Trading Paints open. I had iRacing open. I had Twitch open. OBS was streaming and everything else. Oh, this was when I had Stream Elements. Before I had OBS, it was Stream Elements. And so whatever took place, it just fucked up the PC. It just fucked up the PC. I didn't do nothing to it. I turned it on, checked everything, made sure everything's fine, closed everything out before I shut it down, did all the checks, everything I could do. Now I do it more securely because of the 4 Trojan horse, because of the viruses that was put onto it, because replacing my motherboard 3 fucking times at $120 a piece for each one of those fucking motherboards. You know what I mean? And then the CPU was replaced twice. So on top of the CPU that was original, that came with the block, not the OME CPU, but the one that came with the block that they charged me for the block and the CPU, that cost what? For a Ryzen 737, that cost me, for the block and all that, that cost me fucking $100 and something, $200 and something at that time. When I figured out that you can get OME chips without the fucking block and shit, which was a lot cheaper and easier to get because it didn't have the block on it, because you're paying more for the fucking heat sinking than you are the fucking chip. I mean, goddamn, the chip's only this goddamn big. I mean, you're paying for that big ass fucking block that sits on that motherfucker is what you're paying for. Plus the shipping and all that other shit. So, I mean, you look at that chip and look at the fucking block. You separate both of those, you're paying probably about $120 for that fucking chip, and about $200-350 for that fucking block. So what? So why do you think they charge you almost $500-600 for a CPU and a fucking block together? Because they're making money. Well, what I don't understand is, why would you want to have a heat sinking that creates heat on a chip? That don't make no sense. The thing of it is you're putting heat on a chip that the chip already gets hot when it's working anyways. So you would want to put a pump on it that's cooling, that cools the chip down instead of make the chip hot. Duh! But you got all these fucking idiots that out here got block on their fucking CPUs, and they wonder why they got heating problems. They wonder why their shit's too hot. Duh! You got a heating block on it, moron. Take it off and put a cooler on there, and your temperatures will go down. Crazy. Your temperatures, you're used to your temperatures being 70 and 80? Ha ha! No, my temperatures are around 20, 30, maybe 40. Maybe. With a cooling fan on that motherfucker. Yeah. A 120 ml cooling pump. RGB cooling pump.
Cost me 80 bucks. 80 bucks for the pump. Why am I gonna spend almost $600 on a fucking chip and a heat sinking when it's just gonna make your fucking chip hotter? Ugh. I mean, I don't understand why people do it. Put a cooling pump on that motherfucker, and I guarantee your CPU chip will be a lot cooler. Yeah, it'd be a lot cooler. All right, let's see. Let's do this. You see, it's at 56, right? GPU. That's a graphics card, or yeah, GPU. You got the GPU memory, and then you got the GPU over here. Okay, this is your how hot your system is, right? Now, and that's with OBS running and Steam currently running, right? So let's go close out Steam. Let's close out Steam. Give it a minute. Let the system catch up to the shit. Hold on. Now, when I'm not streaming and I'm just sitting here doing absolutely nothing, and my screen looks like this, but it's not recording, and I've got nothing on, that temperature is actually below 40. That temperature is mostly in the 30s to 35s. Now, so you got this one. You got the GPU, then you got the internet, right? And that motherfucker's all over the place. You got the disk, 1, 2, 0 memory here, and everything like that. And then you got the CPU. There's the CPU time, uptime. So when you got that, now you can come over here to look at this, which is the armor crate, which is your motherboard information, right? You can come in here and look at this. But then you can also look at also this one that also tells you your temperature and all your shit for your board as well right here too. CPU and all that shit. You got your all this up here and your temperatures. CPU or CPU, yeah, it's 30% or 30 Celsius. CPU package 34. GPU 57.5, but that one says 57.5. Now you go back to your task manager, you go back to your GPU here, it says 56 down here, but over here it says 57.5. So this is your motherboard information. Motherboard's running at 24, chipset's running at 39. Like I said, I keep my shit as cool as I can keep it. You know what I mean? I keep it as cool as I can keep it.
I got a bunch of this shit disabled. I got a bunch of this shit disabled. But I mean, that just shows you. That just shows you. You know, everything like that. Yep. It just shows you pretty much everything else. So that's why I say I mean it's not hard to keep my PC cool. And that's with a pump on it. That ain't no motherfucking heat sinking shit. So if you wonder why your PC's hot and you wonder why you're having issues, that would be it. Get rid of the heat sinking bullshit. I try to keep the cheapest. To be honest, I like to keep the cheapest shit. Now this is what I was talking about the other day if I should buy, because I need one of these, right? For the other PC. I need one of these for my PC. Now I can get this and add it to my PC or add it to the other PC. But the thing of it is I'm going to need 4 kits. So I would have to need to buy this 4 times. So say if it was 4 times, I'm looking at $500. Because it's going to be 4 of these in the PC. So that means it's going to be, I have 128 at 64 gigs of RAM. So you have 2 sets of 32s. So right now, most people right now has 4 sticks of RAM in their PC right now, right? And their PC's at 32 gigs, right? If you did it like I did and bought 4 sticks of 32s, which would be 2 of 16s, but 4 times, it actually runs you more money. So if you do 64 of 2 of 32, so you got 32 out of those 4 sticks. So you get rid of those 4 sticks, you got 2 sticks of 32s from the 4. Now if you decide to get another one, then you got 128 gigs of RAM. And if you decide to build 2 PCs with the same amount of RAM in it, which would be 128 a piece, you're looking at $500. now, why the fuck would you need 128 gigs of RAM? Fuck if I know. But I just thought it'd be nice to have 128 gigs of RAM with about 4 of these motherfuckers in my PC at 2 terabytes. So I've got 2 or 3 of these in my PC right now. Yeah. Yeah, I've got 3 of those in my PC. Plus I've got one of these that's in my PC as well. On top of that, I've got a on top of that, okay, I got a 1 terabyte that's in my PC right now. I've got the B550 M Plus motherboard that's in that one. I've got a 1 terabyte HDD drive in my PC. Now, I want you to pay attention. There's 1 terabyte here. There's another 1 terabyte here. Okay. Now, this is my CPU right now, which it cost me almost $280. Now, this is the pump that I currently have in my PC. A Cooling Master 120 LM RGB closed liquid cooler. Radiation dual chumble, and as you see, it's $60. When I bought it, it was not $60. It was actually $80. When I bought this chip, it was not $280. It was actually $350 that I actually bought this chip for. These are 8 of 2. I bought 4 of these motherfuckers. They was not at 95 pieces. 95 for each one of them. There wasn't. I actually dropped $120. This price used to be $120 in 2021. In 2022, it used to be $120. I spent $240 on 32 gigs of fucking RAM. Bought this twice. If I go and buy the 128 for both of my PCs, I have doubled the price when I could have bought these ones for 2 of 32s at 64 for 120. I could have bought probably when these was going up in good price, because these are actually good fucking Crucial Ballistix are probably the #1 best RAM sticks on the market. Never have any issues with them. This is my original 1660 Super. Yeah, that's right. I had a 1660 Super. I have a 3060 in my PC right now. So this price was not this price when I paid for it. It was actually about $350 or more when I bought mine. And my board, it's still at $120. I bought this fucking board 3 times. Once off of Newegg, once from Cyberpower PC when they built it, and once when I bought it from Walmart. Now, the reason why I went to Newegg and bought it off of Newegg is because the one that I got from the original motherboard, when I dropped $1403 on my PC to have built, and these motherfuckers were supposed to put in a ASUS Prime B550-Plus, and what I paid for was more than this price from Cyberpower PC. The case also, the case by itself was like $400 or $500, and then you had the fucking the board, you had the chip, the original chip with the block, and then the RAM was only 8 gigs instead of 16 gigs. See, I didn't know shit about RAM until I started figuring that out, that 8 gigs of RAM couldn't hold up on most of these video games. So I updated from 8 gigs to 32 gigs. And now I want to do 64 or 128. So, you know, I spent money on this board 3 times. Walmart was the same price. Newegg was the same price. Reason why I bought the one from Walmart was to replace the one from CyberPower PC because they would not fix anything because they said the warranty was expired. But it broke down 3 months later after I purchased it. Yeah. And so I didn't know shit about computers. In 2021, I didn't know shit about computers. And I had to figure it out. So what I did is I took pictures of my PC, how it was together. And so when I took it apart, I started taking pictures and I write little messages on where they go to because I didn't want to fuck it up. So how it was built and how it was made, I took it apart, took pictures of each parts where they was at. When I bought the part for to replace it, and see when I replaced the original motherboard from CyberPower PC, I bought the one from Walmart because Walmart was right down the street, and I walked over there and purchased it. Well, what I didn't know is the board from Walmart was already fucked. 4 sticks of RAM would not work in the board. 2 will, and then the other 2 was already dead. So I had to get my money back from Walmart for that board, and I was like, fuck, I need a board. So I started shopping on Newegg, and I found that Newegg was, you know, pretty good products. Never failed so far. And so I bought this board off of Newegg in September 22 is when I got it. And so I've had the same board in my PC since September of 2022. And that's why I've said I've already replaced this fucking board 3 times. So, I mean, is it a pain in the ass? I mean, for the board being that old, and this is 2025, and I purchased this board in 2022. I mean, 23, 24, 25, you're already looking at, in September, that motherfucking board is going to be 23, 24, 25. It'd be 3 years old. How long does that board have? I don't fucking know. But, and see, and this is the problem, that if this board goes out, I don't want to buy another same board. I actually want to upgrade to a bigger board instead of dealing with fucking this board again. And that's the reason why I haven't bought the RAM or haven't bought the chip yet, because I'm thinking about just saying, fuck it, I'll buy another board, upgrade the board, upgrade the RAM, upgrade the CPU, and I'll be great. So CyberPower PC gave me 2 1 terabytes, right? Well, one of them failed. And so I went and bought a 4 terabyte. And as you see, there's a 4 terabyte. Now, I had a 4 terabyte in my PC. Actually, I had 2 of them. On top of the 1 terabyte and the 1 terabyte M.2. So I had about 10 terabytes in my PC at one time. The problem is this 4 terabyte somehow got corrupted or fucked up. And so when that one went out, the board went out with it. So instead of, and see, I didn't know that HDD drives make your PC slow. I didn't know. And so when I found out that the Kingston, which is the other ones that I just showed you. Let's see. So when you go back to this one, I bought that in 2025, one of those, and I got another one. I think I don't know how many they're gonna show, but so here's two of them right here, and I bought those ones in wow last year. Last year around this time, $100. I bought two of those sons of bitches, $200. Yeah, $200. I also bought the 3060, and that was $280 as well. And that was in 2023. So um yeah, I've spent a lot more money. You add up all the original prices to all the shit that I've already replaced. Graphics card, power supplies, CPU, motherboard, and RAM has all been upgraded. The fans that are in the front of the PC and on top of the PC, I added those fans. The power supplies went from a 600 to a 700. And it's all gold plus. I don't fuck with anything, no power supplies that's not gold plus. Motherboard's already been replaced. This because I have the original one right now, and so my other one that was $30. This table, this microphone, the camera, controller, and all that shit. The batteries. No, the batteries came from TikTok. Controller came from Microsoft. But the additional shit that I have, like the surround sound, because I have the surround sound, cameras, the table, all that came from Newegg. Yeah, all that came from Newegg. So I pretty much bought new cases. I bought like okay. So if you look at this case right here, or this game board, this one right here, this is no longer available. This would cost me 200 or cost me $120 for this one. If that motherboard right there does not work, this board is unavailable. That means I would have to upgrade that board. That board is brand fucking new. There's the date when I purchased it. It's been sitting in the case since I got it. That board is 2 years old. Never been turned on. Sitting in the case right now. In this case, matter of fact, that when I bought this case, it was actually 125, I believe it was 125 when I purchased it. And this is what this case comes with. The fans that's in it, those come with it. You get 5 fans. You get 5 fans. That case has the original five fans in it. So this is what I did. Okay, so if you look at the airflow, right? You look at this is the airflow. Now on the case itself, it has the 3 in the front. that's pulling in the air, because the airflow is coming in. So I got 3 on the front, and the pump, the same pump that I have on my PC, is brand new on that PC. So it's got a brand new case, brand new pump, brand new motherboard, brand new power supplies. That was only 3 months old. That was in my PC when I first bought it. I'm thinking about just taking that power supplies out and putting a brand new one in there. Maybe 1,000 watt or something. Because I don't want to put any parts into a brand new build. Like my 1660 Super, I took it apart. Nothing wrong with it. I took it apart, I cleaned it up, I re-thermal pasted it, I put it back together, put it back into my PC, turned the motherfucker on, played a few video games on it, took it back out of my system, bought me a 3060, and put the 3060 into my PC. Now the 1660 Super, that's already been cleaned, re-thermal paste, is sitting inside the box of the 3060 and has not been used since I bought the 3060 graphics card. Now, I don't have the original box to it because CyberPower PC didn't give me the original boxes. They didn't give me the heat sinking that came with my CPU. That cost me $500 and something for. They kept the fucking heat sinking. They kept a bunch of the boxes and a bunch of the other shit that came with my PC. And they only gave me shit that I paid for, which was the case, the motherboard, the power supplies, the 8 gig of RAM, the 1 terabyte HDD drive, the other 1 terabyte HDD drive, and the power supplies, which was a 600. And then they sent me a mouse and a keyboard. And I didn't like the keyboard because it didn't have lights on it. So I bought me another one, which is broken. So I'm back to using the original keyboard. The mouse has been replaced because I got angry and smashed the fucking mouse, and the little ball thingy fell inside, and I couldn't take it apart to fix it. So I had to buy me another mouse, which I bought off of Newegg.com. My monitor I bought off of Walmart. My chair I bought off of Walmart. All my cameras, because I got multiple cameras. And microphones and shit like that, that all came from Newegg. So most of my PC parts have came from Newegg.com. That's where I buy my computer parts. Other than that, I mean, as this picture diagram shows how airflow works, see, and this is what I got in mind too. The pump fan is facing that direction. The other fan that I put on the top is also facing the outward direction to suck the air out. So we got, so in my PC and in that one, I've got the pump facing the same way as mine for the airflow to go out. I've got the 3 fans in mine and in that one in the front, just like it shows here. My PC has a part where I can put the fan in the bottom, so it sucks the air in. So I've got the airflow coming from the bottom, the front, and I've got the heating coming out and the back. So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6 fans in my PC. And that's the reason why my PC is so cold, is because I've got 4 incoming, 2 going out. Now on that PC as well, that one's a more new higher tech PC. And the reason why I say it's a new higher tech PC, because it has it has this fucking thing that's in the back of it. Nope, not that. There it is, right there. There you go. So this thing right here is your well, these two right here, you could put SHDs in here, and you could put get some more of these little template things. You could put some more over here. You can put all that shit. So you got your buttons up here, right? You got your buttons, your off, your reset, and all that shit. You got your microphones and all that shit. You know, USB ports up there, C-type and all that shit. This right here is your mainframe of everything being worked on. So your RGB lights connector, your all your shit that needs to be connected is connected right here on this port. So this case is more updated than mine is. Mine don't have this little port. But it's got another part where you can put some more storage, HDD drives or whatever. I don't know why the fuck we would use an HDD drive, but considering that this part right here is cut out and actually has a fan here, just like this one for the power supply. So mine has this whole bottom open. Well, it has a little box thing here that covers off this part, so it has the fan that has the power supplies, and then it has another fan here that pulls the air in. So while this one's blowing out, this one's pulling in, and then you got the three that's pulling in here, and you got this one pulling out there. So the original fan that comes with this one that goes on the back plate here is actually up here in the top, and then so the pump is on this one. So you just take out the pump, take this fan off, and put the pump on there, and then you just have the pump fan is running out that way, which is RGB as well, because my fan is RGB on the pump. But that's the good thing about this case, and that's why I went with this case, is because you got this multi-port station thing that most cases you don't have unless you spend more money on the case. Now, like I said, when I bought this case, it cost me 120 something bucks when I bought it. So it's a brand new case. The motherboard's already sitting in it. The pump is already sitting in it. The only thing that needs is the CPU, the GPU, and the storage. That's all it needs. And that motherfucker's ready to go. It's got the fans. Yeah, it's got the fans. It just needs the graphics card, the power supply. Well, because the power supply that's in it, I want to replace that one, because that one was in my original PC. So it's about 6. I think it's about 6 months old. So I'm thinking about, instead of keeping that one in there, I'll just take that one out and put a brand new 1000 watt in there. Because that one, I mean, you put 1000 watt in there, and then with the board that's brand new and everything else that's brand new in it, I mean, how could you go wrong? Like, how could you go wrong? Because I'm gonna tell you, my pump that's in my PC, I bought that from CyberPower PC. And that is the only fucking thing besides the case that's actually lasted the longest when I purchased my PC in March of 2021. So my pump is still going strong. My pump is still cooling my system on top of the additional fans that I purchased and put into it, because the case didn't come with any fans. It came with the pump, the motherboard, 1 stick of RAM, and the GPU and the 600 power supplies. That's it. And the keyboard and the mouse. Um, Windows key, Windows 10 key was already in it. So whatever they did to get it started, they must have did some fucked up shit, because not 6 months later I was replacing every fucking thing in it. And that's the reason why I will never purchase a pre-built or have someone ever build my motherfucking computer. Because I had to rebuild my $1,400 PC that I've already spent additional parts of upgrading the CPU, the GPU, the power supplies, and the motherfucking RAM in that son of a bitch. So it's got a whole new rebuild in that motherfucker. What I want to do is throw a bigger power supplies into it, a bigger CPU chip into it, and I want to throw bigger RAM into it. That's what I want to do. And once I do that, I mean, I think it'll be okay. But considering the board is, with that board over there, it's hard to find. Because I was thinking about selling that one. But if that board is hard to find, I'm going to have to update the board. I don't even know if the board works. I haven't tried it. I haven't even tried turning the case on. So everything that's sitting in that one is sitting there collecting dust. Because that's what it's doing, it's collecting dust. I don't even know if it works. But I bought it off of Newegg. So if it doesn't work, well, it's not like I can get my money back. I mean, they're fucking 2-year-old products that's been sitting there. Cause I was thinking about putting, and see, this is what I was thinking about putting. I was thinking about putting a bigger motherboard into it. Okay, ASUS Prime X670E Pro, Wi-Fi. Okay, but if you look at it, it says DDR5. So that means I would have to get DDR5 RAM. Because it does not support DDR4. That I'm thinking. I don't know if it supports the DDR4. Let me see. Because if it don't support DDR4, there's no point in me buying the RAM that I want to buy right now. Because I can buy DDR5 RAM and throw DDR5 RAM into my board right now, waiting on this board. But DDR5 RAM is kind of expensive as well. So I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's for it. I mean it would be great, because then you have your, let's see if we can get a better picture here. So you got your HDMI ports, you got the display port. Display port would be for the monitor. The HDMI port would be from the graphics card, or I can use, yeah, it'll be the graphics card. And then you got the C port, you got your keyboard, you got your mouse, you got your camera, you got your other shit, and then you got your internet one, and they got Wi-Fi. I wouldn't recommend using Wi-Fi, but straight wire for me would be great. So you got your BIOS, and then you got your other shit and everything, which that'd be great. And you got your flashback, that's also great. And then you get your audio, your audio 3 colors. That's also great too, because then you got all that shit. So that would be a typical. When I look for a board, I'm looking for C-type HDMI ports, display ports, how many SS ports that's in there, how many USB port 3.2, and C types and A types, and does it have the coax and the Ajax and all the files, and those would be the great ones to get, because then you can put so much more shit into it than have to buy an additional port to run on extra shit. Because my microphone is plugged right into the top here. It's not in the back. It's in the front. The controller, the $70 fucking controller from Xbox, that additional USB port to connect it is in the top. And so all my other shit, they all run behind and to the back of it. Keyboard, mouse, my camera, and my Fanatec steering wheel all runs in the back. So I have no more room to put more shit onto it. That's the other downfall. That's a downfall for that. So I mean, there's all kinds of shit, And the other thing is, I look at. Okay, let's see. I don't think they really have a good picture. They don't really have a good picture of it, or maybe they do. Okay, you see where it says chipset heat sink? On the side of it, there's at least 6 slots. Those 6 slots right there is where you put your SSD terabytes. Your SSD card, you could connect 6 of those motherfuckers on there. So that means you can have 2 terabytes in each one of those slots that has 6. When I'm looking for a board, I want to find a board that can hold 6 of those. So if I want to put 6 terabytes or 2 terabytes in each one of those holes, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 fucking terabytes. On top of, then you got your M.2 slots, right? You got 3 of them. Your first one goes, 1 terabyte goes in the first one, which is underneath the chipset. So you take that first one off right there. You put your operating system onto the 1 terabyte that goes into that motherfucking M.2. The other M.2 slots, you can put 2 terabytes or 4 terabytes in either one of those. Then you've got about 8 terabytes on top of the operating system, which is 9 terabytes. Then you got 12 terabytes on top of that. Okay? So you got a total of 12 terabytes, another 8 terabytes over here. You're looking at 20 terabytes. All right? On top of your operating system, which is 1 terabyte. So you've got 21 terabytes in your PC. Now, when it comes to your RAM, okay, you want to put your first one in that's closer to your chipset, where your chip goes, and you want to make sure that one goes in first. You skip that one. If you're putting in 2, it's going to be the first 2, the first one and the third one. If you're going to put in 4, you can open all the slots, put them all in there, and just work from one way to the other. Make sure they're all in there. My thing is I always like to keep 4 in there. So my next option, I'm going to throw either 64 in there, or I'm going to throw 128. and that's what I'm gonna do. So you're gonna have a Ryzen 9 5900 or whatever on top of 128 gigs of RAM on top of 28 terabytes of storage. Just that right there combination by itself, I mean, it's a killer. I mean, it's a killer. I mean, because if you look at the 1 terabyte right now, it's going for $50, right? Easy, off the top of the chart, right there. Okay, you go and get 4 of those SSD 2 terabytes at get 4 of those. How much would those be for 4? Let's see, how much would those be for 4? Say if you want to get 4 of these right now. You're looking at $347 for 4 of those, right? First build, right? First build, you got 6 slots. You want to put 4 in there, then throw your M.2s, 2 terabyte M.2s in there, and throw your other shit in there. So you have this one, which you can actually make it into like a 2 terabyte. So say if you want a 2 terabyte here or 4 terabyte. I mean, looking at 4 terabytes, 188. 2 terabyte, you're looking at 87. But this is not really one that I would recommend anyways. One that I would recommend, which they're out of stock. The one that I would recommend, they're out of stock with it, so. Which would be this one. This is a 1 terabyte. I bought this one. And this is the one that's currently in my PC right now. That's what my operating system's on. So I mean, I had to learn how to build a whole new PC. And I had to learn how to just put it all back together. I didn't know shit about computers. I didn't know if I wanted to go with a pre-built or a custom. I looked at different places of online, different places to have custom built. I asked a bunch of different questions, a bunch of different people stream, asking which will be easier on a budget of whatever, and shit like that. And so 8 gig was a big mistake because ain't nothing gonna run off 8 gigs of RAM. So that was my biggest mistake. And so when I updated to, because I went to 16 gigs, and I felt that 16 gigs wasn't enough either, so I bumped it up to 32 gigs, and that's why I've got Crucial Ballistix RGB 32 gigs in my RAM. Now, at the point of time of trying to get 128 gigs, because that's what I originally wanted to do, I was looking at about $1,000 for 128 gigs of RAM. So at one point in time when I first started putting a PC together in my mind, I was looking at the name brands that was very good to get that can last longer. And the only one that I found that was worth the fuck was Crucial Ballistix and Master Liquid Cooling. Now between Master Liquid Cooling products, Master Liquid period of products, and then the Crucial Ballistix, I was trying to build a PC with crucial ballistic parts and with fucking Master Liquid. But then when I started looking into the prices of Master Liquid cooling, prices of fans, RGB, different parts, and this, and this, it was fucking expensive. So I was like, no, I can't do that. Because I wanted to have a Master Liquid, Master Liquid cooling products running throughout. I wanted one brand of everything, and it got too expensive, so I had to narrow it down what I could pay for at the time, and then upgrade little by little, and that's what I've been doing. When they gave out that $1,400 check, that's what I bought my computer with. Yeah, that's what I bought my computer with. The 400 the $403 was extra, or was it 1,200 or whatever fucking check it was the government gave us to. So I used that check to buy a PC. I used the other check to pay off a bunch of my bills, and then so I just been saving and saving and saving. So when after I rebuilt this one for the third fucking time, I looked into building another one and making it more. The parts was supposed to have been more high end. At the time of the market of putting that one together, I had the money to do it. When the economy decided to go skyrocket and shit started to go up in price, I had to stop buying parts. So that's the reason why that one's been sitting so long. And that's the reason why the motherboard, you can't find that motherboard. So if that motherboard don't work, I would have to replace it with a newer, updated one to like a Z670 or Z780 or something that's in the higher family of the ASUS B5, the B categories or the X categories, or because I want to stick with that brand. I like the ASUS product, but the problem with the ASUS product is the fact that it's so cheap, but it's so easy to fucking break. And I don't want to keep replacing boards after boards after boards after boards. So that's why I was like, I don't know if I should buy the storage. I mean, if you look at my storage, storage is not a problem. I mean, I would not think that it's a problem. I used to have 400 in there. I used to have 400 in there or more. With the 1 terabyte operating system, and then the HDD 1 terabyte, because that one HDD is still running in my PC. And when I bought my PC, it came with the PC. And one of the hard drives when I first got this PC going, the pump, the case, and that one HDD drive is the only thing that still works in this fucking case. I forgot about that 1 terabyte. But that 1 terabyte HDD is still operating some of my shit. Like no bullshit. Like it operates some of my shit. Yeah, you look into the files. There's the HDD drive right there. And the problem of me trying to get rid of this HDD drive, the system, my computer won't let me get rid of it. Because evidently, everything that supposedly says it's on the operating system's not on the operating system. It's on the fucking HDD drive. And I mean everything. Memory, logs, uh, everything. Steam, Windows, applications, programs, ESD, Intel, AMD, TP, everything. But then you come over to the operating system, it's got less shit on it than the fucking HDD drive. And the problem of trying to get everything from my HDD drive to the operating system, the fucking thing won't let me do it. So when you get a computer and you decide to put storage in there, do not buy a fucking HDD drive. It slows your computer down. And you can't get the shit off of it, as you can tell. Do I want this HDD in there? No, I do not. It slows my computer down. Some of the fucking shit is on the fucking... Like, there's a game, I don't know what, I think a few games that's in Steam that's on this fucking drive. Yeah, there's a few games on here. And the thing of it is I don't know what the fuck it is. When you click on it, it says it's empty. It all says it's empty. Now, getting rid of it, I don't know if I should get rid of it. Shades and everything else. I mean, you click on everything. It's got... There's the NBN right there. M.2. Oh, what's the next one? It's like, it's got shit on there that... Why the fuck is it on there? And then some of these are empty. Workshop, that is... I believe that is Steam shit right there. Which doesn't have anything in it. Yeah. Which doesn't have anything in it. And as you see the fucking dates on it, most of it is old dates that need to be gone. But, I mean, you look at a bunch of this shit, can I move it? I don't know. I've never tried it. But this is the operating system. This is where all the shit is supposed to go to. But for some reason, it's going over here. And then this one, this is where all my games are at. All my games are sitting right the fuck here. And if you look at it, operating system's got 930 says, but 385. The HDD's got 930, but it's got 775. The the SSD that I showed you guys just a minute ago, the Kingston, has all my games on it. Anything that says Ubisoft and most of the games from Steam are sitting right the fuck here on that SSD. So do I need to get another SSD? Probably. And then that way I can start moving all this shit off of these other ones and put them onto the SSD. Because I need to get that fucking HDD out of my PC. Now I still have the 4 terabyte. It's sitting in the drawer. All my games that's on there is still sitting on there. I don't know how to get them off. That is a problem. But I mean, from someone that doesn't know shit in this world, that had to learn how to do everything that I talk about, I didn't know shit about computers.
And I taught myself how to rebuild my PC 3 times. Also, have another one in the process of being built. So, am I capable of doing a lot of shit? Yes. Am I very smart in a lot of different areas that people are not? Yes. Can I physically work and take someone's job from them? Of course I can. Will I be able to get a job to go work actually? Not living in the state of New Mexico. New Mexico will not let me get a job. If I want a job, I would have to go back to Texas. And going back to Texas required have to listening to the bullshit laws and crap that they have there. On the fact of you can't smoke medical marijuana in the state of Texas because they don't want to legalize it. So that's another reason why I don't want to go back to Texas. Also, I'm tired of dealing with the fucking law in Texas. You know what I mean? I'm tired of dealing with the bullshit, shit talking, wannabe gangster motherfuckers in Texas that doesn't have any balls. You know? I'm just tired of the bullshit with people in Texas that talk a big game but ain't about shit. You know? You know, and that's one of the reasons why I don't move back to Texas. Born and raised there, but I've been gone since 2008. I don't want to go back. I've lived in California. It's too expensive. I lived in Texas, born and raised. Too fucking hot. I can get a job anywhere. But if I have a seizure on that job, I'm fucking canned. Is it hard to get another job? Yep. New Mexico won't let me have a job because I'm epileptic. So while I'm living here, no go for jobs. I can't do nothing. I've done landscaping. To tell you the truth about New Mexico, they don't have a lot of grass. It's all concrete, rocks that they fill in. And that's your flower bed. It's all rocks. Because they're too fucking lazy to actually let grass grow, to actually have a garden anywhere. So it's all rocks inside the flower beds. It's all concrete, asphalt, and concrete. That's it. You want any grass? You gotta go to the fucking mountains, where all the rich white people live. The Mexicans live down in the valley. The Native Americans live on the reservations. And the rich white people live in the mountains. And the mixed breeds, broke ass motherfuckers, live in the middle of the city. Gives you a prime example where the fuck I live at. I live in the ghetto. I've been living in the ghetto for 15 goddamn years. For 15 years I lived in the ghetto here. I'm still here. I live in the area where drive-bys was done on a regular basis. I live in an area where the Chinese at one point in time ran this part of the area. I live in an area where it's normal to see homeless and naked people running down the street on some fucking drugs. It's normal to see people breaking in someone else's apartment or their car or anything else. Because I live in that type of fucking neighborhood. The rent was low as fuck until they decided to change it in 2018 from one-bedroom apartments being at $300, all utilities you pay yourself, not them pay, but
but you pay. So you was paying lights and gas and trash and your rent at $300. You didn't have Section 8. You didn't have any other income. You was a single person living in a one bedroom paying $300 a month, which was great. And then until you meet a chick that you knock up and get pregnant 3 months later, and then you go from a one bedroom to a two bedroom, as now you're paying $450 for. Then she decides to leave you in 2015 after she had the baby in 2014 of November and say, I don't want a relationship, and walks the fuck out. So then you're living in a two-bedroom apartment trying to pay $450 and you're paying all utilities because everything's in your fucking name because you don't trust bitches to put anything in their fucking name. So everything that you have, your name, your electricity, your rent, your gas, and everything else is in your name, and you paying everything. But the chick that you just had a baby with moved her auntie in, her auntie's 2 kids, her sister and her 3 kids, her brother and his girlfriend and her kids. And then you have your mother-in-law that decides, oh, I want to live here too. And so you have a 2-bedroom apartment with like 6 fucking adults and like 10 fucking kids, and nobody wants to pay any motherfucking thing. So all the bills are supposed to be split down the middle. Everybody's supposed to pay their part. Well, when you live on food stamps and you're getting paid about $180 of food stamps at one point in time, and before 2020 came around, I was getting $180 on food stamps, which was great because the food was cheap and rent was cheap and everything was cheap, you know? And life was going great. And then, oh man, so you have another baby by another chick, right? So you just got divorced in 2012, 2013. You hooked up with another chick while you're married on getting a divorce in the progress and trying to fight legal custody to get your kid. Also, you're fucking homeless for 6 goddamn months after leaving the county jail after 3 months. Wow, you know? So then you walk your ass from the county jail back to where you lived at with your wife and your son just to find out that bitch moved out 19 days after you went to jail. So you sitting in the county jail 3 months. This bitch moved out 19 days later. Didn't pay the electricity bill. Didn't pay the gas bill. Didn't pay the phone bill. Didn't pay the internet bill or anything else. Didn't even pay the fucking rent. Everything's in your name. You go to jail. She pays nothing. She's using your internet. She's using your cell phone account that you bought at 19 years old, right? Same bank account, same phone account since 19 years old, right? So your wife, that's 6 years older than you are, tries to take you for what you got, right? When I was paying everything like normal people do, right? When I became homeless, check it out, guys. When I became homeless the first time, when I moved to New Mexico in 2008 of September, in October of 2008, I was homeless in Gallup, New Mexico, which is a 2.5-hour drive from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Okay, where my first wife and my first baby mama gave me 2 kids. All right. She was 30 years old at the time when I knocked her up and had 2 kids with her in 2010 and 2011. Alright? She lived home with her mommy and daddy for 30 fucking years. She's 6 years older than me. Right? High school diploma. Got a master's or bachelor's or socials degree. Got at least 10 years of college or so, you know. Works at Home Depot. Part-time. Living at mommy and daddy's house for 30 years. Come to find out, her brother also lived there for 46 years until he died from alcohol poison. Liver cirrhosis got his ass. And he was a faggot. Her sister lived home with mommy and daddy for 36 years. Check it out. This bitch was married, had 5 kids, and was still living home with mommy and daddy for 36 years. Until she bought the house next door to mommy and daddy and moved down the street. Where she still is today. And she had 5 kids. You know who took care of those 5 kids? Not that fat bitch. Or the husband. Grandma and grandpa took care of the kids. Raised the kids. The grandkids have kids of themselves. Yeah. They all have kids of themselves. Okay? Grandparents are still alive. Still taking care of grandkids. Because the original parents can't take care of them. Because they don't know how. They're stupid. They're Native American. They speak Navajo and they speak English. Okay? Now, the mother, she doesn't like me too well. Because after living there at my wife's mother's house for about 9 months or so, or whatever long it was, I figured out the language of Native American. Okay. She always want to talk shit in Native American language against the white men. Always the white men. And this is where I got it from. White man this and white man that. It was from my mother-in-law. That's a Native American. That is a Navajo that speaks native tongue. Did you guys know shit in Native American is chaunt? Chaunt for shit. My son used to run around the house yelling and screaming when he was a toddler. Chaunt, chaunt, chaunt. Hey, don't be saying that. You know? And so I learned a lot of cuss words and bad language and Native American just from being around Native Americans for the last fucking 16, 15 years, whatever. I've learned how to speak the language and I understand it. I'm a white man. I understand a lot of fucking languages. Come to find out. My 10-year-old daughter was here for the last couple of weeks. I don't know if she's going to show up tomorrow or not. Or Monday. I don't know if she's going to show up or not. But she is only 10 years old. Her mother's Native American. I'm white. She's built like me. She looks like me. She has the same attitude as me. She is 10 years old and can speak English, Native, and Hispanic. And she's 10 years old. So she already She already knows 3 languages in her life, in her 10 years of living, which is a good thing because nowadays you got to know a lot of languages to communicate with people, you know? And so it's a good thing that she understands 3 different languages because she's native and she's white and she's mixed with whatever the fuck I'm mixed with. So I'm mixed with 6 or 7 different races. My kids are mixed with 7 different races. So I'm mixed with 6, they're mixed with 7. My kids' mother, my daughter's mother is Native American. My son and his sister is Native American because I married a Native American and I was fucking another Native American. And so I've got 2 baby mamas that are Native American, not white, not Mexican, not black, not Puerto Rican, not Chinese, but Native American. So for a white man that is mixed with 6 different fucking races and understands 5 or 6 different languages, I think I do pretty good for myself. You know? And it had to do nothing with education. Education did not teach me those 6 different languages. Those are languages I picked up from living on the streets, being in prison, living in El Paso, Texas, being living here in New Mexico, where 90% of the population is Indians. In Native America, in New Mexico, they're Indians, Cherokee, Choctaws, Navajo, and all kinds of other different kind of Indians. But the craziest thing is that I can blend in with anybody. I don't have a problem with it. I've had sex with probably 2 white girls in my entire fucking life. And every other race that I've fucked has been black, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Native American, Mexican. Oh yeah. Shit. I don't turn down no pussy. You know what I mean? Pussy is pussy. Don't give a fuck what race it is. So, I can survive. Why can't others? I'm just saying. I'm not. There's nothing wrong with the mental capacity in the brain. The brain just has one trigger for seizures. Other than that, I'm as normal as fuck as anybody else in this motherfucking world. Do I claim to be disabled? I don't feel disabled. I don't look disabled. I don't act disabled. I mean, I look perfectly motherfucking fine. I look perfectly fine on the outside. But in the brain, oh, it's fucked.
there's no cure for it. There's no cure for epilepsy. Now you can get rid of you can get rid of uh cancer, and you can get rid of all the sickness, and you can get rid of all these other problems, and you can fix the dental problems and the eye vision problems and shit like that. But it's the problem that you have to repair. Like your teeth are naturally supposed to rebuild. Your teeth are not supposed to fall out. You're not supposed to have gingivitis or cavities or holes in your teeth. But because Americans around the world brush their teeth with fluoride, that is a chemical that they put in toothpaste that fucks your teeth up more than actually helps you. So, if the government is fucking your teeth up because of the toothpaste, and then you take medications that's supposed to fix one problem, and they just have more problems and more side effects. So the FDA is a joke. You know what I mean? The scientists claim to be so smart, but they can't get rid of most of the diseases in this world. They keep creating more diseases and more viruses, and to test them on humans as test subjects to see if we can actually survive more different type of viruses. Which in honestly, if you wanna if you wanna adapt to the world changing, because you can never stop the world from changing. You can stop the cutting down the trees and stop digging holes in the fucking earth, and you can stop all that, and everything will eventually grow back, and then it'll be more shit, more trees and everything else. You get more oxygen in the world, you get more whatever. But I mean, you keep tearing down shit, polluting the world. I'm not saying all great, everything go green, because the Green Deal is bullshit. Everybody knows that. I just look at it, if you take prime example, Houston, Texas. Okay. You go into Houston, Texas. You smell paper. Burning paper when you enter Houston, Texas. And the reason why you smell it is because the plant burns paper to make, it's a paper factory. So the more that it runs, the more it gets polluted. Well, if you keep building around the plant and not letting any trees and grass grow, then you just have it stay in one spot. And then when you keep making other buildings and more buildings and more buildings, it is getting more polluted and more polluted and more polluted and more polluted. So then you have a crisis because of air pollution problems. And that's because of the paper plant. You go to El Paso, Texas, and you smell cow shit. That's just real. If you coming in where the college is on the left side and the cattle are on the right side, you're gonna smell cow shit all the way into El Paso, Texas. So I mean, if you look at it, if you go into a city or a state or a city
and you got a foul smell coming from your city, why would the fuck anyone want to live there? You know what I mean? Why? Why? And seeing with all the shit that's going on now, with the ISIS coming out like they are, hell, ISIS is not even giving a fuck. They are loading up in Los Angeles, and every fucking immigrant that is being picked up, they're being targeted. They are dead fucking serious of getting rid of all the illegals in Las Vegas, in Los Angeles. They are dead fucking serious about it. But what people don't understand is California, all the way to Mexico, is Mexico, okay? You know, it's all Mexico. So, original, that's their fucking land. That's their territory. They can stay there. Originally. Because California did not come to become a state until 1930s. No. I think it was 1988 or some shit right there. Somewhere around there, 1935. No, that was New Mexico. New Mexico and Texas. Texas became a independent state. Became a full independent state in 1930. California became an independent state in 1935, 1937, somewhere around there. So, actual California was not part of the United States until 19, close around 1940s. And so it's actually California or Mexico that owns all that land and half of Texas. So where Dallas, Texas is going towards the next state over, from Dallas, Texas down to over going towards the next state to the right. If you look at the map, that's all became an independent state of Texas in 1930 or 19 somewhere in 1918, 19 somewhere around in there. Texas became their own independent state before the state of California. And so when Texas became an independent state, then a bunch of all these other places became independent states afterwards. So if Texas would have never became an independent state, all the other states, they would have never probably became independent. They would have stayed property of the Indians and Mexico, because it was native territory. That was native territory. Get a fucking real one here. Is this the globe? Yeah, it's the globe. All right, let's get into. Okay. So you got the United States of America, right? All right, so you got United States. Now, you got Texas right here, right? So you got Dallas, Texas, which is over here. Let's, can we get some more better images here? That's all the fucking shit we're gonna get. Oh shit, balls. Well, that's a fucking hell of a motherfucker, I guess. Wow. Well, that sucks on visitation of this fucking thing. Yeah, you suck, buddy. Get out there. We need an actual real map or something I can blow up here. But anyways. Satellite view, maybe? I don't need all this shit. Get off the screen. I just want to get... How do you get this? I don't want this. Can you get the fuck all the way? It doesn't go away. Can we just delete it? No. Delete it. Son of a bitch. Oh man, I hate these fucking maps. Sucky ass bullshit maps. Trying to get it correct here for some jackass decides to say, "Oh, he's so full of shit." Oh no, just give me motherfucking. Now this is what we're talking about. Now this is a real map. Alright. No, shit bows. Okay, so down here, where the hell is Dallas? There's Dallas. Okay. So right here, from Dallas, Texas, from this tip of Dallas, Texas, which is come to Wichita Falls. So right here, all the way down to Waco, down to Corpus Christi, Gulf of Mexico, all the way to this way to get to Mississippi. All that is Texas. When I get to Louisiana and Mississippi and all this shit and everything, from Dallas, Texas down this way, before it gets to the next state, that was an independent state. that was part of the United States. When they fought the second time, not the first time. You know, the Alamo that they claimed that they won the Alamo. They lost the original first one, and I explained why they lost the first one. It was ambushed, but so from Dallas, Texas, all the way down this way, going towards this way, going all the way up to what is it? Where is Kansas? You got Tennessee. Okay. You got Tennessee, Kentucky, all this, all the way up to, what is it, Boston? Yeah, all the way up to Boston. All this was original. Pennsylvania, all this was all original United States of America. When when all the way up to it was Ethiopia was all that Kansas, Missouri, and all that was all India, and all that was all Indians. They owned all this. Colorado, Utah, Nevada. That was all Indian territory. So from Eugene, or I guess Oregon, Washington, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, Illinois, India, Michigan. All that shit was fucking Indian territory. All of it. Every bit of it. Indians lived all there. United States, from Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Philadelphia, all the way up to Boston, and all the way down to Florida, was all the state of the United States of America. Before Texas, when Texas became the part of America, United States of America, was in 1830 or 1930? No, it was 1830. 1830 is when the whole part of Texas became an independent state and joined the United States of America. California, all the way down to Phoenix, and all the way down to over here. All this right here was all Mexico. All this was all Mexico. New Mexico, Phoenix, San Francisco, California, all the way down here. Houston, on the other side of Dallas, Texas, and Houston was all Mexico. All this was all Mexico. Now, when the Texas became an independent state and became Texas of the United States of America, was in 1830. California joined in 1835 or 1840, somewhere around there. That's when California became the part of the United States. Then Utah and everybody else started falling in place. Washington and all that. So other than that, everybody that was on this side of the fucking world was part of the United States of America before anybody else over here. So when they talk about go back to your own fucking country, they're talking about, when they talk about white people to go back to their own fucking country, they're talking about Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia, Philadelphia, Boston, New York, Virginia, Chicago, Charlotte, Florida, and Georgia, Alabama. That's where Americans are originally from. Okay? So when they tell white people to go back where they come from, that's where they're talking about. Okay? Understand, people. That's where your ancestors come from. White people come from this part. Now, Mexicans originally from this fucking place. It's all originally Mexico. Okay? And this is all Indians. All of it's Indian territory. Now you got the British Columbia owned all this shit up in here in Canada and everything else. The British owned all this. The kings and the queens that they talk about, they own all this. This is all their shit up there. Before they become independent states of their own, and they, did the same thing that the United States did. Now, the other thing about it is that people don't understand that when the government took all the Indians from Oklahoma and Kansas and Arkansas and all Chicago and all Wisconsin and all there, and they decided to go drop them off in Wyoming and Idaho and Montana, because that's where they dropped them at. They put their reservations, land was in that area, because you have Washington right there, where they wanted to make sure that they have the Indians up in the cold mountains, and that's where they wanted to keep them. So when the government came in and started rounding up Indians and killing thousands of Indians, that's where they sent them to, is up there. So, and there's thousands and millions of them all throughout the states. But you had Andrew Jackson that had this bright ass eye fucking idea that he was decided that because he was a slave owner and he wasn't even the president of the United States at the time. He was not even in government. He was just a foot soldier that got a thrill and got his rocks off to killing Indians. So when he was sent down through Virginia and through the wars and when they took over Virginia, West Virginia and Charlotte and Georgia and Alabama, and when all the wars and shit was going on down there with the white people, because we're all fucking nuts and gun-holding motherfuckers, So they wanted to get all kinds of crazy war shit going on there. Andrew Jackson decided to say, okay, war's being taken care of here. They're pushing up this way, and they're taking over this lands up here. And they're going into Texas, and they're going into Kansas, and they're going up to Wisconsin, and so they're going in. And so what they was doing is they was buying Andrew Jackson, and this is the reason why they hate that motherfucker. It is because he didn't like Indians, and he slaughtered thousands of them. So his thing was to come in and try to cut them a deal. And then tell them that we're going to move your family and your loved ones to some land, which was in this area of the world. So they want to force them all out from over here, and they want to move them all up here, and tell them, oh, we'll give you better lands and better this and this, and you can have all your own land and all that. So if you ever know the story of how they walked from all these states up to these ones, and thousands of them died, it's called the Walk of Tears, or Death of Tears. And because thousands that walked on foot to get to these lands just to find out that they was put on a reservation and gave poisonous blankets to, and was getting their women and children raped and killed. Because you think those white men wasn't fucking those Indians? You out your goddamn mind. White guys will fuck anything. If it's got a vagina, that motherfucker's gonna fuck it. You know what I mean? So that's why you have a lot of these people that are black but also white, white that's also black, Mexican that's white, Mexican that is black, Puerto Ricans that are white, because they're all back in the days, in the slavery days. Everybody was open season, fuckity, 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 and they got it where they got it. And see, that's what's wrong with the world, because even the racist motherfuckers was fucking other different color race. You know, they was fucking Indians, they was fucking blacks, and they was fucking all these other races. You know, they wasn't just fucking only white girls. You know, so even the races was even fucking. You know, oh you fucking, you goddamn mother. Oh yeah, you feel. Oh yeah, you feel great, baby. You're fucking different. You know, and still, so it's like, even though those racist bastards didn't like this color or didn't like that race, they was still getting that fucking vagina, right? Okay, prime example. My grandmother's 4% white. I mean, 4% black. Uh, but she's also Hispanic, and she's also white, and she's also fucking Yaka Indian, and a bunch of other fucking shit, you know. Um, so that's the reason why I've got so much different races in me, because my grandmother and my mother, and then me and shit like that. So I mean, between my mom and my dad was raised from a black family, and that's where my last name comes from, is a black person. Okay, so my dad was adopted by a black family that took care of him and his sister. Well, his mother, which is my grandmother that I was raised with, that raised me, um, did not take care of her 16 kids. She gave them up for adoption. So most of them went to prison. Most of them went off to the wars. Most of them did whatever, and got drafted and all that shit. But I mean, my original last name, if my dad wasn't adopted, would have been Stevenson. Would be my original last name, because that's my dad's original name until he was adopted, and then it became Brown. So his foster parents or adopted parents changed his name to Brown, and that's how I got the name Brown. But I actually had a white man's last name. Well, that's why I say not everything seems the way it is. You know? My mother's from Hondo, Texas. My dad is from fucking, where the fuck he say he from? He was born somewhere. Yeah, he was born somewhere. I don't remember where the fuck he was born. Yeah, he was born somewhere. I don't remember where the fuck he said he was born at. But my grandparents, they lived in Midland, Odessa, Texas. I was born in Odessa, Texas. Oil field. So if you look off over here, Odessa's right there. I was born in this city. I lived in that city until I was 2 years old. And then my dad got a job offering in the oil field and decided to go from Odessa, Texas, all the way down here to Corpus Christi, Texas, where I was raised until 2000. And then my mom decided to take us back to my dad's house, which was in Midland, Texas, where I committed all my crimes at. Now, I did crimes in Corpus Christi, Texas too, but in Midland, Texas, if we can get a little so Midland, Texas, I left here in 2001 of September 2001. No, October of 2001. I left Midland, Texas. Okay? I left there and I went to prison. TYC, Texas Youth Commission. Now that's in Texas, right? Now where they sent my ass to, okay, where they sent my ass to was where is where's Marlin, Texas at? There's Beaumont. Where's there's Killeen. Yeah, there's Killeen. I'm looking for Martin, Texas. Dallas. Where the hell is Martin? Where is Martin, Texas at? I'm gonna show you where these motherfuckers sent me. They sent me all the way to Martin, Texas. I don't know where Martin, Texas is. Here, let's just look it up here. Martinsville. There it is. Martinsville. You guys see Martinsville? I believe it's over here by Huntsville somewhere. Yeah, it's gotta be over here by Huntsville somewhere. Crockett. Cause they sent me to fucking Martinsville, Texas. There's Stevensville up here. There's Jacksonville. Where the fuck is Martin, Texas at? They sent my ass to Martin, Texas. Where I was there about 6 months. Yeah, I was there about 6 months before they shipped me from there to West Texas Pyote. Martinsville. I think that's how you spell Martinsville. Texas. There it is. Okay, yeah. I thought it was somewhere fuck over there. 'Cause there's Dallas. Yeah. Here's Huntsville. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Cause here's Tyler too. I've been in a bunch of these county jails and shit within around there. So it wasn't too far. So coming from, okay, so you got Martinsville, Texas right there, right? So you look where Martinsville, Texas is at. You look where Midland, Texas is at. Midland, Texas is here. Martinsville is off the fuck over here. Um, you know what I mean? Like in this area. And so when you look where they took me, I mean that's pretty far. You know what I mean? That's pretty far. And then from Martinsville, I stayed there for about, I think it was 30 days or two. I think it was 2 months. And then they sent me over here. Um, I don't know if it's gonna pop up though. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna show up unless I misspelt it. What's, no, that's not it. Peyote. I'm not sure. No, that's Porter, Texas. I did not say Porter, Texas, asshole. I did not say Porter, Texas. Um. Anyways, yeah, that's not there. It's over here because it's off of. I should just look at it. Hold on. Yeah, because it's off over here. Look, I'll show you. Because you got Midland, right? You got Midland, Big Springs, and all that shit. Sweetwater and all that. There's a prison. There's a prison out here somewhere. If you guys ever knew about the the B-17 bomber, um, that used to bomb when the back in the war, they had the B-17s fly over and drop bombs out of their fucking shit. I can't spell it with the shit, I'll tell you that. That's not how you spell it, but that's close. Here's a lot closer than I thought. But there's a prison. Oh, you know what? If you take off that K and put a P, P-O. Okay, so it's gotta be around here somewhere. That's gotta be around here. You got some weird ass name like that. Pops up. I just want to see where that fucking prison's at so I can show you. Think I can show you the fucking prison. I don't know where the fuck is that. But I'm thinking that we can do KY. Let's see. POYOTE. See if that's in there. Oh fuck. I like my other keyboard that I can see the fucking keys. I don't recognize any of these places. There's Kingsville, I recognize that one. Yeah, I recognize Kingsville. We went through Kingsville one time. Robstown. I lived in Robstown. Yeah, I've lived in Robstown. Just right off of, right a little bit out of Corpus Christi. I'm honestly thinking that may be it, because I'm not seeing the. I'm not seeing the. I mean, it's gotta be. Yeah, because I mean, that's. Yeah, because there's San Antonio there. And see, I've been to a lot of these other towns. I actually lived in much of these other towns. But that wouldn't, yeah, that would not be. I would not. See, that's not even in. Yeah. That's at the way down there in the bottom Texas. And see, I don't see where it says. See, and it's supposed to be in West Texas, the West Texas area, and I thought it was off over this way. I really thought it was up this way. Maybe it is. I just got it wrong. Canyon. Because there's a state prison in Amarillo called the Bird Unit. And it looks like the fucking Burn Unit. It really does. And West Texas Peyote. I guess is how you say it. West Texas Peyote. I don't know. But anyways, I was in West Texas Peyote in 2000. in 1 of October 31st, 2001 to uh, September of 2006. Before they sent me to El Paso. Because I went through I went through Roswell, New Mexico. There's Brownsville. I've been through there. Yeah, I've been through there. I've actually overnighted there. I've been to Littlefield. Um, I've been to a lot of fucking places. Yeah, I've been to a lot of places. Carlsbad. Yeah, I really don't know where it's at. But El Paso, Texas. So we look up where is EPT. El Paso, Texas. Gonna be off over here. El Paso, Texas. El Paso. There's Pecos. Van Horn. We went through Van Horn and Fort Stockton. Yeah, when they transferred me from fucking West Texas Pyote prison. We went through the 10. Yeah, we went through the 10 because we went through the junction. Yeah, we went through all that. So that might be it somewhere. That might be fucking right on the dot. Cause we went through San Antonio. Cause we took the 87, went through the 10, went all the way through the 10, all the way up to El Paso, Texas. Which then, when you get to El Paso, Texas, it's up in this fucking corner here. I just had to check. Yeah, cause I've been through all this. That's through the west. Let's see. I was over here for a while. Here's the 10 coming in. There's a university there's one hospital place there. There's EPT El Paso, Texas. You take that 10 all the way through. Should be a college right through here. Yeah, it should be like a college. Farmlands all the way through this shit here. So you get all the way through, come through the 10, come all the way through. Get all the way to El Paso, Texas. There should be. There's a hotel. Where's the college? Because you can come in, do 2 different ways, I believe. Or multiple ways through this way. If you come through, get off the 10, take a 376, run it up this way. Then come back through this way, you can come through. The college is what I'm looking for. In El Paso, Texas. So here's that university there. Walgreens. Okay. The county jail should be awful somewhere over here. And the prison. Yeah, the county jail and the prison should be off of somewhere over here. There, but next beside that prison and that county jail is a there is a halfway house called the Schaefer Halfway House. And so I was there. I was there until I just got tired of this shit. Until I got tired of this shit and said fuck him, and I beat the shit out of that one guy. And then I escaped and shit like that. When they found me, they fucking police whipped the shit out of my ass. Yeah, they whipped the shit out of my ass. Um, but yeah. Anyways, that's pretty much the history of where I went to prison and shit like that. Amarillo, I was in state prison in Amarillo, and I was in state prison in Brownwood. Brownwood, Texas, is what committed me to state prison for a minimum of 2 years. Well, the maximum of 2 years. Felony case that I didn't commit, but I went to prison for. So that's where I went to prison back the second time. Because I was convicted of a crime that I didn't commit the second time. Now, the first time I went to prison, oh yeah, that was all me. And I was gone a maximum of 6.5 years. First time I did prison, straight. Okay, so from 2001 to close to 2007, I was getting, well, 2006, middle of 2006, I got out. In 2007, some part of 2007, when Hurricane Katrina came through Corpus Christi, Texas, I took off to Brownwood, Texas. Was in Brownwood, Texas for not even a month or so. Got a job and everything else. And I was there a few months. And all I was doing was working. You know what I mean? Like most of my family members, they lived there. They grew up there in Brownwood, Texas. And that's the only reason why I was there, because of family members. Well, when they said that I committed a check fraud of a $250 check at the bank, you know what I mean? They try to claim that I stole the lady's checkbook and I forged her name, and like when did I ever have time to go wandering the streets of Brownwood, Texas? To be honest, I don't really know shit about Brownwood, Texas. I wasn't born there. I wasn't raised there. I lived there because my family members was living there. I don't know if they're still there or not, but you know, most of them moved. Some died. Um, but that's the only reason why I was there. Well, when I got convicted for a crime that I didn't commit, because I was at work, I worked. I worked at my mom's husband's place that built pallets. We built pallets, the small ones and the big ones, and we put the wood and all that. We worked there, and we built the pallets, and we shipped them out and on the containers, and they, you know, somebody come in, pick them up, and then take off. Um, One guy did the forklift and shit like that, and everybody else built the fucking pallets and 30 minutes breaks, you know, and shit like that, and we went back to work and shit. My mom's husband was the owner of the company. My mom married the boss, and so that's how I got a job there. But when when emergency happened with my girlfriend, so the name that's tatted on my bottom fingers here is a girl that I dated from um 2007 to 2008 when I got convicted. So I dated this girl named Savannah Price. Her dad was a cop, a black cop. Her mom is a Mexican, and she's a prosecutor or whatever, attorney or whatever, um, for the Corpus Christi, Texas courthouse, county courthouse. Her dad is a black police officer. So when you look at the child, it's Mexican and black, which was the girl that I was dating before I went to prison. Um, the second time. So when I went to prison or got out went to county jail, I got out. We moved to Brownwood, Texas. We stayed for a while, and then her grandmother was having some problems, so we came back down to Corpus Christi, Texas. But I was trying to get my money from this guy that owed me some money. That I sold him two electric guitars that I had, and I sold them to him, and I wanted my fucking money. And he said, "Well, when we get paid on Friday, which is our paycheck, we was gonna get, he's gonna give my money." Well, Friday morning came around, we got our paycheck, and we was gonna take off and go cash it during lunch. So my girlfriend comes, picks me up, and we go to the bank to cash the fucking check, right? So I want to cash my check, and the guy goes, "Well, I got your money and everything else. It's a check." I said, "Okay." So he goes and signs the information to it. I'm thinking that it's his check, right? So I take it and I put it in my pocket with my check. So my girlfriend pulls into the bank. She's sitting in the truck. I go into the bank and I wait my turn, And then I go up there and I talk to the lady and I pull out my check and I pull out the other check. I cash my check at the bank with my identification, right? So when I go and pull out the other check that he just gave me, I go to sign the back of it like you do with normal checks. You just sign the back of it, after it's been filled out. Or if someone's giving it to you, you just sign the back. So I signed the back of it. I gave her my identification again with the check. So she got to looking at the check. I said, "Okay." So I stand there. She's looking at me weird, So this is in 2007, 2008. And so I go to cash the damn check. They go and speak to their supervisor, whatever. They come back, supervisor informs me that he called the sheriff and the police, and they're coming to the bank. I'm like, "Okay, what did I do?" "Well, I got some questions for you, and this and this and this." And I said, "Okay, I got no problem. I got the answers if you need them, So I didn't think anything of it. Well, he started asking me about the check. Where did I get it from? Who gave it to me? This, and this. And I told him where I got it from, who gave it to me, and everything else. And he's like, "Well, we find that odd because this lady's checkbook was reported stolen this morning, and you show up today with the lady's check." And I was like, "What?" He informed me the check that I had belonged to the lady behind the fucking counter. Oh, yes. So I'm like, no, I did not steal the lady's checkbook. I don't even know who that lady is. This is my first time coming to this bank this morning. My girlfriend is sitting in the truck where I just went to my job to pick up my check. And this guy gave me the money that he owes me with a check and told me to take it to the bank and cash it. So I'm here trying to cash it. He goes, no, that check was reported stolen this morning. And I was like, well, I was at my house, fucking my chick, showered, ate breakfast, got dressed, and went to work. And now I'm here. So you can't say I committed the crime. So the sheriff and the police department comes up. They pull me into this room, and so they're discussing. And I told them the same shit, right? I told them the same fucking shit. So I text my girlfriend, tell my girlfriend to come inside. There's a problem. So she comes inside. She starts seeing all the police and shit. What's going on? They already closed the door and everything else. Bank's already closed. So they shut the bank down. Start questioning me right there in the fucking bank. And I told them all the fucking shit that I knew, you know. And so my girlfriend comes in. And they asked me who this is. I said, this is my girlfriend. She was with me all night last night. She was with me all today. All the way up to the bank. Don't believe me? You can question her and ask her. So they pull her aside. They go and start discussing with her. The same story that I gave them is the same story that she gave them. And so they told us that we'll stay in contact with you and everything else. And I said, okay. Am I free to go? Yup, you're free to go. So they let me go. I walk out of the bank. I get in the truck. We go back to my mom's job. You know, go back to work. I'm letting my mom know what the fuck's going on. And saying, where's that fucking guy at? You know, where the motherfucker at? This and this. Because at this point, I was ready to kill this motherfucker. I was ready to kill this motherfucker because they informed me, oh, that's a felony charge and minimum 2 years state prison. You'll be a felon for the rest of your life. I said, fuck the hell I am. Fuck no. So when they let me go, I went back to my motherfucking job. And I told my mom, I said, where's that motherfucker at? She goes, who are you talking about? I said, the motherfucker that lives home with his daddy. The guy that I sold him 2 electric guitars a week ago. Where's that motherfucker at? Oh, he took off. He already took off. I said, well, that motherfucker almost got me put in prison because he gave me a stolen check. Where's his motherfucking ass at? So I go hunting for this motherfucker, right? Come to find out, this punk ass motherfucker has already made it home to his daddy's house. To his daddy's trailer. Packed whatever the shit he can grab and already left fucking town. The police department calls me and asks me, where does this guy live at? I said, I don't know. I just found out myself where he lives at. But I can tell you right now, he's not there. His daddy already said that he's not there. So I give him the address where this motherfucker's at. I inform my mom that she needs to talk to the detective and discuss where the fuck I was at last night and where the fuck I was at today. So my mom goes and tells the police department all the information that she knows and who the fucking guy this is because the motherfucker works for them. So my mom and my girlfriend testified and gave them a statement saying that I was with them all night. I left from work. My girlfriend picks me up. I'm with my girlfriend all night. We go home, fucky, eat dinner, go to sleep, wake up, eat breakfast, come back to work. That's what we did. You know? So they tried to convict me for a crime that I didn't do. And I'm like, hey, you got all that special ability of tracking people, right? I said, here's my cell phone. If I was supposedly in any of these areas of these locations, my cell phone would have pinged off of that, right? Do you see any activity of my cell phone? Where does it show my cell phone at? Where did they ping it at? My house. Where the fuck I was living at. It was there all night. But they said that I broke into a lady's vehicle and stole her checkbook.
and then wrote the fucking check and then decided to come to the bank with it? Like, do you think I'm fucking stupid? No, I don't fuck with paper like that, you know? And and so these motherfuckers are offense because I've already done 6 years in prison before. Oh, that I'm automatically the fucking criminal that committed the crime. So these sons of bitches put out a warrant for my arrest. 30 grand. 30 grand for a warrant out for my fucking arrest. I left Brownwood, Texas. Went back to Corpus Christi, Texas in 2008. I was in Corpus Christi, Texas in 2008 with my girlfriend. We got into an argument because the bitch was cheating. I started noticing things. We got into an argument. I called her out on her cheating on me and shit and this and this and that. So I went to the beach after the argument and shit like that. I went to the beach in the middle of the night. And I went back to doing what I know what was best. I was pissed off. I was angry. Because the bitch is cheating on me. I fucking got her name tatted on my fingers. In permanent fucking tattoo ink. That isn't washable. You know, that's there forever. And she goes and gets my name in 2 big ass hearts and ribbons and all kinds of shit on her back. Like the motherfucker is big. And it's got Michael in her fucking, on her back. For life. Like she filled her whole entire back up with 2 hearts from her fucking neck, back of her neck to her fucking ass. From side to side of fucking 2 hearts and a ribbon and my fucking name in that motherfucker. I go to prison. Or I get my dumb ass would get in the argument. Her mom comes and picks her up, takes her. I decided to go drinking. I bought me a bottle of a fifth of vodka and a fifth of moonshine, and I was sitting there on my front porch, listening to music and just having a good old time. Because I didn't want to think about nothing else. And then when it finally came to me around 2-3 o'clock in the morning, I go and walk my drunk ass to the fucking beach in Cove Park in Corpus Christi, Texas. Walk my ass from 15th Street in Morgan all the way to Cove Park and down there on the fucking beach, just sitting there, the wind smacking me, and I'm like, oh God, fuck, no. And it's just smacking me. You got the wind and the ocean just coming up and waves and shit. 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm sitting there, drunk off my fucking ass, pissed off. So I started to break into shit. Broke into some yachts, untied them, decided to push them off into the ocean. Broke into the yacht club that was near on the beach there. Figured out how to drive an excavator down the beach. And then when I was tired of driving it, I drove it into the beach, literally into the ocean. So I was all soaking wet, drunk off my ass. I had to grab the bottles, and I was walking around downtown by the beach with 2/5 of 1/5 of moonshine and 1/5 of vodka, and I was just going to town, just having a fucking blast, being stupid. What I didn't know is they had security on bicycles, you know? You know, they come up there, stop behind me,
and say, "Sir, you can't be drinking out here. That's public intoxication. How old are you?" I give them some bullshit age number. And then they're like, "Well, you got any identification?" Oh, when they was running me through, I already knew I was fucked. You know what I mean? Because I'm underage. I'm underage drinking. And then someone reported me breaking into the yacht club. I didn't really get anything out of it. Just a few poker chips that was laying around. Wasn't really worth it. Um, so when a real cop come over there to run my papers and run my shit through, they found out that I was had a $30,000 warrant out for my arrest in the state or in the city of Brownwood, Texas. And I was like, okay, for what? What the fuck did I do? So they committed me to the 81 days. I think it was a three for one each day. 1 day would count for 3. They gave me like 80 days in Corpus Christi County Jail for public intoxication, vandalism, and burglary habitation, and some other bullshit. So when they had me on hold, so Brownwood, Texas came in, fucking picked my ass up, took me back to Brownwood, Texas. I was in the fucking county jail for like 3 goddamn months before I seen any fucking body. Then they asked me, well, do I need a lawyer and this and this and this? And I'm like, what the fuck am I committed a crime of? And then they start talking about a check this and a check that. And I said, oh, fuck. So they put a warrant out for my arrest because they stated that I committed the crime. But when I requested them to have my mother and my girlfriend testify on my behalf, they denied that. Then when I asked them, where's the proof and evidence of my cell phone pinging off of any fucking tower over in that area where that fucking check was at, that I supposedly broke into a vehicle and stole, they couldn't get that either, so that was thrown out. So they wouldn't use to testify of my mother or my girlfriend, nor did they want to use any other testify that the fact that they had no evidence of me being in that area, no evidence of camera detections, no evidence of DNA or any other body ever spotted me in that location, and they couldn't ping my cell phone off of any tower in that fucking location. They had no fingerprints, they had no DNA, they had nothing on me besides the fact that check said $250. Not $1,000, but $250. They sent me to prison for 2 years, a minimum of 2 years, and classified me as a felon for the rest of my fucking life for a crime that I did not do. And then the government asked me, why am I the way I am towards them? Because they took my freedom of saying and locked me up for a crime that I did not commit. That they had no evidence, no proof, no DNA, no pinging towers, nothing, Zitro, nothing, absolutely nothing. And they committed an innocent kid for another 2 years of his life to a prison that he should have never been to. So while I was in prison, in state prison, I said, okay, I can't fuck up the guards, and I can't fucking escape. Let me fuck up the inmates. So Brownwood, Texas, talk all that big shit about how they big and bad and all this gangster shit. Did you know they sent me to Brownwood State Penitentiary in Brownwood, Texas? When I started harassing the nurses and the females, and I'm literally harassing them. No bullshit. I was harassing them. 100% I was fucking harassing them. And so when that wasn't working, to get kicked out of that facility, because that was the plan, was getting kicked out of that facility, so that way they can just have me transport from facility to facility, and my time just goes quicker that way because it's a lot more better. So then, you know, they already gave me for the 6 months that I've already set in the fucking county jail waiting for these cocksuckers to make a decision. So they give me a minimum 2 years. Well, while I'm sitting in county jail, that time is still going to count for the 2 years of minimum stay in state prison. So they had to give me all that time back. It did not matter if I was in the county jail or not. I was going to be getting time served regardless. So I did 6 months in the county jail, and I did a year and a half in state prison. Now, the state prison, which is Brownwood, Texas, which is in Brownwood, Texas, you know, right there. After cutting one guy's throat and stabbing the other one multiple times and harassing the females, they found me too violent to be on a peaceful program for state prison. So in other words, they found me too violent. But it was okay for guys being raped in the shower. It was okay for guys being killed in the shower. It was okay for guys being stabbed on the yard. But I was too violent. They found me too violent. And then they sent me to another state prison, which has a JTC across from the TDC. So you got state and you got TDCJ, which is the next step to prison. And then you got federal prison. So you got juvenile, you got TYC, you got state, you got TDCJ, which is the next step to the bigger house. And then you got federal prison, which is a maximum of 10 years. So in Amarillo, Texas, state prison called the Bird Unit, and it's real, it's called Bird Unit. The TDCJ is built like a bird cage. And you got murderers, rapists, to whatever in that fucking unit. And then right across from it, it is state prison, where I was at for the next 9 months. I spent 6 months in population before I got tired of the bullshit. Ran into some old people from TYC that I was having conflicts with in TYC, in the same facility, that talked a lot of shit that I was not done fucking up yet. So when I got my fucking hands on that motherfucker, they found me to be too dangerous in a cage environment, because it was supposed to have been a cage within another cage that you was already in. And I was still too violent for that, because I assaulted about 6 other people. One of them stole my ramen noodles from my locker, and I smashed his fucking head in the locker. The other one decided that he was gonna be funny and try to make a name for himself. A young cat, young stupid motherfucker, you know, that thinks he's gonna get acceptance by other people in prison, you know. So he came in trying to make his name off of me, and he found out that that was a big mistake. I busted his fucking nose, broke his fucking arms, and I shanked him multiple times in his fucking chest. I don't think he survived. Then there was another one that decided that he was going to try to hold me down in my bunk and was trying to get into my pants, like literally try to get into my pants, and I pulled out my shank and stabbed the fuck out that son of a bitch multiple times as well. Before I dragged him to the front door and banged his fucking head against the fucking door to the CEO to get this fucking faggot out of here. Because if they wasn't, I was going to kill his motherfucking ass. Like, no bullshit. In 2000 and 2008, I smashed this motherfucking faggot's head in the goddamn door and sliced this motherfucker open. I'm not no bullshit. I'm 100% will slice a motherfucker. So when they got this motherfucker, they came in and put everybody in lockdown, did their investigation, put my ass in solitary confinement, which they call the hole, and I was in that motherfucker until I left state prison April 24th, 2008. So my last 3 months in state prison was in solitary confinement because they found that I was too dangerous and too unpredictable to be in population with other people. And they still let me out of prison. Why? Because the minimum of state prison is minimum 2 years. You've got a time that you're getting out, regardless of what you do. You can kill all the fucking inmates you want, but you can't escape, and you can't assault a CO, which is a guard. But you can kill and fuck off anybody in that motherfucking prison. In state prison, you can have a fucking field day of killing other inmates, and they can't add any more time to your motherfucking sentence, because you got a maximum date. You get in a release date regardless, and your ass is out. So in 2008, April 24th, 4 days after my birthday, which is 4/20, they let me out because I was supposed to get out on my birthday. And they said, no, you're going to be 21 years old, 22 years old. No, we recommend not to let you out on your birthday, because if we let you out of prison on that date, you're going to go out and get you some booze and get drunk, and then you might be back in prison again. So they kept me extra 4 days until the weekend, when they can get me a Greyhound bus ticket back to Midland, Texas, and they sent me back to Midland, Texas. So when people say crazy shit to me, yeah. You put me in a jail cell with 10 motherfuckers and give me a shank. Boy, oh boy, I'll fuck them up. I'm a dirty motherfucker. That's why most of the time I don't want to go to sleep. I don't want to go to sleep. Because you talking about people that serve the country in the Army and the Navy, doing tours and doing combat and fighting. Let me tell you the difference between a soldier and a prisoner. The difference is a prisoner got no body. His body is motherfucking self and any objects that he can create to fuck you up with. And everything is a weapon. Everything is a weapon. In the military, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, you always have other people around you. You always have help. You have a firearm. That is the difference between
someone that has served 9 years, 8 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 60 years in prison from someone that served 10 years in the goddamn army that had a rifle. Bang, 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 bang. There's a big difference between a bang, 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 bang and a motherfucker that has a blade that is literally slicing your fucking throat open and ripping your fucking tonsils out of your fucking throat and fucking your goddamn esophagus while your lifeless body is being fucked before the CEOs can get in there and get your lifeless body out of there because there's some sick bastards in prison that does that shit. Motherfuckers that done 20, 30, 40 years that's going to be serving life in prison, they don't give a fuck. Use a target, use a sex object. And if you ain't on your guard, use the next victim. So you always have to pay attention. You have to be aware of your surroundings. You got to listen to things that you're not used to listening to. You got to shut the fuck up sometimes and hear things that you shouldn't hear. And see, that's called survival. You never sleep on your stomach in prison. You always sleep on your back. Because it's more harder for someone to rape you while you're on your back than when you're on your side or on your stomach, because then you get gangbanged, because then everybody says, oh, that's an open invitation. The sagging of the pants came from prison, because motherfuckers in prison, that was an open invitation for people to get fucked in the ass in prison because they want to sag their pants. So motherfuckers out here in the world, mostly in Chicago and California, thinking about sagging your pants because you look cool. No, motherfucker, that's an open invitation to get your ass fucked. So when the next time you think it's cool to sag your britches, just picture yourself with Big Bubba behind you about to fuck your anus because you gave him an open invitation. And you don't want to tease him because he gonna take it. So you might want to pull your fucking drawers up and wear your clothes correctly, because in prison there is no games. You flashing those cheeks, somebody's coming to take that ass. And that's no bullshit. A lot of people in prison, and I've seen some big motherfuckers in prison get bent over in the shower and get slappity, fuckity by multiple sons of bitches. I've seen bodybuilders come in there that's big and strong as a motherfucker being tossed up in the shower. I've seen motherfuckers that come in big and strong and tall as a motherfucker be screaming in the middle of the night because they're getting their ass cheeks clapped. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter if you're big and tall. It don't matter if you're strong or weak. It's the fact of how the fuck you carry your motherfucking self and can you defend yourself. Because in prison, there is no games in prison. Out here in the world, too many fucking fruitcake motherfuckers. In prison, you be washing somebody's drawers. You be cleaning motherfucking house like you's the bitch. You be switching your pants and walking kind of funny for the rest of your goddamn life. And everybody in the pod's gonna take a fucking hit at you. Everybody. Anyone that's doing more than 10 goddamn years, I guarantee those motherfuckers fucked a lot of ass cheeks and got their dick sucked in prison. And then they want to come out and talk about they big and tough. Bitch, you's a pussy and faggot. Shut up. You in there getting tossed up in prison and sucking off other grown-ass man, and you doing 10 to life in prison, and then they cut you a break and you do 8 years, 9 years, 10 years in prison, but you've already a fruitcake. You know what I mean? Then you come out to the world, you try to be all hardcore out here in the world, but you softer than a goddamn vagina. And most of these motherfuckers from prison are soft as a bitch. That's no bullshit. Some of these motherfuckers are straight up bitches. So there's a big difference. Like I said, there's a difference from
fighting a war that you should not be in because of the government. And there's fighting for your life because you're in prison and ain't nobody coming to save your motherfucking ass. See, that's a difference. Soldiers in battle has someone else to fight with. People in prison, they're by themselves. They did defend for themselves. Unless you want to go join the fucking Aryan Brotherhood or the Ku Klux Klan or the fucking fucking Crips or the Bloods or the Treses and Norteños or the Lite Kings or the Aztecs or the little startup pussy game, gangers. You got the Power Rules and you got this gang and you got that gang and I can go on and on and on about all kinds of different gangs. Sure can. All my tattoos was done in prison. All of them. The only ones that I didn't do is on my fingers and on this arm. But everything else I've done. And I didn't even use a machine to do it with. I picked it. Where it's called popping the skin. You ever heard called popping the skin doing tattoos? That's what most of my work is done. The teardrop on my face, I did it in 2007 or 2008. It means a lot of different things to people out here in the world than what it means in prison. Mostly teardrops mean either you kill somebody or someone in your family has died. Now, if I put teardrops every time I fucking slice somebody open, and they probably didn't make it or made it, I don't know. There should be a lot. But I'm not that crazy, so. I lost my grandfather in state prison, in Brownwood State Prison. And that was most of the reason why I acted out in state prison, in Brownwood State Prison, and got transferred to another prison. Because I lost my grandfather in a house fire in 2007. And then lost my grandmother in 2008. 6 months later after I got out of prison, she died. And that's the reason why I left Texas and came to New Mexico, because I didn't have nothing left. See, my mother divorced my father when I was 10. In the court, he was put on child support and in all kinds of shit. My mom took my dad's rights. My dad had no rights to me or my brother when I was 10 years old. When I went to prison in 2001, in 2002, when I was supposed to be getting out, instead of getting out, my mom shows up with documents, papers, signing her rights over to the state of Texas. So now I belong to the state of fucking Texas because I'm locked up in prison. I have nowhere to go because neither one of my parents have the rights to me ever again since 2002. So since 2002, I've been on my own. And so, do I still talk to my mom? Yes. Do I still talk to my dad? Yes. But it wasn't my dad's fault for what happened, it was my mom's, because my mom cheated with my dad's best friend, got pregnant by my dad's best friend, and that's when we lived in that one trailer, or the little fifth wheel place, before we got a double wide, and we had all those animals and went to Boy Scouts and all that shit, and you know, um, so I mean, it went on from my behavior started lashing out when I was 10 or 11 years old, and then they just took off from there. And that's why I say I've been on my own since I was 11 years old. I've had to learn a lot of shit since I was 11 years old. Um, you know what I mean? I had to learn how to grocery shop, money, budget bills. I had to learn how to cook on my own. I had to learn how to do laundry. I had to learn everything. When most people are taught this shit while they're growing up. But considering that I was in prison in 2001, got out in 2006, went back 2007 to 2008, you know, it just shows that those 6 years that I was gone, a lot of shit changed. So I mean, I learned a lot of criminal shit in prison. I learned a lot of shit that I talk about now in prison. I learned a lot of educational law library books, and a lot of shit about history. I read a bunch of shit. And that's all I had time for. I worked out every day. I did push-ups, crunches, lifted weights. I did that for 6 goddamn years because I wasn't going to let people push me around. Give a fuck. I had nothing to lose. Nothing. I had nothing to lose. Everything that I loved and cared about died in 2008. 2007, 2008. Everybody that I cared about died. I didn't give a fuck about my mom. She's my mother. She gave birth to me. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. My dad, it's not his fault. Is he trying to make up for it now? 62 years old, trying to make up for it 39 years later. I mean, I can honestly say he put money on my books when I was in prison. He came and visited me. You know what I mean? When he could visit me. And he's always tried. He's always been there. You know. But a lot of things he couldn't do because he didn't have no rights. Because his rights was taken from him. Was I gonna get out in 2002? Yeah, I would have got out of TYC in 2002. I would have. And then when my mother gave up her rights, I didn't have nothing to lose. Nothing. I was a teenage kid, had nothing and nowhere to go, no job experience, no life skills experience, no fucking education, no nothing. 7th grade, straight to prison. That's it. I've got 7 years of education. That's all the fuck I got. And everything else I know, I had to read from fucking books. And I mean, I read a lot of motherfucking books in prison. A lot. I learned about plumbing, electricity, electrical. I learned about auto mechanics. I took wood shop in prison. I took electrician in prison. I took plumbing in prison. in prison. I took motherfucking. I went to education in prison. I went and did anything I could do to learn the educational skills to prepare for a world that I wasn't going to be sure if I was going to make it because of all the rioting and all the killing and shit was going on in prison in TYC. I didn't know if I was gonna make it or not. I didn't know. I didn't know if I was gonna wake up the next day half the time. But I learned to cope with that kind of world and to understand how criminals are and to spot the funny fucking ones that are gay and fruit. You know what I mean? And and to stay away from two-faced ass motherfuckers and not believe everything that people say. So I had to learn a lot of shit. And if it wasn't for prison, I wouldn't know what to do with my motherfucking life. Knowing the skills and all the shit that I know about life and I've gone through and how to deal with from state to state, to city, to lockup counties, to different jails, to prisons after different prisons, from different halfway houses, and this and this and this and that. From learning all kinds of shit, I'm so fucking surprised I'm still alive. As many times as I got my ass beat in fucking prison and had black eyes and fucking, I've never had anything broken ever, but I've had a lot of bumps and bruises, stabbed a few times, you know. I've been stabbed in my back, I've been stabbed in my hand, been stabbed in my foot. I've had my chin busted open, I've had my eyebrows split open, I've had my ear ripped off and sewed back on, I've had thumb surgery, I've had knee surgery, I've had my nipple was ripped off and then was sewed back on during a fight where the motherfuckers cut me and ripped off my nipple. Um, got stabbed in my forearm. Got a butcher knife. Got stabbed in there. So yeah, I'm not a joke. I mean, I got through a lot of shit. I've been through a lot of shit. I got 4 discs out of my lower back. I got a pinched nerve in my neck. And I've got gout in my fucking bones. And I'm still here. I'm a tough motherfucker. And you gotta learn to be tough. You can't be fucking pansies. You can't be a bunch of pussies, you know? It's just some people got it. They got the willpower to fight. And then you got the ones that talk about it and their hands are softer than a sheep's ass. And this finger right here. This finger right here. Between this finger and my middle finger on the part of your knuckles right here, I've got a stab wound, but the knife went through my hand, went through the top, went through, chipped a piece of the bone in this finger that's still sitting in there today, and all they did was sew the motherfucker back up. And when they sewed the motherfucker up, they threw me into a seizure. I've had my chin split open during a fight. I had my eyebrows split open.
um, and super glued and sewed back shut. Um, yeah, I've had my knuckles busted open. I've never had nothing broken. It's always been sprained, bruised, or just fractured. But I've never had nothing broken. Sometimes I just want to break a body part just to see how does it feel. I mean, sometimes I really do. I want to break a body part just to feel the broken part. Because I've never had nothing broken. So, I've thought about it. But not in front of a semi or something. I've been hit by a car. Nothing broke. So I don't know. You know how many times I've tried to overdose on medication pills or any kind of pills. I've been sent to a mental institution at least 4 times, twice as an adult and twice as a child. Yep. In 1994, I decided that I was going to tie a rope around my neck and I was going to tie it to a tree and thought it would be cool to swing by my neck. And it was just only for joking purposes, but I mean, yeah, my mom seen me swinging through the kitchen window. Oh man, I tell you, you never got your ass beaten so fucking bad, but that day I got my ass beat. She come out there with a goddamn butcher knife and cut the fucking rope, and then proceeded to whip my ass with the rope. Oh yeah. That was in 94. In 97, this is when they found out that I had depression. And that I had a bunch of other problems wrong with me. And that I have OCD problems and I talk to myself and... Oh! It's already in my file. I mean, my psychovile file. Oh yeah. Oh, they got me down as incompetent, ADHD, ADD, bipolar, schizophrenic, PTSD, OCD, anger issues, and very violent. Oh yeah. That is my psych eval. Now, in 97, I thought it would be funny. Well, I actually was depressed. I tried to commit suicide. I gave my brother a yellow thin rope, the nylon yellow ones. And I told my brother, I said, here, I want you to drag this rope down the hallway when I knock on the door. So I was in the bathroom, and I threw a rope over the fucking door, and I tied it around my fucking neck, turned out the light, locked the door, banged on the door, and told my brother, go ahead. I was trying to have my brother kill me in 97. I tried to, in 97, no, I think it was 98. In 98, they had me committed to a mental institution. While I was on the 6th floor of the mental institution, they gave me some kind of fucking drug, and I went ate shit and tried to fly out the fucking window of the hospital. They stuck my ass in a padded room. That was in 98. I spent 21 days in the mental institution in a padded room for 21 days. That was in 97. In 2012, I tried to kill myself again. And this time I tried to drown myself in the swimming pool. And this was because my daughter passed away. In 2012, my daughter passed away. No, in 2011. She passed away in 2011. In 2012, I couldn't handle a lot more shit anymore, you know, and I got to my breaking point. And so one night I got drunk, wasted, and decided to make a homemade lynching, whatever, in the fucking living room of the apartment. Because I just couldn't deal with the life anymore after the passing of my daughter. And so in 2012 I tried to commit suicide that way, and that failed. When I was 19, I took I took about 6 months worth of seizure medication and tried to commit suicide taking that shit. That didn't work. And then 2014, I tried again. After divorcing my ex-wife, having my son, losing my daughter, having another child in 2013 or 2014, and then she left. Her mom took my child, and 2014, 2015, I tried again, and this time they was gonna lock me up in a mental place. I talked my way out of it. They ended up kicking in the door. Because I left all the windows open. I just didn't give a fuck. And I tried again. And it didn't work because they broke in. And locked me up for a while. But I always talked my way out of it, got out of it. And I mean, I'm just finding out that many of the time I try to kill myself, nothing seems to happen. Nothing, it never happens. Um, and it just, it, you know, it just, sometimes you just feel like you want to go, and then sometimes you feel happy, sometimes you're okay, sometimes you got good days and bad days, you're up and you're down, you're there, you're not there, you know. And I got a lot of fucking mental problems. I'm not gonna bullshit, I got a lot of fucking mental problems. um so I mean, I'm not I mean, I'm a crazy son of a bitch. I'm just gonna say I'm a crazy son of a bitch. Um, I thrill for the crazy psycho part of life, and the beating people up shit. I thrill it. It's a thrilling rush. Now, you ever get a thrilling rush when you're exercising or when you're um driving a fast car or something? Okay, so that kind of thrill rush is what I get. Like when I break into a house or steal a car or do some criminal activity. That's the kind of rush that I got. And it feels so fucking great, you know? And it just makes you want to do more and more and more. And it's addicting. It's like addicting to video games and junk food, knowing you're not gonna quit neither one of them. But you have more. You know, a lot of things excite me. I mean, a lot of things excite me. I find out new things about shit every day. Um, and I don't go nowhere. I just turn on the TV or watch some crazy some bitch on YouTube or TikTok or whatever the fuck, you know. And I mean, it's pretty entertaining. And then you start looking up things on the internet of old ancient days, and you know, like the thing with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Ha. They knew about it in 1972 and or 92 and fucking 97. It's old news. So people coming out and talking about it now is like, I just can't believe Donald Trump is a sexist and a rapist and all these and all this and shit. He's friends with Epstein and all this, and he's got videos, and he sold his soul to the devil. And shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They found that shit out back in '97. So when everybody's sitting there saying, "Oh, well, Donald Trump's a great person to come into the White House," I guess they forgot he was part of Epstein's files back in 1997. But in 2025, they want to find out and say, "Oh, what? He's a pervert." Man, Donald Trump's always been a pervert. They knew about it back in 92 and 97 and 96 and 95. You know, Donald Trump's always been in the news. And that's why people like, oh, they predicted a businessman named Donald Trump being the president of the United States and blah, 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 blah. No, that was not a prediction. That was gonna happen regardless. I mean, it's gonna happen. What's not gonna happen is a woman being a president of the United States anytime soon. Maybe in 2040, you know, they might have a woman president. But as it is now, it's just all it's man. It's gonna be man, unless they start knocking off these old bastards and they start changing the rules. A woman ain't gonna never be in there. Not until probably 2040, maybe 2035. You know, they might get lucky in 2028, 2029, maybe. I highly doubt it, but Hillary Clinton probably be dead. Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, they'll all be probably dead. But anyways, Andrew Jackson became the 7th president of the United States. And went across the map from goddamn this part of the map, when Andrew Jackson started discovering parts of the world, of the native world. Then they started just taking all the property. He buys up all the land, right? So he was buying up all the land. Every territory that he would go into, he'd kill all the people and buy up the land. And so then the land was turned into cotton fields. Yeah, all that was cotton farm. All through Missouri, all the way up, going up towards Utah and all that. It was all supposed to be cotton farms, plantations. And then they was going to take all the slaves that they was buying from Africa, or stealing from Africa, and they was going to put them on the plantations to pick cotton. Because at the time, silk, cotton that turns into silk, was very profitable and was making lots of money. So Andrew Jackson decided that he was going to go across the world on foot, horses and buggies, and discover how everybody was. And that's when they discovered that all this area was all Indian territory. Now, they did do a lot of trading, but then traders would come in and buy property, and then they'll make a homestead, and then they'll buy more property and more property and more property, and then by the time you know it, that whole part where they started a homestead at has become a $1 million mansion living there with thousands of buildings and cities looking down. It's amazing that one guy can walk the fucking whole entire map of the world and discover all this shit. But the Indians already discovered it. They knew the white people, they knew the white man was in this part of the world. They already knew that. They knew the brown people was down below them and stayed away from them. You know, they did trading and all that. You know, and different cultures did different trading with different cultures, you know. But then you had the whites mixing with the blacks, fuckity fuckity. The whites fucking the Indians, the whites fucking the Mexicans, the whites fucking this race and that race, and then babies after babies after babies, a generation just popping up every goddamn where of a white man. And then you look in all your states in the United States of America, most population is the white man. Because then they can't stop fucking like rabbits. So they fucking like rabbits all the time. So then they got like 4 or 5 sisters, cousins, aunts, and uncles. You got Alabama, okay. Alabama and a bunch of these other states that they can marry their first cousins. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with you, incest? Don't be making babies with your goddamn cousins, okay? Or your kinfolks, all right? That's some hillbilly goddamn inbred ass shit. All right? Do you know you have complications and problems like that? Goddamn fucking white people. Okay, then you want to talk about diseases. All right. Now, you be surprised. I'm not. You could be real surprised that AIDS came from a monkey that black guys was fucking. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Uh-huh. AIDS came from a monkey that the black man was fucking monkeys. That's where he got AIDS from. That's where AIDS come from, is monkeys. Well, then you got other diseases, like the bats have diseases, raccoons, opossums, snakes, you know. But so I think it was what it was 96. Was it 96 or was it 98? When Magic Johnson came out and told the world that he has AIDS. Scottie Pippen came out and said he was gay and also had AIDS. Who else? You know what I mean? Like, who else? There was a lot of people from the black community that had AIDS. And it was all that jungle fever fucking, you know? It was all that jungle fever fucking, you know? Get up on some drugs and then go into a rave and there's this fuckity sex parties. You know? So all that Diddy shit, oh man, they've been doing that for decades. That's nothing new. That's nothing new. Shit's been going on for decades. That's why most of these rap singers, female singers from the rapping industry, you know, most of them has AIDS. They talk about it. They have AIDS. And Eazy-E, they talked about how Eazy-E had AIDS, getting fucked by his producer. Well, Ice Cube claims, but I mean, hell, you got Magic Johnson and Scottie Pippen and a bunch of these famous people that you find that are gay, that has AIDS. And then you got that one guy that came out and said he was a transsexual female, whatever. He does stupid ass commercials about Viagra and keep it safe and all this other shit. The pill that you take before you have sex with another man. That fruitcake came out, and man, that motherfucker got his ass beat so many times. Then you got fucking Ellen, that woman Ellen, she's gay. Um, Martin Stewart, Martin, Martin Stewart, Stewart Martin, whatever that fucking chick's name. She went to prison. She's gay. Sure is. A lot of your famous people that's in the movie industry, in the music industry, and that's on TV and the fashion shows, most of them are gay. So are. The music, if you can't tell, the music in the rap industry is a bunch of fruity ass shit. Country songs, a bunch of fruity ass shit. I mean, music is not music anymore. It's a bunch of fucking fruitcakes. Artists singing other people's songs, putting a little twist on it. That's still a fucking other people's music. You know? And this crazy shit. I mean, not everything is what it is. What time is it? Shit. Oh, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Man, I've been awake all night. I thought it was nighttime. Man, I'm just so lost. Yeah, I'm just so lost. I could have gone to bed. I just have been having a conversation. Eating my M&Ms. I hope it rains. I don't know if my daughter's coming or not. If she is, she'll be here in an hour. Maybe an hour and 30 minutes. If she shows up, I don't know. Mm. I think the last message I seen was Fruity Pebbles, and then I didn't look at any more messages. I got into La La Land. Well, I guess I better get off of here. If my daughter's coming, I guess I'll be waiting for her. If she doesn't come, I'll get back on. But I'll catch you guys later.